fall, but I can't lose it.
It's time for a championship weekend here live on RaceSpotTV, an International Virtual Racing Association competition. First today, we head to the virtual Sebring International Raceway to crown the first of 4 full-season champions in IVRA action. Hello and welcome to RaceSpotTV for final round coverage of the IVRA Club Cup and IVRA ClubSport Series. Before we get to the main event, the 6 hours of Sebring, as always, 60 minutes of outright chaos as the MX-5 swarm the track as 3 drivers fight it out for our championship crown. It's been a very entertaining road to get here, and with 2 races left to go, take a look at our series schedule and some of the tracks that we visited along the journey so far. Sebring International Raceway, we won't be racing around the full configuration. Instead, we'll be racing around the club configurations where IndyCar comes to test on a regular basis, and as is expected, with 30 minutes of action, be ready for lots and lots of overtaking opportunities. Race 2, as always, will be a reverse grid race, and that will take place after ClubSport Qualifying, so stick around for the first portion of today's coverage before we get to that. Here is your point structure with 200 points for a race win. Things are wide open in our championship standings, and let's take a look at that right now. After a very dramatic last round at Suzuka, Dustin Hirota in the lead of the championship. Shiochi Ishimaru, the standout driver this season, now in second, but don't count out Dave Chapman with real-life experience in the Mazdas. He's making a championship charge, the only driver to have won 2 races over a race weekend as well. There are just a couple of minutes left in qualifying. My name is Arjuna Kankipati. Delighted that you're joining us for the first part of today's action. Alongside is Jonathan Burke and Stefan Schlacker. We'll have a second commentary team as well for part of the ClubSport Race. Dylan Coyle, Lorenzo Bonder, and Ryan Walker will be taking you through the middle portions of that main ClubSport Race. But for now, we focus on the Club Cup Series. And Jonathan, let's get your thoughts here. It's a championship finale, and I think it's fair to say this is the series that you and I have been waiting to call the finale for.
I guess we just don't know who's going to win. We can predict, we can say maybe Ishimaru, maybe Chapman, but we just don't know. There's been so much chaos, so much different winners throughout the week, and it's going to be tough to call. And even in this first race, we're not going to know because we have that second reverse grid race. There's so many points in the line. You can get a max of 400.
So a maximum of 400, and like I said, don't count out Dave Chapman, and he's feeling quietly confident. Take a look up on your screen. You can see there on Twitter. He's been recapping the season so far. You can go and take a look at some very exciting clips. Get a feeling for what this series is all about. And if you want to stay involved as well, use the hashtag IVRALeague to stay in touch with us throughout the next 8 hours or so. 4 champions to crown. And tomorrow we'll head to the virtual Canadian Tire Motorsports Park to do this once again, but in the GT3 cars. And Stefan, this has been a long road to get here. And 3 series are going to wrap up, and we've still got 1, the IVRA Endurance Series, which has got 2 races left to go. So as we think about this first full season of competition, you've been out there on track as well. What do you think it's been like for the IVRA guys and all of the people competing? Because it's been a long season, and I think they're very happy to be here at the finale now.
Well, obviously, as longer the season goes, the more you grow into your team, the more you grow with your partner in crime, the more you're growing with the car. So it really is a great development that you're gonna have in the series, no matter how good you already are or how weak you start off, because we know that sometimes we have those AM drivers in the series as well, so they obviously get their big steps forward as well in the series. So and you start off the season, it looks like a short season, but no matter how short it is, at the end of it, it always feels like the longest season you have ever had.
That's for sure as well, and being very glad to be part of the coverage for so much of this season, and we'll be here to call the championship finale as well in the ClubSport Series rather. It's just as close as it is in the Club Cup, if not closer in some of those classes. So really looking forward to 6 hours at a very bumpy Sebring International Raceway, but qualifying comes to a close. Still a couple of minutes then for cars, if they were out on track, to set their final qualifying lap times, but no cars are out there on track because, of course, in IVRA competitions, once you come back down onto pit road, you cannot head back out for qualifying. So Jonathan, 90 seconds for us left to wait then. Let's get some predictions. 60 minutes of action. Jack Ashton, pole position it would appear. He's not in our championship fight, but it's Dave Chapman, Dustin Hirota, Shiochi Ishimaru. Which one of those three you think will come out on top in about 60 minutes time?
I have to vote on the side of Ishimaru. He's been in good form the last 2 weeks, and I think he's going to be a little bit more aggressive this week. He's normally been holding back a little bit. We saw it a lot especially at Coda. He was very, very passive, and I think, when you have a championship on the line, now you have to be aggressive. But you mentioned Jack Ashton. He could be a huge spoiler in all this. If he's fighting amongst those three contenders, who knows how this race is going to go?
I think it's worth taking one more look at this point structure. We will get live points updated direct from race control throughout all three of our races today, because we've got two of these insane Club Cup races to come. 10 points separates the top three podium positions, and then you start dropping off in smaller increments throughout the field. But with just 16 cars in the field today, lowest that any of these competitors will score is just 90 points. So even for some of these contenders, if they struggle in race number 1, it's still wide open in race 2, Stefan, and therefore very excited about what we're about to see.
Yeah, most definitely, and it is a great championship decider, Sebring, as well, this club circuit. For the Club Cup, I don't think you can have a better venue as well, and I know you didn't ask me, but I'm still going to give my prediction, and I'm going to say Dustin Hirota is going to win all of this because he is the most consistent of all three.
I totally forgot to ask you. It's a bit early here, Stefan, so I do apologize. I'm delighted you're on the coverage, but let's go trackside then for the penultimate time to take a look at our starting grid. They line up then right underneath the Budweiser Bridge. Jack Ashton will be on pole position. Dave Chapman, 1/10 of a second slower on the outside, with Evan Gobdell, Chapman's teammate, rounding out the top three. John Atkinson, Dustin Hirota's teammate, will be on the outside of row 2. Ishimaru back in 5th with Takumi Kusiyama on his outside. And then you'll find Dustin Hirota on row 4 next to Arthur Panzel. Lots of work for then the number 5 car to do. Simon Erpelding, Ryan G. Walker 9th and 10th respectively, with Dawood Mirek in 11th. He'll only be taking part in race number 1. He is fighting for some impressive championship points though. Takeshi Taniguchi will be in 12th position. Aaron Kurtz in 13th. Frank Oosterhuis in 14th. And then Jamoto Jameson boys at the back of your field in 15th and 16th. Stefan, quick update from you, because I think you're tracking these point situations. Give us your indication of what you think needs to happen here for these guys to make the championship happen.
Well, obviously, they have to finish in front of Hirota. Hirota just has to keep doing what he has been doing throughout the season. He hasn't won a single race yet, but thus far, he has placed 3 times third as his highest finish. The other guys, they just need to get their consistency down in these 2 races. Otherwise, they'll have no chance of beating Hirota.
And they're racing on the club layout, so don't expect them to come through Sunset Bend. Instead, they'll take to the start of the race in just a few moments' time. 30 minutes of action, and they'll give the pace car a nice wide berth to get this one started. Lots of activity expected down in towards what will be turn 1 for these cars. Turn 10 for the ClubSport drivers in just over 2 hours' time. But for the penultimate time this season, the green flag is about to wave. And Jack Ashton will bring us to the green flag as Dave Chapman will dive to the inside, defend from his teammate. And now we start thinking about this championship picture. Ishimaru, now in 6th position, will try and work his way past one of Dustin Hirota's teammates, John Atkinson, actually with a very impressive start. Atkinson's up into 3rd, Ishimaru into 5th, and Dustin Hirota now tries to get past Takumi Kusayama. Important start here, Jonathan. Can't afford to lose out too early.
No, especially when these cars are all grouped up. This is one of the smallest fields we've had, so it's very hard to capitalize on big mistakes. If big mistakes are being made, that's a send right there.
That's Dave Chapman. He said he wanted to have some Shibsky sends. Is really committing as Jack Ashton side by side underneath the pedestrian bridge we go down in towards the tricky braking zone at the hairpin for the first time. Ashton is all by himself. Chapman is getting a push from John Atkinson from behind. And into the race lead then goes the 444, outside contention for the championship. And if Ishimaru back in 5th, Hirota in 7th, that will enable Dave Chapman to close that championship gap, and we'll wait for race control to get us that point situation. But as we cross the line for the first time, very quick lap times here, Stefan. It's going to feel almost like an oval race.
Yeah, it kind of feels like in the MX-5, but that's a good thing. You have very quick succession of passing opportunities, and that's what Dustin Hirota and Soichi Ishimaru need, because they want to get up there to lose as little points as possible to Dave Chapman.
Chapman's now got 0.3 of a second separation as Hirota, slightly into the gravel there. But you can see, usually they'd be setting up for that long run down into that second to last complex of corners. Instead here, a sharp braking zone to the right, and now back in towards turns 2 and 3 on the regular circuit. On board we ride with Dustin Hirota, 7th position. Unfortunately, it looks like Frank Oosterhuis has had our first issue of the day. We'll go take a look at a RaceSpotTV replay. I believe Takeshi Taniguchi might also be mixed up in this. And take a look here, Jonathan. Side by side they work, and contact there.
Yeah, just 2 going into 1, and then, synchronized spinning. Well, not almost synchronized spinning, but just a little bit of contact right there. You can see the debris flying, the graphite car, and then the other machine going into the grass. Not a good start for Oosterhuis or Taniguchi.
It's not been a good season for Oosterhuis, to be honest. He's, I'm sure, would have been expecting a little bit more. A bit of a pinball in the races that we've had so far. Back at the front of your field, Jack Ashton. Lots of pressure being applied to the rear end of Dave Chapman. John Atkinson in 3rd. Ishimaru and Hirota are unable to make anything work. Side by side, further back they go. I think that's Arthur Panzel and Ryan Walker having a fun fight. Ryan Walker, who of course will be on commentary duties in just a couple of hours, side by side with Panzel. And Walker gives up the position, tucks back into line, and doesn't think about fighting this too much, Stefan.
Yeah, right now not really, but Ryan, he can make moves when he sees the opportunity. Saw the opportunity against Panzel, but Panzel with the better exit out of tower. So Panzel stays right now in that 8th place after they have already traded positions down at the hairpin last lap.
Ishimaru still in 5th, has a bit of a gap to Gobdell in front. Let's take a look at that life point situation. The 94 does re-inherit that championship lead. You can see 1 point separates the 94 and the 5. The 444 in the race lead does close the gap, but is proving to be a bit too much of a chasm to cross with just 16 cars in today's race here, Jonathan.
Now, and especially when we come to that reverse grid race later, like these points are going to be still large for all the competitors. And right now, Chapman's doing his best. He has to win the race. He has to win, I think, both races really in order to contend for this. And he's got to keep a very angry runner-up in our Pro Mazda Championship, Jack Ashton, behind him.
Yeah, you've had some fun talking about the Team Fordzilla driver of Jack Ashton. A bit weird talking about Team Fordzilla in a Mazda. It was a bit weirder talking about Team Fordzilla in a BMW during the Bathurst 12 hours, but good to see Ashton back in the series after having to miss a number of races. But for him, it would have been potential championship fights given the pace that we've seen from him. But instead, we have to see the consistent performers in Hirota and Ishimaru really scrapping it out. So, at the front of your field, the pace setters, and then further back, the championship fight continues. 25 minutes to work, and like I said, Stefan, it really is like a mini oval race right now.
Yeah, and we're starting to see the first pack a little bit running away from the rest of the field. Takumi Kusayama are really not able to hold pace with the top 5, and so is Dustin Herrera, who is also starting to drop off a little bit of those top 5. Maybe he's getting held up a little bit by Kusayama, but seems like Herrera just continuing to not be the fastest out there like he pretty much has been throughout this season.
At the front, though, it continues to intensify. I do wonder, Jonathan, if this shortened track layout is just reducing passing opportunities for these guys, because other than the hairpin, there really isn't a long straight where you can build momentum, force yourself down to the inside or outside, and make something happen here.
The other problem is coming out of these corners, you can see that they're getting wide coming out of tower, they're getting wide coming out of turn 5. Like, you're getting wide running on the grass in this hairpin. I think Ashton's going to send it right here.
He does send it side by side under braking, and Chapman gives him room, and from behind, that actually is going to bring in the likes of John Atkinson once again. They had started to build up a little bit of a buffer, but once again, great aerial coverage brought to us by ATVO, graphical partners at RaceSpotTV, as we dive down into what is turn 1. Chapman gives up the position for now, but you know, Shibsky Sens will be coming. Let's jump on board with Shiochi Ishimaru. He's been such a consistent performer throughout the season, and if not for a big mistake at Suzuka last time out, where coming through in towards the hairpin, ran a little bit wide, got onto the gravel, spun his car around. He might have a much healthier championship advantage, but in this situation, you talked about the consistency for Hiroda, Stefan. That's all that Ishimaru needs to do at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Ishimaru just has to stay in the top 5 right now, and it seems like it's going to work out for him. But obviously, you still have to think about, because next time around, we're going to be on a reverse grid, so that changes up pretty much everything once again, and all of a sudden, it can be held up by a slower car. So it's going to be really not decided whatsoever until we're at the checkered flag for the second race.
Ishimaru around the outside. He tries to take advantage as Chapman and Ashton out front scrap it out. Ishimaru unable to make that one work. The car goes blinking through internet as back to the front of your field. Chapman will work the inside down into turn 1. A little bit of swap drafting if we're talking about this as an oval race. The top 7 cars now separated themselves out from the chasing pack by about 1.8 seconds. Arthur Panzel in no man's land as Ryan Walker defends from Simon Erpelding. As you can see here, the team down under driver in the 888. Hard defense from the 111 from behind. And as well, Andre Jameson is having a really nice fight with Kyle Robertson. And you can see them there coming out of turn number 1. But at the front of your field, we saw it for just a moment's time. 2 wide, about 3 deep. And oh, there's been a big crash.
Where's Ishimaru?
Big crash, and it involves Ishimaru, and that's going to be big championship implications. RaceSpotTV replay up on your screen, and Stefan, take a look.
Yeah, that was unexpected. Ishimaru all of a sudden disappearing from the end of the field, and oh my goodness, what was that from? Oh no.
That is championship drama. I don't know what it is about IVRA competitions. It's giving us plenty, not just in the Club Cup, in Club Sport and GT Sprint as well. Oh, deep under brakes from behind. Nothing that Ishimaru could do, and several contacts being made. We'll get an update on that championship picture in just a few moments' time, but now pressure really is on Ishimaru once again, Jonathan.
This also brings Chapman into the fight. Hiroda is still in 5th, so that's still a concern for the 44. But he's got... the problem is he has Jack Ashton to compete with, and then Atkinson, who's very hungry for a win as well. So, like, the 444 needs to get a win, but he also has to stay out of trouble.
Let's take a look at that live point situation then. We're still waiting for it to get updated from race control, it would appear. And we'll get that updated as soon as we can. 20 minutes left to work in race 1. I did say we'd have chaos, and already Sebring International Raceway is delivering the goods. And with 6 hours of multi-class chaos expected on the main event, you don't want to miss that. As down the inside, here comes John Atkinson trying to make it work on Dave Chapman. Might also just be looking in his rearview mirrors, because Evan Gobdell, Dustin Hiroda, they are lurking. And they are thinking about what they can do to try and get up into these podium positions. On board we'll ride then with Dustin Hiroda as you see in front, Chapman and Ashton still scrapping it out side by side. But of course, Stefan, you talked about the consistency for Heroder, and you mentioned it at the start of the race as well. Maybe not having the greatest pace early in this race, but nevertheless takes advantage of his championship rival's misfortune.
Yeah, really lucky for Heroder this situation, because with that crash he just gained 2 positions, and also I think the last lap for him was the fastest lap of the race as well. Actually it wasn't, it was a 10th slower than his fastest lap that he has done so far, but the good thing is for him, last lap he gained a full second on Jack Ashton, so he's really now back on this train, and basically went, because of that one crash in the Rabbit Band, from being well off the first pack to pretty much be at the tail end of it.
Ishimaru then languishes in 11th, and of course, it could be worse. There could be more cars in this field, and Ishimaru could be further down, losing more points. But of course, heading into that reverse grid race, lots of pressure then on Ishimaru to rebound. Ashton back to the race lead. In the meantime, Chapman and Ashton really enjoying themselves here, but of course, not going to be too much of a factor, you'd have to assume, in the championship fight for Dave Chapman. Trying to do the math in my head here, Jonathan, but it's effectively going to take both Ishimaru and Dustin Heroder not being classified for Chapman to win this championship.
Yeah, right now the 5 is
Ooh, Jack
way
Ashton
too
into the
consistent. There was
gravel.
Jack Ashton into the dirt, and he's going to try and do rally crossing, but it's going to take, I think, an issue from the 5, and Heroder, it just seems so consistent. The only problem for Heroder is he really can't seem to make up much ground to the blinking Evan Gobdell right now. He's just kind of content in that 5th position.
Well, again, I would be very content in that 5th position as well, to be perfectly honest with you at this point in time. But, of course, second race still to come. Jack Ashton, like you said, off for some rallycross, able to hold on to it. But Chapman back down to the inside. He'll make it look very easy. Dustin Heroder's teammate, John Atkinson, who's had an up and down season as Chapman's run wide. Ashton will throw it back down the inside. Here comes Atkinson as well. Let's take a look at this aerial coverage once again, as Chapman might also lose out to the 333 of Evan Gobdell. His teammate's going to try and cut him off, and Chapman just about makes that one work. 17 minutes still to work then, Stefan. At the front of your field, I'm expecting fireworks till the end.
Yeah, most definitely. Also not surprised that Gobdell didn't go for the inside there of his teammate, of Dave Chapman, who is now trying to go around the outside of John Atkinson through Tower. That's going to be tight on the exit, and sure enough gets run right down into the dirt and has to give up that ghost once again for second place. But the way we know Chapman in this race, at least, he's going to go for it in the hairpin if he has the chance.
Just leaning on each other very slightly there. Doors banging, respect shown. I don't think Chapman will be too disappointed. He likes a good fight, and Atkinson will give it to him. RaceSpotTV replay. Something else has happened to Frank Oosterhuis. You can see the damage to Takumi Kusuyama from behind. Just a bit deep under braking for Oosterhuis. Rear end steps out on him and gets lucky, you know, parks himself in the middle of the track. Doesn't get hit by anyone. And able to do a quick 360, get himself pointed back in the right direction. Back to live pictures will go at the front of your field. John Atkinson, Dave Chapman still scrapping it out. 45 minutes left in our inaugural Club Cup season. Dave Chapman, he's got lots of highlights to show you on Twitter if you head over there. I think it's fair to say, Jonathan, despite the fact that the fields have dwindled, the racing has, if anything, intensified.
Oh yeah, because they know they have to fight for every single point in every position. You can't just rely on one guy having an issue. I mean, even Ishimaru being down in 10th place, it's still not probably a comfortable zone for Heroder. The championship is still going to be wide open.
And if you're wondering why Jack Ashton is out into the gravel on consecutive laps, that's because there's no incident limit for these races. Drivers encouraged to make use of all the track on offer and then some as well. So we've seen some interesting racing lines being taken at some of the circuits we visited. Sebring may be a little bit more standard in the way that it lends itself to racing, but on board with Atkinson down into the hairpin, effectively the final turn in this configuration. Configuration that doesn't see too much competitive racing, and that's because mainly used as a testing venue. A couple of weeks ago, IndyCar came here, And at the same time, IMSA was running on the other portion of the track as well. So, interesting testing facility, if you ask me. And if you're wondering why IndyCar comes here to test, it's because, given the number of street circuits on the IndyCar schedule, the bumps at the Sebring International Raceway proved to be a very nice way to validate various testing data, and it is a venue where a lot of drivers as well get their first experience. It's a popular venue, as well as the Barber Motorsports Park, where of course a certain Romain Grosjean got his first ever taste in the Dallara IR18 recently. Over the past week, he was at the Michelin Raceway, WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. I'm mixing up my Atlantas and Californias apparently, but excited to see Romain Grosjean entering into IndyCar and American competition. As Siri apparently has decided Romain Grosjean is a very interesting person as well. Let's see if we can get that championship update. There you can see right-hand side of your screen. The gap now up to almost 55 points. It's 52 points separating Hiroda and Ishimaru. Unfortunately, Chapman still about 120 points behind your championship leader. That puts him effectively out of contention then, Stefan.
Yeah, sadly for him, that is pretty much the case right now. But, you never know what happens, especially in the reverse grid races. There's still less than 200 points, if you think about it. So if something happens to both Ishimaru and Hiroda, which obviously nobody hopes for, it still could be on for Chapman. So, never give up. Everything can always happen. And I'm very sure that's the... right now the headline for Chapman's race. Just give it all you got so you can be proud of what you have done in these races. Whatever comes from it, comes from it.
I'm sure he's going to be still pretty happy at his season. Had to miss our second race weekend at the Circuit of the Americas, but rebounded very strongly the next time out at the Barber Motorsports Park, taking double victory. Only driver to do that this season as well. He then went and did it last time out at Suzuka as well, just to show that if not for that one missed race weekend, he might really be at the front of the field fighting for a championship. Unfortunately for him, he'll have to return for the next running of this series because it's already been confirmed the IVRA Club Cup will return for 2021 and 2022. Excited to get that underway once again. 12 minutes left to work in race 1. We'll head on over into ClubSport Qualifying after this. The track will be reset to its full state, and we'll get the TCRs out onto track first. On board, we'll ride with the 444 then. Look at the amount of pressure, Jonathan, he's applying onto the back of Jack Ashton, and Ashton is dealing with it very well.
Yeah, Ashton just running his line, being defensive, and here's going to have to be the point where he's going to have to be really defensive. There goes the 444 to the outside. Maybe tight coming into this hairpin. Hopefully they don't lean on each other too much.
And you can see Atkinson closes under braking from behind. Over-under attempted from Chapman. That will get him the momentum down what is effectively your pit straight and in towards turn 1 for the 444. He'll force himself to the outside as Ashton once again defends the inside. Doors bang. They hold on to it for now. Ashton still defends the inside. And I think Chapman is thinking about trying to hang it there. Side by side, they'll work down in towards the tower turn as well. Slight overlap now for Dave Chapman for the first time, but deep under brakes. Jack Ashton will send it. Great respect still being shown. Not into the gravel for Dave Chapman. Outside line still into these penultimate corners. Jack Ashton on the inside, though. Here comes John Atkinson as well. He'll take advantage. Dave Chapman drops to third, Stefan.
Yeah, a little bit too deep for Dave Chapman into the rabbit band, and that immediately paid off in favor of John Atkinson, who has now secured that second place once again. The first time he has been in that second place, but Dave Chapman, watch out. He's going to try to retake it right here.
Oh, he is so much fun to watch. To the outside he looks as we ride on board with Evan Gobdell, Chapman's teammate. Chapman has sent it very deep. Atkinson hangs the rear out. Somehow Chapman makes that one work. But Ashton, now with an 0.8 of a second advantage, has a bit of a buffer to start to work with. Where is Ishimaru, I wonder? Jonathan, he's all the way back in 10th position, running by himself, and not really setting the timing sheets alight right now.
I mean, the good news is he's slowly catching Simon Erpelding, so maybe he can get another position into 9th. There is the 111. But right now, I think 9th is going to be probably the best he can do, especially with how damaged that race car is. He took a nice shot in the front and in the door. It's just kind of riding this one out and hoping for race 2 to be a better outcome.
Gap out front, now 1.2 seconds. So all that squabbling that Dave Chapman was enjoying and treating us to has let Jack Ashton build up that buffer, but 444 already looks to sling his way through that corner underneath the Corvette bridge. They work with 9 minutes left in our penultimate race of the season. We started with an almost incredible, I think it was 30 cars in race 1, Jonathan. And while it is disappointing to be down at just 16 at this finale, this is what happens in private leagues as the season draws on and people fall out of championship contention. They lose interest, but 16 drivers, they're still out there putting on a show. And thinking about this series returning next year at some very interesting tracks that we'll talk about during qualifying in just a few moments' time, we're really excited about what this series will hold for us.
Yeah, it's kind of a shame because I really did want 30 cars stuck on this little club setup here. I don't want to know how much chaos would have been had, but there would have been plenty as the blinking Evan Gobble tries to go back to the inside. But I really am looking forward to next season. I'm hoping that there are going to be a few more drivers in here, maybe some independent ones as well, because it was nice to see such a wide array of talent and a wide array of teams. Notably, Fiercely Forward, who normally runs 3 or 4 cars in here today, and there's a couple other teams, I think, that I'm thinking about it on top of my head that are not running here today. I know Yannick Brenner, DeHerodo's teammate, also not here, so hopefully we can get like a much fuller field next season.
I wonder if championship attention's focus for Fiercely Forward onto today's Clubsport Race, because fighting for championship honors in a couple of classes, TCR maybe not the most likely of possibilities. It will take a pretty big disaster for Team Hoysinkveld to really drop out of that contention. They've got almost, I think it's a 130-point advantage. Effectively, a perfect race weekend in this final race of the season. And what a season it's been as well. Next season we'll have an additional series to bring to you, the IVRA Triple Crown, as well as all 4 regular season competitions as well, live and uninterrupted on RaceSpotTV. Really excited about returning once again. Stefan, you just updated me as well. 105 is the lead for Hoysinkveld, so it's effectively a perfect normal race weekend, but because we've got the half points this time around, still a chance, but not necessarily the biggest.
Yeah, I think that championship in the TCRs is going to be decided by the halfway point, where we have those 50 points available for the leading team, and I wouldn't be surprised if Hoysinkveld is going to be that leading team, or at least in the top 3 at that halfway point. But obviously still a long ways to go. We haven't even had the ClubSport Qualifying, so we really can't be too sure of anything, but we all know Hoysinkveld, one of the strongest teams you can have in a TCR.
I think they're having a bit of a busy day, as are many of the competitors. There's a couple of other endurance races going on. The My Days Urban Works team, who are fighting for GT4 honors. I do believe they're participating in a couple of other endurance races as well. So busy weekend. A couple of season finales as well for some of these teams. Battle, by the way, for 8th position. Aaron Kurtz. Slight damage to the front nose of the car. Simon Erpelding in the 111 has closed him down, as Arthur Panzel has unfortunately had to pull to pit lane. He will retire from the race. Not sure if he'll be classified in the reverse grid. I do believe he will, so he'll start on pole position. Let's turn our attention back up front, because Dave Chapman has closed on Jack Ashton, and since the championship situation has kind of stalled, Ishimaru and Herodas in a bit of no man's land, we can focus in on some of this fun, Stefan, for the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, most definitely, and the fun is continuing in this race, because Chapman, as we can see, he had closed in back on Ashton. So most definitely Chapman is pointing out that he is the faster driver right now, but the question is, can he make the moves? Because Ashton has been the better driver out of the complex after Rabbit Bend, which is normally turn 4. So he really makes him work for those passing opportunities, especially into the hairpin.
And I'm just remembering as well, we are what, 3 weeks away from the iRacing 12 Hours of Sebring, and of course, because of this slightly weird schedule that's taking place in the real world, that's the week after the Mobile One 12 Hours of Sebring. So Rachel Williams in our YouTube chat is going to be at this track in just a couple of weeks' time to watch race cars heading around the track. RaceSpot's own Tyler Maxon as well will be in his Hyundai TCR car, which Rachel has just mentioned. Potentially, she wants added onto the iRacing service. That would be nice to get some extra TCR machinery for competitors to try out. Would make the TCR Fix series even more interesting. 4 minutes left to go then. They'll cross the line this time around. With, I believe, 3 laps to go, Jonathan. And Dave Chapman, he's managed to close up onto the back. It's very hard to count him out here.
Very hard to count him out, but very hard to pass the 98 driver. Like, Ashton has put on a defensive show. They've been side by side almost for a whole lap, and the 4-4 could not get around. Chapman is going to have to make a big send, I think, in the closing stages, and he knows he needs to win.
He doesn't just need to win, he wants to win. This is Dave Chapman we're talking about. He'll go for those Shipsky sends. We coined Shipsky send because of Dave Chapman, if I'm remembering correctly. And you can see there, side by side, they'll work. Kyle Robertson has had an issue, but we'll stick here for now as Chapman tries to get the run out of these penultimate corners, down in towards that tower turn. This is a very important run. 3 minutes left on the clock. You know what, Stefan? I have a feeling you don't want to actually be in second in these races. Some of these drafting races, we always talk about you don't want to lead at the white flag. If I'm Ashton, I want to lead at the white flag.
Yeah, exactly, because you can place your car here exactly where you want it to block off any attacks that Dave Chapman can throw at him. And let's be honest, Dave Chapman thus far only has been able to really get anywhere close to Ashton, either in the hairpin or right down into Cunningham Corner. And right here, it's the thing that continues. Ashton goes to the inside, Chapman has to make it work around the outside, and if, like right here, he just doesn't get it 100% right, he's going to have no chance at going at it through tower.
While these guys are scrapping for third, final step on the podium, John Atkinson, Evan Gobdell having a very fun fight. Dustin Hirota does lurk in the background. If these two trip over each other, Hirota will welcome a podium position and the championship points that come with it. Shiochi Ishimaru is still languishing down in 10th position, so all eyes now focused on race number 2. One more look at that championship picture then. 2 minutes left on the clock, 50 points, the gap between first and second, Jonathan. And as we head into that final race with just 16 cars, we mentioned the lowest number of points Hirota will get is 90 points. There is a lot of pressure on Ishimaru's head right now.
Ishimaru basically needs to win in order to get that championship, and Hirota has to finish, I think, 8th or worse for that 94 to win. But again, the fight for this lead is still really intense, Arjuna.
Oh, and Gobdell is slipping it down the inside of John Atkinson as well. So 2 wide for both first and second and third and fourth. We will have 2 laps still to go because as we cross the line, about 1 minute and 25 seconds still left to work. Side by side, they'll still go all over the curbs as Dave Chapman in the 444. And has he managed to clear Jack Ashton? Not yet. He was very close to doing so. As they come through tower, Chapman will roll the momentum around the outside. And he clears Jack Ashton into the race lead, and for the first time in a couple of laps, the 444 back at the front of the field, and we talked about leading across the white flag, Stefan. Guess what? Chapman into the race lead.
Yeah, but watch out for Ashton. He is the better driver right out of here, and that's what really counts. Ashton, he still can make everything happen if he once again gets a very good run right down into Gurney Bend and the hairpin.
Look at the defense then from Dave Chapman all the way to the inside. Forces Jack Ashton deep under brakes. Great aerial look we'll get once again. Across the line we go then. White flag in the air this time around. Couple of miles left to go in this penultimate race of the IVRA Club Cup Series. Dave Chapman tries to make it 3 race weekends where he can go back-to-back. Be a very tough challenge. Jack Ashton very deep under braking contact between the two of them. Ashton's gonna go around. He's gonna actually hang on to that one, get out to speed just in front of Evan Gobdell. And there'll be a bit of a fight then for second, third, and fourth, as Dave Chapman will take the race win. There is going to be, though, post-race reviews, so don't think these race results are final. There's going to be a squabble over that third step of the podium. Ashton all over the curbs. Might have a slowdown to serve as well. And guess what? Dustin Hirota is taking a look at this, Stefan, and saying, you know what? I've got a couple of positions I can gain here.
Yeah, most definitely. Maybe he can get something if they have a little bit of a kerfuffle through the hairpin. So still, Hirota could be getting a top 3 position here.
So Jack Ashton, unfortunate for him. Side by side, here comes John Atkinson looking to the outside. Dave Chapman will take the win out of the final corner. And I think second through fourth will be Gobdell, Ashton, and Atkinson. Out of the final corner, they streak single file, checkered flag in the air for Dave Chapman in the Triple Fork. Another race victory in the IVRA Club Cup Series, this time with a bit more commotion, as I think Evan Gobdell does hold off Jack Ashton just over 1/10 of a second, separating those two cars. John Atkinson in fourth, Dustin Hirota in fifth. And we'll wait then for Shiyoshi Ishimaru to come across the line. He almost gained a couple of positions in the closing stages, but unfortunately still down into 10th then, and big drama for the championship contenders. So let's go trackside and take a look at these post-race results so we can jump on into our Club Sport qualifying. Dave Chapman takes victory then from Evan Gobdell. Almost 3 seconds the margin of victory. Shipsky Racing making it 1 and 2. Jack Ashton in third. John Atkinson fourth. Dustin Hirota, championship leader, in fifth. Extends his advantage heading into the final 30 minutes of action. Ryan Walker sixth. Aaron Kurtz seventh. Dawid Mirek in eighth. His final appearance of the season, so the final championship points he'll get as well. Simon Erpelding 9th, Shiyoshi Ishimaru in 10th. And then our final 6 cars, Takeshi Taniguchi, Frank Oosterhuis, Andre Jameson, Takumi Kusiyama, Kyle Robertson, and Arthur Panzel are 16 cars. So there is the live point situation. And Jonathan, let's get your quick thoughts before we head on into that Club Sport qualifying session, because it's close. It's not as close as we would have hoped, and Dustin Hirota has 30 minutes to go before he can count himself an IVRA champion.
Ishimaru needs to win. It's just as simple as that. That 94 needs to be out front, and he needs to hope that 5 car just finishes outside the top 5 in order for the 94 to have a chance.
And Stefan, you did predict, didn't you, that Hirota would be your champion? You must be feeling pretty confident right now.
Yeah, most definitely. Once again, was a very great showing from Hirota. Just consistent, putting in his laps. He wasn't once again the fastest, but most definitely once again came out with a top 5 finish. And yeah, the others, they have to win basically now to be in that fight, to actually be able to crown themselves champion. And Hirota just has to continue what he has been doing throughout this season. Be consistent, get that top 5, and I'm pretty sure you're going to be crowned the champion.
And it's an interesting series. You got the opportunity to head out onto track last time, Stefan. 16 cars, it still produces incredible action. And like we were talking about in that race, hopefully for the next season, we get a bigger field throughout the entirety of the season.
Yeah, I mean, it is the MX-5, or let's just say it in general. It is club racing. Club racing always produces great racing, because these cars, you can't really do much with the setup. You're always going to end up with a samey pace, like I like to call it. It just everything comes down to your driver ability. The driver makes most of the difference in those cars, and because it is such a great and fun car to drive, and it likes pretty much every driving style that is out there, it just always comes to an extremely close pace throughout the top end of the field, and you always find those big packs of cars.
And so for the first time this season, we won't take a break. We will stick with you here live on RaceSpotTV as we jump on in to Club Sport Qualifying. So Club Cup Race 1 is done. We head into about 60 minutes of qualifying action, 15 minutes per class in this ClubSport Series. 30 more minutes of Club Cup action, and then we'll finally get underway for the final race of this ClubSport Series season, the 6 hours of Sebring. Halfway points will be on the agenda, and so let's talk about some of the stats and facts about this 6 hours of Sebring. Take a look first at the series schedule, and you'll notice here, longest race of the season to close it out, and obviously, halfway points are the name of the game here. Round 2, round 4, that's where those half points have come into the factor as well. Here's the series structure first. Before we take a look at the points, 3 classes of competition. Your Porsche 911 Cup class, where of course the World Championship car takes center stage. Then our GT4 class, where we've got the BMW M4 GT4, as well as the Porsche 718 Cayman, and then the TCR, the Audi RS3 LMS car. Wonderful, totally chaotic racing, as Sommel Aurora calls it. 15 minutes per class for qualifying before our 6-hour race, where live race control and safety cars will come into effect. And I say will because they will, trust me. Here is the point structure. 100 points for a race win, all the way down to just a solitary point for 25th. And in races longer than 4 hours, 50% race points are awarded at the halfway point. That means 150 points. That is the maximum all of our teams can take out of this season. And let's take a look at these championship standings as we head into TCR qualifying. The cars roll out onto track then. And while the TCR class isn't necessarily the closest, let's talk about that one for now, Jonathan, because we talked about it a bit. Team Hoisingfeld, they've got a 100-point advantage over the Full Send Racing cars. And while Full Send Racing have been the dominant force in TCR IVRA competitions in the past, this has been a season where Team Hoisingfeld has stepped up to the front.
Team Hoisingfeld is the only team in all 3 of these categories to stand on the podium every single week, and I think that's just showing how strong that 248 machine is. And Full Send Racing, they've only got 2 podiums, or 3 podiums. They've had just bad luck and just some little issues, and have second and third still, but it's going to take a really, really awful day from Team Hoisingfeld in order for the Full Send to even have a chance at stealing this championship.
And we'll talk a little bit about the other point situations. You can see just an indication of how much closer the other championships are than this TCR one. Team Hoisingfeld, 536 points. My Day's Urban Works, 439. Huge Ass, 387. The points that have been awarded at the top of the field in the other 2 classes, much less than Team Hoisingfeld have managed to accumulate. Cars are out there on track for qualifying then. You can see it says 53 minutes left in this part of the session. There will be a warm-up for these drivers to get to as well. Plenty of time for them to relax as the Mazdas get into the second race, their final race as well. And let's wait for the first of our lap times to come on down. They're working their way up to temperature and pressure, those tires. And as mentioned, in IVRA competitions, once you head out onto track for qualifying, you cannot come back down onto pit road, get a fresh set of tires, and head back out onto track. So, Stefan, that really does mean that these drivers, they get one chance at this. You can't make any mistakes at what is a very tricky Sebring International Raceway.
Yeah, especially for TCRs, it's incredibly difficult because of all the bumps. Obviously, you have not only have your front wheels turning like on normal style cars with the rear wheel drive, but also they have to drive your car forwards as well. So you're not only losing traction while turning, but you're also losing traction down the straight. And that is very essential, obviously, for being fast, to have grip on your front wheel tires. So it is a little bit different to set up a front wheel drive car to a rear wheel drive car on a track like Sebring, but I'm very sure that these guys have perfectly managed that and are ready for the next 6 hours. And just one more thing I want to point out about the championship standings in the TCR is that you probably saw the top 10 or watched through all of those top 10, and you probably also noticed the gap between first and second is nearly as big as the gap between second and 7th in the championship standings.
It's absolutely incredible. We talk about the tightness of the championships, but let's go across the line here and jump on board for a lap at Sebring. Take a look at how the TCR car takes to the track. Michael Schottler in towards turn 1. You can see just how he's trying to balance that car, not trying to steer too much on the entry, not trying to run too wide into the grass as well. Front wheel drive, always going to be a challenge through those corners. Slipping and sliding that car under braking as well. What a fun challenge this is going to be. And of course in TCR, you really can use and abuse the curves at this track. He's using that draft from the Team Impulse machine in front as underneath the pedestrian bridge they go down in towards turn 7 and what is a very tricky braking zone. Lots of bumps as you slam on the anchors. I think Team Hoisingveld might have actually backed off into the braking zone. You can see just how much faster they are than the Impulse Racing machine. In fact, so much faster, they slide the car through the apex of the corner. They're going to back out of this qualifying lap and re-rack and go for another lap time. And we talk about the draft, Jonathan, being so important. There's a reason why the full send racing cars, they usually work together in qualifying, and they usually find themselves at the front of the field.
Yeah, working together, you know, it's always nice to have a friend or a teammate out there, and especially since they're the only team that has 2 cars in this series, that it really helps them out and gives them a nice advantage. They can do different strategy calls, they can do different opposite things, and here in qualifying, again, getting that draft down the Eagleman straight, around Sunset, down the pit straight, it's going to be really useful, but it's not going to be as strong as we've seen in previous weeks. The Ullman Straight is really the only place where that draft is going to come into big play, besides coming at a big bend and going into turn 7 in the hairpin.
Lap times start to come on down. 450, excuse me, your provisional pole position. Alexander Tanner in the fiercely forward TCR machine. That's one of the full send racing cars making a big mistake, and that was Team Boss Steen Ledger. I wonder if that's going to be qualifying coming to a close for them. And any damage to the front of that car doesn't appear as though Ledger has managed to damage the car. But here we go. Take a look at the replay. Just a bit fast on entry. Through the grass he goes. Fortunately, out of any kind of walls there, Stefan. But you get an indication of just how fast these cars are pushing early in qualifying.
Well, they're pretty much pushing 130% right now, especially if you look at all the dirt that is already on the track just from the few laps that these guys have been doing. And like, even if you just go through a random car that is right now in the turn, you're probably going to see them going a little bit sideways through that turn because of how much they're pushing with that TCR. But obviously that also means that they're going to use up a little bit of those tires more than they would probably like to.
I'm just taking a look, by the way, over at the championship situation. The thing that I'm now wondering, can Team Hoisingveld, they've won 3 races this season, but can they go back-to-back for 3 consecutive race wins? That would be a very impressive showing. Of course, Jonathan, after the Full Send Racing TCR domination came to an end slightly earlier this season, there was a period of time where TCR, we saw one of these Full Send Racing cars on the podium in every single one of the IVRA competitions, but since the last couple of races, it's been tougher for the FSR crew, and now Team Hoisingveld really taking over that crown as the strongest team in TCR in IVRA competition.
Yeah, it's just been such an up and down season. Again, we saw early on in the season the 285 got a good win at Road America, but then they got, you know, first and second halfway points at the Circuit of the Americas. But then ever since then, it has just been up and down, and there's been moments where Full Send looks like they're going to go back to the podium, going to get both cars on the podium, and then there's an issue that happens with 1 or 2 cars, a pit cycle issue, contact with another machine. It's just been a really unlucky season, unfortunate, but also it doesn't really say how much that Team Hoisingveld has really just been there performing. Because the only time they haven't gotten points, including halfway points, scored higher than 3rd place, was the halfway points at Coda where they got 5th place. That is the only time they have finished outside the podium. So it's really just been impressive with Team Hoisingveld and Full Send. It's going to, I think, take a miracle.
Miracle, we were just saying that I was about to say that Alex Nella, the first car to break into the 215s. Team Hoisingveld, 214.649. So fast that it's apparently broken our qualifying graphics as well. We'll see if we can get that fixed. There you go. You can see the gaps across this class. 0.3 of a second provisionally right now between 1st and 2nd. Hoisingveld really effectively using that draft from the Impulse Racing car in front of them. 0.4 of a second quicker than that car. Jonathan, you said that draft isn't necessarily the strongest, I think Team Hoisingveld showing you that maybe it can help a little bit. Schottler, of course, though, a very quick driver.
The problem is, and we saw it on this first lap, is that, you know, you get down into the hairpin and you get super close, and all of a sudden you have to back out of it because you're just so much faster and you gain so much speed in that corner. You lose it all in the exits. That's why I was kind of saying, like, it's not as strong because that negative downside of getting so close can be really, really a disadvantage.
Alex Neller has swapped around, by the way, with the Kinetic Racing car. Matthias Magnussen will now use that draft from Alex Neller. Sorry, Stefan, you had something you wanted to say.
Yeah, I wanted to add to the point that Jonathan was trying to make there. And the problem is also, if you completely mess that up and you're behind a car that is a little bit too slow for yourself, you just completely put yourself into that weird box where you're now always going to run into them at the hairpin, for example, or into Sunset Bend, and all of a sudden you're not going to be first because of that draft, but you're going to be in the back end of the field because you always ran into the rear of that car.
Boosted Motorsports back to the top, 2:14.626. Team Hoisingveld second. Bombshell Racing Team up into third. Fiercely forward fourth. Full Send Racing's Dean Ledger has set a qualifying lap time, so they'll be up into the fifth spot, with 13 cars provisionally having set lap times. We were expecting an additional TCR entry from the Full Send Racing Team, a development entry, but a slight mix-up in registration for them. A T23 race coaching by FSR, they will not be taking to today's race. So, bit of a shame, but as Samuel Aurora, who's unfortunately having to miss today's action, I know he would have loved to call championship finale here at the virtual Sebring. TCR never disappoints, and Samuel will get his desires. He'll see championship finale tomorrow in the IVRA GT Sprint. He'll be alongside Stefan Schlacker for couple of hours of GT3 chaos at the Canadian Tire Motorsports Park. Not long left to work in ClubSport Qualifying then. All cars are still out there on track as well, so no one's pulled down onto pit road yet, Jonathan.
I was going to say, I think one of your favorite teams, Boosted, just because of the livery style of that 267, doing really well currently in that first position.
Yeah, no, doing very well, and once again, they're pulling to the side. They seem to be one that's very much relying on the draft. They got it from Kinetic Racing a couple of laps ago. They've now given it to the Kinetic team, and they'll slot in behind the Bombshell Racing team as they also kill a couple of cones. They'll be reported to the International Court of Cone Crimes as Bombshell, the first car then to pull off of the track, and they'll complete qualifying provisionally in fourth. Across the line then for a number of cars, we wait for improved qualifying lap times. I think Full Send Racing the only car to improve that time around. Pure Sims Esports to the top of the timing sheets though, a 2:14.533. And for Pete Newman, a very, very good qualifying performance there. It's been a very disappointing season for Pure Sims as an outfit, Stefan. Other than the one second place finish they've had, they've really been disappointed by, I think, the way that the races have shaken out for them.
Yeah, I mean, you can think across also to the Endurance series, where they have had that same problem where just the races never really seemed to go their way. They always had one stepping stone that they weren't able to overcome, like a safety car or something like that. So Pure Sims really out for redemption here in the season finale, especially in this series. So maybe they can help themselves get back up to the top end of the podium. And oh my goodness, I just saw that lap time from Voice.
I was waiting for you to realize that. Wow, what did Michael Schottler wake up and think this morning? We were talking about cars breaking into the 214s, and Michael Schottler says, you know what, I'll go 6/10 faster than every other car on track. 2:13.902. What a lap time. And there was a reason that I wanted to go on board with Team Hoisingveld, Stefan, because that was the lap I was waiting for.
Yeah, I mean, Schottler, he shows what the draft is capable of in the TCR. It is a really, really strong draft that the TCR develops, because it is kind of, think about it, that typical Audi. It is that box-shaped car. It just Audi. They seem like they want to create beautiful cars, but they always end up with a beautiful car that is shaped like a shoebox. And so it really is a great car to draft because it gains so much speed in that draft. And Schöttler seems to be able to really time it perfect, even though he has the Impulse Racing 222 ahead of him, who isn't up to their pace whatsoever, like pretty much nobody is except for Boosted, who has just claimed second place once again, and are now 3/10 behind.
Yeah, Boosted doing a great job. Alex Neller behind, getting the rear end loose as he puts a couple of wheels off into the gravel. Just under 4/10 separates first and second. Couple of tenths further back to Pearson's now. Full Send Racing and Ollie Peacock have just gone up into fourth with a 2:14.609. Impulse Racing with a 14.685 the last time around. That's their fastest lap time of the session. Couple more cars pulling off the track. Pure Sims Esports, the latest car down onto the lane, as well as a Kinetic Racing Speed, one of the Full Send Racing cars. And then the 200 for Alpine Stars Geodesic and Huge Ass in the 237. Being the one class that Huge Ass have really struggled in is TCR. I talk about bowling balls. I think it's fair to say that Michael Derby really has been the biggest one, the one that's also suffered the most in this TCR category. But of course, Jonathan, they're not the most unlucky team if you ask me. That, of course, has to go to the very creatively named No Luck EM Sport team.
Oh no, the No Luck EM Sport team, probably one of the unluckiest, but I don't know, there's a couple up there. The one ahead of the Huge Ass car, the Alpine Stars Geodesic Gold TCR machine, has not had as much luck this season as they probably would have liked. They got 3 goose eggs on the points board. So there's a number of teams, I think, in this TCR category that would have really liked a better outing. Kinetic Racing as well. They had a huge crash at the beginning of Spa that basically took them out of it. Yeah, there could be a lot of unlucky teams in just the TCR category. I haven't even gotten into the rest of the field.
Checkered flag has waved, so final lap times will be set by these cars. And then we'll roll out the BMW M4 and the Porsche 718 to take over for 15 minutes of qualifying. Bouncing through the final turn they go. Alex Neller uses this as a final pit entry practice opportunity in the RAF Tribute livery. Followed in behind as well by VEC Sim Racing, Kinetic Racing in front of him. As you can see, GT4 cars now being instructed to head out onto the lane. So let's take a look then at your championship picture one more time. This time, focusing on this sport class. 2 points. That's it. The gap between first and second. And oh wait, Hella Media in third. They're not far behind as well. 21 points separates them from the championship leaders. And Jonathan, this is absolutely incredible because about halfway through the season, it was very much looking like a 2-horse race. My Days versus Huge Ass. A couple of races ago, My Days built up in a championship advantage. But after drama at Suzuka, My Days Auburn Works, couple of incidents there for one of their star drivers in Danny Gisa, Huge Ass, Hella Media back into the mix.
And at first, it was looking like it was Huge Ass's championship to lose. They had 3 PMs to start the season, a win at Road America, and then, you know, they had a bad day at whereas My Days Urban Works had a decent day. They finished 4th, but then at Suzuka, it was the other way around. Huge Ass had a very good day, so did Hella Media, and then My Days Urban Works was really far down the order. So it's anyone's game, especially since I think Hella Media, if they finish 2 positions in front of the Urban Works car, they take the championship. So don't count out the 161 and Team Hoisingfeld. They're a long way back, but if anything happens to those front 3, they might be able to capitalize in this sport category. It's still wide open, especially with 150 points on the table.
And I think the halfway points here will really shape the last 3 hours of action. So watch for that, and we'll follow along with that live points situation as well. So, BMW versus Porsche. It's been the battle throughout the season. We've seen a number more of the Porsches in this class, Stefan. And at a track like this, where you do have some long straights, but you do have some very slow corners where making sure your car is handling correctly is going to be crucial. the balance where we've seen the BMWs be stronger down the straights, the Porsches being stronger through the corners, it's going to shape up for a very interesting fight here, because in this championship fight, Huge Ass is the only car in the BMW.
Yeah, it is most definitely going to be very interesting. If we tie this back to the real-life version that these cars run, last time around they were here at Sebring. Actually, it was a BMW that was on the podium of the two cars that we have in the sim that also run in the real-life IMSA series. So Porsche in real life struggles a little bit here because of all the bumps and obviously also the straights. But we have seen those Porsche teams really tie this Porsche down in the corners and be also somehow fast down the straights. So it's pretty much anybody's guess who is going to be able to really take home this race, because of how wildly different the pace can be depending on where you are in your stint.
So let's see if we can go on board then for a lap here. Down into turn 1, 5th gear. Slight dab of the brakes, so you hug yourself all the way into the inside, roll yourself back onto the power, and then down in towards what is known as turn 3, but of course it is actually turn 2 if you ask me. Wonder how much of the curve will be used here in front of Alex Albert, who we ride on board with. Christian Jung, who is qualifying for the My Days team, getting very, very wide through that complex of corners. And as we head under the bridge down into this braking zone, let's see what it's like in this M4. The Porsche is going to pull out of the way, not hold up the championship contenders, as Albert actually gets a little bit wide through the middle of the corner. That will lose him his own momentum, and down in towards the tower turn we work. And of course, what I'm seeing here, Jonathan, is that, you know, these cars, they do like to bounce around. They're not necessarily the hardest in terms of their suspension setting, and at a track like this, it might actually hurt these cars more than it helps them.
Especially since these bumps can be in just some very, very weird areas and very unsettling for the car. Like right here, you can see the transition right as we get into the tower turn, and then that's a bit of a bumpy zone. You go down to the Bishop, and on the exit of Le Mans, there's also a little bit of a few bumps, and it can really upset the car. And you can even see in these tight corners, this BMW struggles. We saw in the hairpin, like he was getting wide. It's, you know, Dylan Coyle coined that this thing is like a boat to drive. It just does not want to turn in the tight corners. I'm
just going to say Dylan did not coin that. The Mercedes AMG has been known as a boat for years on the iRacing service. I will say, though, it is an apt comparison to this BMW M4 GT4 car, and not necessarily to the GT3 machine. But of course, tires are coming up to temperature and pressure. For Alex Albert, that might explain some of the different lines and weirder lines that we've seen him take. So through the final corner, he works lots of bumps down to the inside. What's the lap time going to be this first time around? It's going to be, if I pull the right graphic up, a 2:11.635. He's 0.8 of a second slower than Team Hoisingveld right now. But of course, we did say a few struggles on that lap. Let's see how this works out. RaceSpotTV replay to take a look at. And it's for Samsoid Emerald coming through the tower turn. Ooh, they're going to get onto the grass. Are they going to go into the wall? No, they do a good job, Stefan, to hold on to that one. But we're going to stick on this replay. I think there's a second part to this incident.
That was a great save through tower. Let's see if that holds true what you said. The 199 going into Chenebien and out of Le Mans. And oh, didn't catch it this time around. Is he going to hit the wall? No. I'm surprised. That normally always ends into the wall. So great save once again, though, by the 199.
Yeah, really good job, because you can see, the wall comes into the track as well. So got onto the brakes nice and early, slowed that momentum down, and won't ruin the rest of his qualifying, because his tires might be screaming. He might just have to calm them down very slightly, but we'll have the rest of the 10 minutes or so to set his qualifying lap times. Hella media then. 3rd place in the championship, 9th place in qualifying provisionally. 3 seconds off the pace. They need, Jonathan, for this qualifying to go well, because while the gaps are small, they are also the team that has really been charging up in this second half of the season. Momentum is on their side, and momentum needs to carry them throughout this race as well.
Yeah, it's going to be just, you need this momentum, you need it building and building and building, and even throughout this race. Again, you mentioned this is also the longest race these guys are going to face all season long as it gets a little bit aggressive on those curbs, does the Hella Media car. But it's going to be a different feel, and I think, especially since that it is a longer race, and that's where Hella Media has really done well in these longer 4-hour races. This might be a bit of a good sign for things to come for them. Although qualifying down in ninth, not a good idea at the moment.
And you know what? Looking at these lap times, right hand side of your screen, let me just pull up this live point situation in the sport category. Don't count out Team Hoisingfeld. The gap is under about 80 points or so, but they are 1 second quicker than third place right now. The Electronic Sportsman, the only car to be within a 1 second bracket right now, Stefan, of that Team Hoisingfeld 148 car. And we saw last time out some incredible, absolutely incredible pace from that 148 car. If that happens again and some of these contenders come unstuck, I really am going to be watching in that last hour for Team Hoisingfeld to be in and around that top 3.
Yeah, the 148, I'm seeing right now 3 drivers registered for that car. Jan Böhl and Andrei Rajkovic, besides Leonard Hartenberg, who is right now doing the qualifying run. So the 148, once again, with some great personnel that's going to be behind that wheel for today. And yeah, as you said, they're less than 100 points away, and if they just win the halfway mark, it's already going to be quite the big challenge up to the front. But in general, we have to say this GT4 class is extremely competitive, because I think we have like the top 7 or 8 inside 100 points still.
It is close, but now that I'm thinking about it and the situations, the various outcomes that need to happen for Hoisingfeld to really get to the front, it's not like it's just 1 or 2 teams here, Jonathan. You need all 3 teams to come unstuck, because all 3 of those major teams, the Huge Ass My Days and the Hella Media team, they're all within such a close bracket that you don't need just one of them to fail. You need all 3 of them to fail.
I mean, a little more leniency, I guess, for Hella Media because they're a bit farther back from My Days, but even still, like, yeah, you need all 3 of them to be effectively outside the top 5, and you need Team Hoisingfeld to take the halfway points for full 50 and take the win and get 150. That's I think going to be the best game plan for them, and even then, now that I'm thinking about it, like even then they might be a few points off. So it's going to take a few miracles, but again, it's 6 hours. Anything can happen here.
Seriously, and in this ClubSport Series, anything can happen. Top 4 then are Porsche 718 Caymans. The car on screen right now, the second place car
backwards
in the championship was in 5th. AOD Racing has just pipped them in their BMW. Another team that's had a very up and down season across the IVRA competitions. But 3 BMWs in the field. And Jonathan, we get a good indication then of where the balance lies.
Yeah, it's unfortunately just been the story of the second half of the season. Like, the balance of power just has been towards those Porsches. The BMWs are good in a straight line, but we even saw at Spa, a track that, you know, should really balance these two out. The Porsches were still decently strong. It's just going to be a matter of like how good you can drive this car. And Hugh Jazz has really impressed on us in the BMW, the highest finishing BMW basically all season long. I think it's actually the first time I think AOD's been faster than them in most sessions.
Great visor cam look on board with Alex Albert through qualifying. Trying to be very, very smooth on that input. And of course, when it comes down to strategy as well, there's not really a tire set limit for this race, Stefan, but of course, a tire wear is going to be such a crucial factor. Let's take a look at our track conditions for the first time today. Just 32 degrees, but that will warm up as we go through the 6 hours of action.
Yeah, I think I already saw 34 degrees Celsius on the track, if I remember correctly. And by the way, in case you're wondering, Club Cup had 37 degrees Celsius in their first race. So quite samey conditions right now for all these guys. And the thing with the BMW is it also has worse tire wear than the Porsche. So there's another thing that you have to factor in to this racing, because those BMWs, now they're slower, but they're also going to wear their tires faster. You guys were talking about how that BMW just drives kind of like the GT3 Mercedes. Well, you haven't seen a boat until you have seen the Mercedes GT4 race, because that really doesn't like turns whatsoever.
I'm trying to remember what it's called on the forums by Bino. It's called the Moosades. That's what he calls it. Great name. That's what I was trying to remember. RaceSpotTV replay, by the way. Championship leaders not having the easiest run of things in qualifying. Christian Jung, after a very, very dramatic last round at Suzuka for this 124 car, slight mistake in qualifying, and they'll be hoping this is not the sign of things to come, because of course, Jonathan, it's hard to talk about that last race at Suzuka without talking about the struggles of this team.
Yeah, I also mentioned that when we were on board with you, Jets, you saw it in the background of this car sliding. It's been a slow, I think, decline almost for the My Days Urban Works car. They started the season off strong, 2 podiums, and then they haven't been back on the podium since Coda. So it's just kind of a struggle, especially at Suzuka. Like, they only had 33 points, one of the lowest scoring teams in the field, actually the lowest scoring team in the field, that didn't score a 0. So they really need a good weekend, and lighting up the tires and spinning it right there through turn, probably not a good way to start.
So Hoisting felt they're done with qualifying. So much quicker than the rest of the field that they say, you know what, let's go take a bit of a break. The Electronic Sportsman in second, My Days Urban Works in third, SRN Motorsports and Jason Gerard in the 174 down on pit road as well. Looks like there was another missed registration entry in this class as well. Porsche Owners Club and Michael Roban, I think, will have to miss this race, unfortunately. So a couple of cars making administration errors very early on, and in a 6-hour race, can't afford for that to be happening. One more class to head out onto track for qualifying. Of course, our World Championship car will take center stage. Halfway through the Porsche Tagore Esports Super Cup, Josh Rogers with one hand on that trophy, if you don't mind me saying. It's been an absolutely extraordinary season for him. Much more tough for the defending champion Sebastian Job, as both of those Porsches hanging the tail out through turn 1. Right on the limit here in qualifying, as the Electronic Sportsmen are finished in qualifying as well. So, a couple of cars then left to run in qualifying here, and in what is a very close championship fight. The My Days Urban Works team throw the first punch. They're in third. Huge Ass in 7th. Hella Media down in 13th. 2.5 seconds off the pace, Stefan.
Yeah, I'm honestly not sure why they are back there at 161. They're continuing to struggle a little bit. It seems like every time they pass the pit lane, it just seems a little bit off how that Porsche is driving. So Isaacson most definitely not on pace right now. Most definitely not compared to the overall pace of those Porsches. Even 2/10 of the second last car in this class. So yeah, lots of work to do for the 161. But we have to say it is a 6-hour race. 3 hours till the first points are being paid out. Qualifying is only so little of that.
I think I'm not going to call it a 6-hour race anymore, Stefan. It is 2 3-hour races, because the 50 points, yes, it's only half of the points available at the end, but when the margins are so close, all of these points are important. So if I'm some of these teams, genuinely, the way I'm looking at it is, I need to be at the front after 3 hours, and I need to be at the front after 6. You can play your strategy around with that. Of course, safety cars are the question that gets thrown into every single IVRA race. But again, you have to try and plan. You have to try and be prepared to win a championship here today. Hella Media then through Sunset Bend, done with qualifying. 2.5 seconds off the pace. What will they show us? Checkered flag has waved, by the way, in qualifying, so we'll wait for the final couple of cars to come down onto the lane. There's World of Sim Racing. The 151 car. They'll be the last car out on track. And of course, when I'm talking about this as 2 3-hour races, it's not that unlike what you'll hear them talking about in the real world, of course, Jonathan, because, I mean, I don't know if you've watched any of the recent 24-hour races, but the constant refrain, it's not a 24-hour endurance race anymore, it's 24 one-hour sprints now.
Yeah, just getting into the end of every hour, trying to stay up front, and I don't know, this halfway point system kind of reminds me of like a NASCAR like stage racing system, and a lot of times you need those points, really. And I think a lot of these guys are going to be building strategy around that, are building their race setup and building their entire point around those halfway points, and then having to start from ground zero and moving then into the big points at the final 6 hours. But we're going to have to wait and see, and this class is going to be the most entertaining for these halfway points, the Porsche Cup class.
Oh, that's putting it lightly, as the Cup cars roll themselves out onto track for qualifying. Let's take a look at this championship picture, because there's only a couple of points separating your leaders in GT4. Well, 3 points separate the top 3 in this class, and don't count out the likes of Team 11, Maniti Racing, or even Team Bergen and Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing. Unfortunately, in the case of Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, Miguel Vigo on a plane today, unfortunately unable to take part in today's festivities, but for a car that's been very, very quick, they are still in with a championship shout. But ultimately, all eyes out front, huge ass, fiercely forward, H2 Performance, SRT, and Stefan. When we're thinking about these halfway points, you can't afford to really put yourself at too much of a disadvantage in this class, because we've seen so much changing in very quick fashion that the safety cars really have affected this class more than any on strategy. Let's see how this one works out.
Yeah, and like you said, you can't miss out on those halfway points. And it really speaks true for the Cup class, because especially if you're huge ass, if you're third place and you have fiercely forward and H2 Performance SRT ahead of you at the halfway mark, all of a sudden you're only in third place anymore, and you have to get back at these guys to be able to win this championship. So these guys really need to be on their toes, and I would be surprised if anyone really has a clear-cut strategy at this point, because you just can't have a strategy that you can really play to, because everything can mess you up. Halfway points just not really going your way, or even just a bad overtake where you lose a couple of seconds because of it, because you have to go onto the grass. It just could completely mess up your championship standings and where you are in it.
So the final 15 minutes of qualifying then in this season's action. Our first ever season under the IVRA sanctioning body. Crazy to think that almost 3.5 years ago, this series first founded under another sanctioning body. I competed in that first ever series in this Porsche 911 Cup class. Didn't go so well for me. You want to know how poorly it went? I was driving with a teammate who I don't even think actually managed to do a race that season because I crashed so early on. But it has grown and it has developed. And to have Team Hoisingveld get pole position in not one but 2 classes, I think illustrates just how far the sanctioning body has come as well. And we did talk about the fact that we've got a brand new schedule to look forward to. Let's maybe just talk about it a little bit then. Here you go. The full confirmed 2021-2022 competition schedule for the IVRA sanctioning body. All 4 series do return as well. You've got your Endurance and the GT Sprint Series, which will now be broken up into a fall and spring series. 2 different champions to be crowned every single winter. But of course, the Club Cup and the ClubSport Series do return. Season opener at Motegi this time around. Mid-Ohio VIR, the 3 races in 2021, and then 2022. Head to Road Atlanta Zolder, and then the brand new addition to the iRacing service, the Red Bull Ring. And we've talked about this a couple of times, but I'm going to ask you guys one more time, because I think now things might have changed after the kind of races that we've seen in this competition, because personally, I really do think Road Atlanta, that is going to be the most interesting race in this ClubSport Series next season. But I can also imagine, Jonathan, the Red Bull Ring might be a very fascinating race as well.
Look, the Red Bull Ring will be more fascinating just because they're not going to have that big of a notebook on it. It'll be one of the first competitions probably on that track for a lot of these guys. So like Road Atlanta's been on the service for quite some time. It's a track that everyone's familiar with. I think heading to the Red Bull Ring, that'll be interesting. But that middle race is older. It's still going to be very, very intense, especially with how tight it is around that course.
And so here's then that look at 2021-2022. Let's quickly talk about the IVRA Triple Crown as well. 3 24-hour races across the calendar year 2021 through 2022. We'll start it off with the 24 hours of Monza. Then we'll get in towards the 24 hours of Silverstone. Great way to close out the calendar year with the Club Sport cars taking to the track. And then in May, 24 hours here at Sebring, but with the endurance competition. Sign-ups will open for this shortly. And Stefan, $13,000 in prize money on the table for these cars. And you can catch it all uninterrupted live on RaceSpotTV.
Yeah, it's most definitely going to be one of the hardest challenges that you can have in endurance racing, because you only have 3 races and you need to be basically racing a different car every single race. I mean, you only have the GT3s twice in this, and most of the time you're not going to see the GT3 cars going to be continuing to be in the GT3 class than in the Sebring race. So really is one of the most difficult and different challenges that you can have in sim racing.
So that's a quick look at the next year of IVRA competitions. Don't forget, though, a championship finale over the next 6 hours. We still got the IVRA Club Cup race number 2 to get to. And a reminder, you can stay involved using the hashtag IVRA League. Dave Chapman has won the first of 2 races and still got a mathematical chance, as he says, but going to take not just luck, but disaster for both Shiochi Ishimaru and Dustin Hirota. Stay in touch with us using that hashtag, by the way. It will be great to stay connected to all the teams throughout the entirety of the action. Other teams have been getting in on some of the fun. I'll be honest, it's been a long, long time since I spoke any French, but VEC Sim Racing are very excited to be out there on track, and it looks like you can head on over to their Twitch as well to follow along with an onboard look with them. So, qualifying for the final time, Impulse in provisional pole, Hell Racers, just 1,000th of a second separates them. The Hell Racers sister car, though, just as I say that, 1/10 of a second faster. But where are the championship contenders here? Huge ass, they've just moved themselves up into 4th. Fiercely Forward provisionally in 10th. Quintin Violate's teammate, Hugo Drouet, is qualifying that car. First qualifying lap time for them. Still got time to build up temperature and pressure into the tires, but lots of attention then on qualifying here because, of course, Jonathan, with 17 cars in this class, if you qualify at the back, you'll be running around at the back as well.
Yeah, and it's one of the most intense classes. Obviously, we have 8 cars mathematically that can still win the championship, although, 8 is being a little bit generous with a bunch of Dudusik and NAB Racing, unless everything goes wrong right in front of them. But there's still some really good fast race cars. Obviously, the Hell Racers probably haven't had as much luck as they really wanted. They're out of the championship fight, but they're running fast. We've had Fisher Motorsport in and out. They've been running good every now and then. Team Down Under has shown really great pace, but they just not have been able to capitalize. It's a really competitive class. And I think that's what makes this championship even harder to predict, is that we really don't know what the final outcome is going to be and who's going to be strongest here.
Well, one team not necessarily in with the chance, but I'll be keeping my eye out on is NAB Racing. Of course, Nick Thyssen, part of ATVO. Shout out to him, Kevin Niatola, and Simon Grossman for a lot of hard work in the opening 2 months of this year to bring a brand new RaceSpot graphics package to your screens. But they are going to be joined today by organizer of the Neo Endurance Series, Neil Hykins, for a guest appearance in this NAB Racing car. Excited about a couple of very important people behind the scenes in some of the biggest competitions you can watch on RaceSpotTV, out there on track competing as well. Nick Thyssen has been quick on occasion, and he'll pull to the side, get out of the way for Team 11 as they'll start a qualifying lap time. Team Bergen, provisional pole. Race winners in the ClubSport Summer Series. The first ever competitions organized by the IVRA sanctioning body. This has not been the season that they expected. They were expecting to be at the front and to be challenging for this championship, but as we head into this final round of the season, mathematical chance, but 6th place in the championship, only one podium to speak of this season, Stefan. I think that really illustrates to you just how much the competition in this class has intensified for this first full season of action as well.
Yeah, I mean, sim racing in general, you can't really predict where you're gonna be because you don't have those open test sessions that everybody is going to attend like you have in real life, where we have limited testing. So you're really only gonna see where you are pace-wise and strategy-wise when you are into the mix of the first couple of races. And Team Bergen, as I said, one of those teams that really hasn't been where they have been expecting. So most definitely damper, but I'm pretty sure they're still going to be very happy how the season turned out in the very end.
Oh, Maniti Racing, another team that maybe expected more from this season. Unfortunate for them, 5th place. 2nd place last time out. They're 5th place in the championship, 2nd place at Suzuka. They're more of a likelihood, I think, to try and challenge for this crown. Maniti, Jonathan, not just in this Porsche 911, they are quick in any competition we see them in. They usually are in either an Audi R8 or a BMW, but they do like this Porsche 911 as well.
Yeah, they're fast and they're showing good pace in it. The problem for them points-wise is just in these 4-hour races that they've had the double points, they have been down at the rear of the field. They haven't scored more than 29 points. I think that's like an 11th place finish, and their halfway points have been really far down the order as well. So it's mainly that they were not able to capitalize on that. They've been really good at kind of our sprint races. They've been a win at Barber, a 4th place at Road America, and on the podium last time out at Suzuka. So this is, I think, going to be probably the biggest challenge for Maniti. What can they do in this 6 hours to really break that trend of these long races being their kryptonite?
Ooh, who is that? Team Bergen, Anders Myers, made a small mistake there. Couple of replays then.
Play with the alligators.
Let's go and take a look at a few replays here. And they've been parked on the outside of the corner for a while. Impulse checks them up. Ooh, no, Impulse is going to go to the wall in front of them. And both cars decide then to complete qualifying. There were more incidents to take a look at, so let's spool it back. Work our way through these. First up, it is Team Bergen. Oh, we saw the Full Send Racing TCR car doing this earlier on. Anders Myers goes off-track racing. And then this is Vince Peters in the very quick Team Down Under machine. I have a feeling we'll see that on a couple of instances today, locking that right front under braking, deep under brakes into the grass. And then the final replay we will take a look at is Lucas Lippert for H2 Performance. And again, a championship competitor. Same mistake as one of his rivals. Couple of trends to keep our eyes out for then, Jonathan.
So that's like the 4th time that the car's gotten really close to that wall today. We haven't started racing for the 6 hours yet. We've only done a 30-minute race and then some qualifying. So that wall is going to be quite dangerous, I think, heading into turn 4 and 5.
It will be indeed. More cars on pit road. Team Bergen, huge ass. Impulse. Team Down Under, Alpine Stars, Geodesic. As mentioned, Maniti Racing, they'll lose the rear end. That will be their qualifying almost done as well. Those tires will be way too hot to cool them down and get a couple good lap times under their belt, but provisional pole, it won't matter so much. Was going to say, though, Stefan, we saw at the conclusion of the ClubSport Summer Series a fantastic fight. It was amazing between Maniti Racing and Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing. They came to blows. I'm not surprised then to see both of those cars still in with the mix of the championship once again. That ClubSport Summer Series was really a testing bed for some of these teams to grow into this full season competition.
Yeah, you pretty much took my point away already there. That Summer Series was just not only great fun for these people, but also, as you said, the testing bed to really grow into this car and to really make most of the chances that they can have in this series. And obviously one thing that isn't really being talked on iRacing or in broadcasts that involve the Porsche 911 Cup car as an endurance car is actually that iRacing features obviously the Sprint Cup car. There's a distinct difference between the Endurance and the Sprint 911 Cup, because the Endurance version actually does have traction control and ABS systems that they're allowed to use during those races, which obviously in the Sprint Cup car are not available to yourself.
And I think features that a couple of these drivers would have wanted to avail themselves of. Let's take a look not just at a replay for Hugo Drouet. Here is one of our championship big three. Richard Carlson makes the mistake, noses the car into the wall, and watch out for him resetting onto pit road. Here's the mistake for Drouet, just a bit too much momentum. Weight not necessarily balanced correctly through the corner, and he also elects to give up for qualifying. So we're almost done. 6 minutes left on the qualifying clock, but just 1 minute left to go. Cars will be able to come across the line to start one final quick lap. Maniti Racing, Hell Racers, NAB Racing, and Virtual Motorsport, as well as the World of Sim Racing cars, all still out there on track for the final time. Looks like Hell Racers in the 26th, they're done for qualifying, as is one of the World of Sim Racing cars, and both of them actually pulling to the side. Checkered flag actually is just waved in qualifying. That's why they're pulling to the side. And so we'll wait for the final cars to streak across the line, Jonathan.
And just trying to get those final lap times in. Normally, you're kind of losing the freshness of the tires. You're running a little bit low on fuel, so maybe you can get a good lap time in. NAB is able to improve their time, but I don't know if Maniti is necessarily going to improve. Nope, they're just going to almost murder a few. They did murder a few cones and go into pit road.
So qualifying comes to an end then. Let's quickly run you through the results here before we jump on into our final race in the IVRA Club Cup. So first up in the Cup class, it is Maniti Racing on pole, Anders Myers in second for Team Bergen, and then Huge Ass Championship leaders in third. This is a very close championship, and qualifying results close as well. Just 0.4 of a second separates the top 10, and we'll watch out for this one to be our very exciting championship fight across 6 hours of action. Next up, let's take a look then at the GT4 Sport class. Team Hoisingveld, 0.5 of a second clear of the rest of the field. They were quick last time at Suzuka. What can they do here across the bumps at Sebring? Electronic Sportsman, a very impressive second. My Days Urban Works, another championship leader in third position. Their main rivals, Alex Albert in 7th, but more importantly, Team Hella Media, 3rd place in the championship, 2.5 seconds off the pace. Final class, let's talk about TCR quickly. Team Hoisingveld on pole, Team Hoisingveld with one hand on the championship as well. Boosted Motorsports, very impressive 2nd place with Impulse in 3rd. Pure Sims, for the first time this season, qualifying well up in 4th. Ollie Peacock 5th, Full Send Racing. And we'll work our way through these cars. Jonathan, quick thoughts then as we roll it on over in towards this Club Cup race number 2. 6 hours of action. We'll take 1 hour at the start, take a few hours off, come back to see the final 2 hours and that sprint to the end. Based on qualifying, I am super excited now.
I am, because you still can't predict the Cup class. You can't predict those Porsches and how they're going to finish. And even the Sport class is wide open. Hella Media at the rear. Huge Ass and My Days Urban Works not as fast as I think they should be. It's going to be a very intense race and a very nerve-wracking race, I think, for every single team in the championship contention.
And, well, interestingly here as well, Stefan, when we think about this championship picture, for it to be this close after 5 races, it just illustrates how close the competition is in this series and why people should be paying attention to it week after week.
Yeah, most definitely. And I mean, you're saying 5 races, but in reality, you could even say 7 races, because you have twice the halfway points as well. So it really is interesting how this series managed to be so close together over vastly varying amount of racing, because you have 4-hour races. You have I think the shorter ones are 2.5 hours. Correct me if I'm wrong. 2.4 hours. So it is just incredible how these guys managed to be this close together, not only after so much racing, but also over so many different challenges that the tracks and also the series itself did throw at them.
And I'll ask you this, Stefan, because you, of course, competed in the IVRA GT Sprint Series. The safety car process, it's a total game changer. And while you don't necessarily have it in that 1 hour sprint race, in these 6 hour races, there is that unpredictable element that you mentioned. Teams cannot bank on a strategy like they can in certain other leagues and maybe iRacing special events. I think in all the major races this season, we've seen safety cars in the final hour of the race. So you've got to keep your strategy wide open. You've got to be prepared to be flexible.
Yeah, exactly. You have to keep your strategy wide open. I mean, in the GT Sprint Series, I think we were a little bit lucky with the safety car. I think it only came out once throughout the season thus far. And also, we had one in the preseason race, which was quite kind of funny if I think back about that incident. Obviously, we didn't see it on the broadcast because there was no broadcast for that race. But yeah, GT Sprint, totally different scenario to what we see in front of us here today. Because, as said, there is no real safety car. While there can be one, it's not really a problem for that series. And I mean, if you really want to take the safety car to extreme, just look back. I think it was 1 week ago, it was 2 weeks ago, the Endurance Series at Virginia International Raceway. That's something completely off the scale, something you don't really normally see. But it's always, no matter how many safety cars you have, it always is a complete game changer, something you can't expect, and you always have to somehow make work with your strategy.
And so, for the final time this season then, let's focus in on the IVRA Club Cup once more. 30 minutes of sprint racing chaos left to go in our inaugural season, and the championship comes all the way down to the wire. It's been a very entertaining road, to say the least. I think about some of the races we had at the Barber Motorsports Park, as well as a couple of weeks before that at the Circuit of the Americas. But here is the live points situation. Dustin Hiroda, almost 50 points clear of Shiochi Ishimaru, the standout driver this season in terms of consistency. The standout driver in terms of performance, though, Dave Chapman in the 444, 100 points behind. And unfortunately here, Jonathan, it takes Dustin Hiroda, Shiochi Ishimaru being taken out of this race very early on. They have to be not classified for Chapman to take a championship win here. As a result, we're going to be focusing on Ishimaru versus Hiroda.
And it's going to be how far they can come through the field. Obviously, a reverse grid means Ishimaru is going to start further up than that 5 machine, so Ishimaru does not have that many cars to pass to get to the front. It's going to matter of where does Hiroda finish and what trouble does Hiroda get in, if any.
Got about 4 minutes to get going here with the green flag. Cars will have a fairly short pace lap to get underway. And Ishimaru is actually just disconnected from the race session, so he's going to have to reconnect in the next 4 minutes or so. So that's going to be a very, very tight window for the Japanese driver. And Stefan, 30 minutes to go. 13 cars will be out there on track, with qualifying having gone interestingly. There is a reverse grid, as mentioned, but the order has been slightly misset. So there's going to be some commotion on the pacing lap as cars work themselves back into the right order. But once we get underway with this reverse grid race, it's all about Ishimaru, Hiroda. Can they stay out of trouble? And can Ishimaru manage to defeat Dustin Hiroda?
I mean, if you think about it right now, Ishimaru has the best possible spot to be in. He is in the mid-pack. He only has 4 cars ahead of him, while Hiroda has 2 more cars that he has to work his way around. So in reality, this is all in Ishimaru's hands. He can make the jump into first place and then be able to just run away from the rest of the field, while Hiroda and Chapman have to fight their way maybe still through the pack. So it is one of the most chaotic starts that we might see, because of Hiroda and Chapman having to pretty much go all out to chase after Ishimaru, because he is starting so much ahead of him, ahead of them. So hopefully nothing happens, but we might see something happening to either Hiroda or Chapman as they try to charge their way completely through this field.
And as mentioned, it is a shame that we don't have the full suite of cars out there. And if you want to learn more about the IVRA competitions, head on over to ivraleague.com. Information about 2021, 2022 starting to come on down, and you can find out about registration info for that as well. All of this will be live and uninterrupted on RaceSpotTV throughout the course of the next winter, and lots of interesting races still to come. Hungaroring, very excited about that being added to the calendar. I think Indy cars will have a very fun race there. And speaking of Indy cars, the streets of Detroit in GT3 sprint racing action. I'm not sure how that one's going to work out, Jonathan, but it will be interesting to say the least.
It's like when IMSA goes and play some fun at the streets of Detroit. It'll be tight, it'll be intense, bumpy. There might be some NASCAR-style door banging, to say the least, but like it should be fun and entertaining. I'm actually really excited for that one.
And of course, endurance and GT Sprint, they will be broken up into a fall and a spring season. It will allow 2 sets of champions to be crowned, 2 teams as well to really get in the spotlight, and potentially new faces to show up in the spring. Sometimes we do get teams that want to sign up in the winter period where don't have too many races, but qualifying comes to an end then here. Let's go ahead and take a look at the starting grid for the final time in this season's IVRA Club Cup. So it is Jack Ashton on provisional pole position. He'll drop to the back of the field after we get this reverse grid sorted. Arthur Panzel on the front row then. Takumi Kusiyama will line up alongside him. Frank Oosterhuis, Takeshi Taniguchi, and then Shiochi Ishimaru will line up back in 5th position. Lots of work for him to do to secure this championship. Simon Erpelding in 7th, Ryan Walker in 8th. Dustin Hiroda fighting with Ishimaru will have a lot of work to do, but he is the man in the driver's seat, and he'll have his teammate for company. Evan Gobdell, Dave Chapman in the 333 and 444 respectively. Aaron Kurtz, the only car to not set a qualifying time. He'll start at the back of the field alongside Jack Ashton. So just 13 cars in this field. But just like we saw in race number 1, expecting this to be absolutely chaotic. Reminder, 52 points. That is the difference. And for Dustin Hiroda, consistency has brought him to this point, and consistency in 30 minutes time will see him take a championship. You mentioned that consistency, Stefan, so I want to ask you here. If you are Hiroda, how do you approach this race? How aggressive do you try and be? How cautious do you try and be?
Well, the thing is, it is kind of strange with Hiroda. He hasn't been the winner of a single race this season, so if I would be in Hiroda's shoes, I would actually try to go for the win right here, because obviously it's still that one thing missing in your resume of this season. You have the 3 top 3s in this season, but not a single win, and winning the championship without actually winning a single race in the season is probably one of the most strangest things you can have.
It's strange, but not as strange as Jack Ashton doing what he's doing now, which is pulling to the side of the track. He starts at the tail end of this reverse grid. If you're curious, by the way, about the incident between that driver and Dave Chapman in race number 1, Ashton has already apologized for the contact. I have a feeling no further action coming from the race stewards. 30 minutes left to go. It's been absolutely incredible. And to be honest, sometimes I look forward to the support series more than the main race itself. For Ishimaru, it's a tale of what could have been a small mistake last time at Suzuka, took the championship out of the driver's seat for him, now leave Dustin Hiroda with 30 minutes left to go to secure this championship. The green flag waves for the final time this season. Let's get underway for 30 minutes of outright chaos. And there's already a big crash. And Ishimaru is going to get involved. And Ishimaru is going to be big damage to the front of his car. Hiroda is right behind him. And in this battle for the championship, it's all playing out exactly how Dustin Hiroda needed it to come. As they work down into the tower corner, big damage on the front of Shiochi Ishimaru, and Dustin Hiroda right behind him is ready to pounce, Jonathan.
it just looked like the second and third rows just, I don't know, if they just didn't get sorted out on the green flag or someone wanted to make a move. But now here comes Hiroder. He's going to try and get this 94 on track position, and we don't know how much damage that is going to be affecting that 94. That's the thing. That front bumper is trying to find a way to fall off, but staying on right now. That was a dicey move.
And Hiroda's going to get on past Ishimaru, who's going to fall through the field. That damage is not going to help out a driver that has been so consistent throughout the season. We'll take a look at the replays in just a few moments' time. Hiroda then into third. One hand on the trophy, 28 minutes to go. Out front, Arthur Panzel.
No,
that's Evan Gobdell, who's now into the wall. Big contact there with Frank Oosterhuis. Big drama here then on the opening lap. And meanwhile, the two leaders at the front try and run away. Stefan Ishimaru is limping, and this championship fight is all but done.
Wouldn't be surprised if he even has a black flag that he has to clear because of the damage. Now actually stays out. So it seems like Ishimaru does not have a meatball, but basically that car is so off-paced, I think it's rivaling a slow test right now.
And so let's go ahead and take a look at these replays, because guess what? It sounds as though all of this damage might be self-inflicted from Shiochi Ishimaru. First look at this start replay. Ishimaru comes across the track, and indeed it is his fault. We'll grab one more look at it from the aerial look, Jonathan, but all of this commotion caused by Ishimaru's desperation for the championship.
I think he tries and finds a gap here in between the graphite car and the 861. He was trying to avoid contact and ended up finding some more contact. He got into the 861, comes back right on the track, does Taniguchi, and it's just heavy damage for him. And then like the pack behind them also like got held up and was beating and banging, so they're not the only ones in trouble. Look at the inside of, I want to say that was no, that's not Panzel, that was Chapman, who just ducked to the inside and prayed for it.
And they went 3 wide for a second, but let's jump back to live pictures, try and unfold this race situation. The race leaders, they've got a 4-second advantage. Arthur Panzel, Takumi Kusuyama, they've got a race win, potentially staring down their throats. 26 minutes left to hold on to this one. Dustin Hiroder then, he's got his teammate right behind him, and that's exactly what he needs in this situation, Stefan. He needs a helping hand to just control the next 26 minutes.
Yeah, and the funny thing would be this would be his 4th top 3 finish of the season if he would be able to hold this position till the end. I mean, it's still a very long way to go. Still 26.5 minutes to go as Herder continues here in 3rd place. And I think we have a replay here up of Chapman.
No, this is going to be Gobdell. Ooh, he loses it by himself. And then Oosterhuis makes contact with another one of the Shipsky Racing cars. I think that might have been Simon Erpelding with that second bit of contact. And that's what draws Evan Gobdell and Frank Oosterhuis down onto pit road. So more cars retired. Out of our 13, just 11 still out there on track. And Shiochi Ishimaru still is out there running, but very much looking worse for the wear. Side by side, Jack Ashton is with Dave Chapman. We saw these guys scrapping it out for race number 1. In towards 5th now for Chapman. 5 seconds behind the race leaders, Jonathan. I don't really think there's too much danger that Chapman, for a 3rd time this season, takes 2 race victories in a weekend.
It requires Kusuyama and Panzel to get into each other a little bit and start fighting to really slow them up, but it also requires that Jack Ashton gets off the rear bumper with a 444 because he's not leaving. Ryan Walker has a perfect view of it, pretty much, of these two fighting.
And Ryan will be on broadcast in a couple of hours' time, so enjoying some action out on track, and then he'll enjoy it from the virtual commentary booth as well. In front of Ashton, you can see Hiroder still feels the pressure from his teammate, but I don't think John Atkinson is going to try anything in this race. Question becomes now, Stefan, if you are Dustin Hiroder and you see Dave Chapman, Jack Ashton having some fun behind you, do you just pull to the side of the road, let them go by, and then see if they can maybe pull the gap to the leaders? Because you can see they're side by side for the race lead. The gap to a 3rd position is starting to come down now.
Well, if Ashton and Chapman continue to fight behind Herder, he's gonna love it seeing it in his rearview mirror. Also, the thing that he is loving to see is that Panzel and Kusuyama are fighting for that lead, because that means that that lead is coming down, and he is anyway a little bit faster than the 2 of them anyway already. So Yeah, we might see those two at front get caught by the back, by the pack rather, that are the 5 cars in behind.
Some great camera angles. These actually, if you're curious, are iRacing default cameras. So if you want to check out some of these angles for yourself, just to jump into this configuration, you've got full access to the same cameras we're using today. So great job by the iRacing team. As Dustin Hiroda, his teammate, pulls to the inside. I think that was more just to cover off the cars from behind. Dave Chapman, Jack Ashton really starting to apply more and more pressure. As out front, Arthur Panzel in the 222. Shibsky sends his way to the front. Takumi Kusuyama in second. Dustin Hiroda third. John Atkinson fourth. And then Dave Chapman in fifth. Jack Ashton, tries to make something happen. Kills a couple of cones in the process as well. And speaking of cone killing... Yeah, speaking of cone killing, Jonathan, I mean, we're heading into some iRacing special events at this very track as well. It seems as though we're going to get the RaceSpotTV cone police out onto the track. Going to have some fixed cameras set up, and come that special event, going to be looking forward to catching some of these teams out who are being very, very disrespectful to the cones.
I want to make like a little 30-second advertisement, just prevent cone killing, one of those things where you see the sad dogs in the shelter kind of commercials. I want that for cones.
And of course, there's a very famous race in the French countryside that might not be taking place on the iRacing service this year. Still to be determined. Side by side, Dave Chapman tries to work around the outside of John Atkinson. Nothing doing there. Ashton tries to sneak his way down the inside. He's managed to position his car nicely. I have a feeling, 3 wide, we might work down into turn 1. Ashton gets covered off by Atkinson. He does look to the inside, does Ashton. To his outside, though, Ryan Walker. What's very opportunistic move there from Ryan, who backs out of it just in time as Ashton slides back up in front of him. In the meantime, Chapman in towards 4th position, clears Atkinson. Here comes Ashton down the inside in towards tower turn. Once again, incredible stuff. In a very small field of Mazda MX-5 Cup cars, Club Racing, Stefan, always delivers.
Yeah, and here now also comes Ashton past Atkinson, and nearly also Ryan Walker, who nearly shoves him off track. So they're going to be side by side through this complex here, but it seems like Atkinson at least retains 5th place for now, or 6th place rather. So he only loses 2 positions in this fight here. But obviously all of this has dragged them out a little bit, as we can see on our timing screen right now on the bottom right hand side. But it continues. Dustin Hiroda faster than the top 2, and he's also closing in that gap very nicely.
So 21 minutes in our final race of the season. Reminder, live timing and scoring is available at timing71.org. You can follow along with the best in the real and virtual worlds using their world-class suite of data analysis tools. Kusuyama looked to the inside for the race lead. Nothing doing there. All the while, though, Dustin Hiroda now 1.9 seconds behind the race leader. His mirror's filled with the 444 of Dave Chapman, looking for the 3rd time this season to make it a perfect race weekend. And the 444 really is using and abusing these curbs. It's an interesting comparison, Jonathan, that we're going to get compared to the likes of the Porsche 911 Cup car in a couple of minutes' time, where those cars cannot afford to be taking the curbs as aggressively as these guys are. Chapman is not just using the track on offer, he's going into that gravel a little bit as well.
These things are like tanks. You can kind of use and abuse them a little bit. They don't mind a little bit of contact. They don't mind a little bit of curbs. Kind of same thing with the TCR that we're going to see in a little bit too. They don't mind getting really, really rough. And that's why a circuit like Sebring is great for these cars, because it is bumpy. There are tons of curbs. There are tons of points where you can get off track, but you can still hang on to it. You can still have a perfect race car. So here comes Chapman down the inside.
And guess what? Hiroda doesn't want any part of this. Championship beckons in 20 minutes for him. Doesn't need to get another podium to justify what a superb and consistent season it has been for him. In the meantime, then, Chapman will continue his quest to make it a perfect weekend once more. Kusuyama still applies a lot of pressure, and I do wonder at what point here, Stefan, these two cars start to worry about the chasing cars behind.
the way they're battling, they have never
Now.
worried about the cars behind, so that's great to see.
Now is when you worry.
Well, it's been great that they haven't worried because it's let them have some very good fighting. But here comes Chapman, and as soon as he clears these cars, he's going to be gone. He will be setting sail into the distance. And I wonder here, Stefan, we always talk about drivers with real-life experience coming into iRacing, needing to adapt. Someone who's done that very, very well, clearly, is Dave Chapman.
Yeah, most definitely. And I mean, as you said, he's looking at his second perfect sweep of a race weekend as the two guys ahead of him once again side by side into Cunningham. And don't forget that man on the inside, that's his teammate.
It's not his second, it's his third. He did it not just at the Barber Motorsports Park. He did it a couple of weeks ago when we came to Suzuka. So incredible stuff. Ashton is going to try and get in on the fun. Like you say, Panzel doesn't make life too difficult. He makes life difficult for Ashton. Ashton goes for the ride of his life, holds on to it one more time, and he'll close on in on that battle for the lead very shortly. 18 minutes to go. Once again, we're going to be treated to the Ashton versus Chapman battle here then.
Going to dispatch Panzel first, and Panzel's not making it easy at all. And I don't think Kusiyama's going to make it easy on Chapman either.
And the conditions for this race are much cooler than before, as Stefan has just pointed out, so tires won't be such a consideration as Ashton gets forced to the outside. Chapman into the race lead down on the inside. Panzel will hold on to the third step on the podium. Ashton sees his main competition then. 2 cars separates him. Chapman, though, 17 minutes left to work. Looks for his 6th race victory of the season. And Stefan, again, if he hadn't missed one race weekend at the Circuit of the Americas, it would be a season that would be swinging in his favor right now.
Yeah, most definitely, because you can probably guess that Chapman would have done extremely great there, as well as Kusiyama throws the block on Panzel once again through Collier. Oh, there's another contact between Panzel and Ashton in the background as well. So those guys are just right out fighting. And as you said, Chapman, most definitely, if he wouldn't have missed Kocha, he probably might even be leading this championship right now.
Well, Dustin Hirota sees all of that in front of him, nopes out of it very quickly. He's down into 7th, but we'll get the points updated across the line next time and see that championship advantage. Should have a pretty sizable gap to Dave Chapman. And you know what? I'm not taking a look at that live point situation since the start of the race, Jonathan. But Ishimaru, he might drop behind Chapman now. As look at that. That's Takumi Kusiyama, who's fallen out of 2nd as well.
He slid out of the hairpin, but yeah, Ishimaru, it's going to be close. I think Chapman might pip him for 2nd place, which for Chapman missing one race weekend and getting 6 wins on the season, I mean, that's going to be a really good drive. But, these Panzel's been doing the Shipsky sense down the inside almost every lap into this Cunningham and Collier corners.
So 15 minutes left in this race. Hirota, very content to now ride around by himself, and you know what? I do not blame him one iota. More cars going off into the gravel. A bit of rallycross action. Might need to get a Sebring rallycross layout to join the Circuit de Catalunya rallycross layout. That should be joining the iRacing service very shortly. I do wonder as well, it is fun to break out the Pro 2 and the Pro 4 trucks around Sebring. Maybe we can get a version with a couple of super truck jumps as well, because you know what? Maybe throw the Mazda MX-5s around that combo as well. It seems as though no matter where you put these cars, they'll deliver some of the craziest action. And talking about crazy, Rachel Williams has just reminded me that Arthur Panzel doesn't even drive on a steering wheel. He's competing on a controller, Stefan.
Yeah, it's not something uncommon on iRacing. Just think back a few years to the iRacing World Grand Prix Series World Championship, where we had a World Championship driver in that series racing on the gamepad. So, yeah, these guys really can get the hammer down if you let them, and if they have the skill to be as easy on the stick as possible.
I don't know about you, but I've tried racing with a controller. It never goes well for me.
Have you tried the keyboard?
Somehow that works better than a controller for me.
Now, here's the real challenge. Mouse driving, because that is rather interesting.
Mouse driving, huh?
Yes.
It's like, are we turning iRacing into a point-and-click adventure?
Well, there are, of course, reasons why you would have alternate setups like that. iRacing, one of the greatest things about it is its flexibility, and David Tucker has done a great job in ensuring that people with all types of physical disabilities are still able to compete on the iRacing service. A great documentary series being produced about Robert Wickens in his continued recovery from his accident in Pocono. He's been competing more and more on the iRacing service. Been great to see him in VCO Pro Sim competition as well. A couple of Canadians, Daniel Morad as well in that series. But of course, there's been top-level drivers. And when I say top-level, I mean the kind of drivers that are much faster than myself. I think of Paul Antcliffe, who has a very impressive homemade system with a very high-end set of load cell pedals that he configured for hand control usage. And there's a couple of streamers as well that show you the benefits that iRacing has from that flexibility standpoint, including one whose name is slipping my mind that does actually race on a mouse, and it is absolutely inspirational, to be quite honest. Every time I watch one of his streams, I look at myself and I think, what am I doing with my life? The amount of sheer willpower that some of these individuals put on display is incredible. 12 minutes to go then. And while we're talking about setups, action has slowly drawn out slightly. Stefan has just pointed out, yes, it is handy, Stefan. Incredible Twitch stream to watch, and very quick driver in an F1 car using a mouse as well.
Yeah, most definitely. He was also one of the best shooter gamers a couple of years back, so that guy is just incredible, and the way he manipulates the mouse is also incredible. He has a YouTube channel as well where he explains how he does his stuff, and he's a great guy as well on his stream. So it's just incredible how much iRacing offers. Like someone like us loves at mouse driving, because we have our ability to move our hands and feet, and we're able to race on a steering wheel. But those guys who really hand it to us on, for example, a mouse or a gamepad, really know their stuff.
Yeah, I'm glad that you remembered his name, because I'm glad we could shout him out as well. But for now, let's focus in on the action. Ashton is closing in on Dave Chapman out front, and indeed 1/10 of a second separates those two cars as they come across the start-finish line. We saw this in race 1, and Jack Ashton has taken responsibility, is the way that I understood it, Jonathan. It was very much a admission of, oh, probably shouldn't have come into your line in that first race. But I think that exemplifies just how much fun these guys have when they race against one another.
Yeah, Ashton's always been... He's a very respectful driver, and even when we've talked to him... When I've talked to him at the end of like Pro Mazda sessions, he's really come in for interviews afterwards. No matter where he finishes, he's very, very respectful of just all of his competitors and who he sees in the service. Sometimes he'll see new names, and I think this fight that he's having with Chapman, I think that it really shows the level of respect both these drivers had for each other.
So into the hairpin they will go. They're now 2.5 seconds clear of John Atkinson behind. Atkinson has had a very impressive pace today. And other than the likes of Chapman and Ashton, Atkinson has really showed that he is one of the strongest cars out there on track. I am going to be honest, there have been days where I have looked forward to these Club Cup races more than the Club Sport races, as Dave Chapman onto the grass, able to hold on to that one. But there's just
Got that cone, though.
Yeah, he got that cone for sure. There's just something that's so raw and guttural and visceral about the action that these cars can display. And I'm not saying that I don't enjoy the chaos of the Club Sport race, Jonathan, but I don't know. Sometimes when, you have multi-class action and so many different things are happening, it becomes so hard to follow along that these races have just been so enjoyable to cover from the get-go that really am looking forward to coming back for another season of this once again.
Just you get such a wide array of driving style, driving competition, and it's been close. Again, current championship leader hasn't even won a race. That's the craziest thing about it, is that Hirota has been just Mr. Consistent, staying up front, but you have Ashton coming in for a few races, Chapman only missing one. They're always competing at the front. Normally, Ishimaru and some of his teammates are up here as well for Year 1 racing. Normally, you also have the fiercely forward guys in here. There's so many different competitors, and there's so many just ways to drive this car, and you can abuse it, you can bump each other. It just gives really intense racing action.
And Ryan Walker is finding that out for himself. So RaceSpot's own Ryan Walker, who, quite happy to say, got his first ever play-by-play role on RaceSpot just this past week on about 1 hour's notice. And Ryan Walker absolutely crushed it as well. So go check out Monday Night Skippies from this past week, because shout out to Ryan. Now on track he goes. Has to get on the brakes because Arthur Panzel threw the dust. And Ryan doesn't want to force this situation. It's always good to have competitors join in when they see just how entertaining the racing is. They watch it on RaceSpot. And just like I did 4 years ago when I saw races on RaceSpot, decided I wanted to be competing in some of those series as well. Join into that community, see when you can compete, and go from there. Ryan then to the outside into the hairpin, 222 versus 888. And from behind as well, Dustin Hirota very patiently waits for the next 7.5 minutes until we'll crown him the champion. Life point situation then on the right-hand side of your screen. And it is officially confirmed. Dave Chapman will be up in towards second position. He is fighting it out with Jack Ashton for the race lead at this point in time. But never mind if he finishes first or second. He will pip Ishimaru, who is, Stefan, in danger of going one lap down here.
Yeah, he's not too far ahead of these guys. He just went through Rabbit Bend, which is the next right-hander these guys now go through. So Ishimaru, yeah, he's gonna get lapped. He's so much slower down a straight line. The top speed that he has been clocked at in our timing and scoring is just incredibly slow. So, honestly, at this point, I'm even wondering why Ishimaru is still on track. I would have probably given up the ghost after lap 1. But look at this, Jack Ashton not going to give up the ghost here. He actually is being given the inside here by Dave Chapman.
Very interesting call there. Ashton will get into the race lead. Chapman, I was going to say fights it back, and indeed he does. They'll come side by side across the line. Actually, I think Chapman will be forced to tuck back in. Interesting battle then. I'm very surprised that Ashton was given the inside of the corner. Chapman still slightly in front, deep under brakes from the Fordzilla driver, into the race lead. There goes Ishimaru. He's pulled to the side of the track. He's decided that he's not going to hold these cars up. Might even call it a day. What a disappointing way to finish off the season, Jonathan. And I'll be honest, I wonder if he heard some of the comments that I made about him halfway through the season, where I was saying he was a reserve driver, he was being careful, he was being consistent. Because in the last 2 race weekends, it's been a very different side of him that we've seen. And unfortunately, both weekends have not gone well for him.
No, but I think to really take the fight, and really take the championship, he needed to be a bit more aggressive. And, you know, we saw at Coda, he was behind another competitor for some time. And, you know, Ishimaru is a good driver. He is very consistent. It was just a lapse of judgment, I think, on the start. You didn't realize how close he was to Taniguchi in the 861 and then causing that start pileup. And, you know, maybe if year 1 comes back with team driver lineup, and if Ishimaru comes back next season, I think he's going to have a different outlook on it as well.
So, Jack Ashton versus Dave Chapman then. This will be the battle over the next 5 minutes. Hopefully, they avoid coming together like they did in race number 1. But both of these drivers have unfortunately missed races. Dropped them out of the championship.
It's just a pride one.
Not just pride, though, but I think this is also the 2 drivers that have been the strongest throughout the season. They've been race after race, the guys to watch out for, Stefan, and it's not just pride, it's a statement at the end of the season.
Yeah, but in the end, you have to be there to be there. Dave Chapman wasn't there, especially at Kota, and that's why he's only going to finish in second place, the way it stands right now. So Chapman, while he has been incredibly great, especially late here in the season with winning Suzuka and both races at Suzuka, and maybe even winning both races here at Sebring, he is only going to finish second place. And look at that, Dave Chapman just nearly shoves Ashton over to the side to make some room here for himself around the outside. But now he's also going to miss the apex and completely go wide through a hairpin. So, yeah, as said, to finish off my point, Chapman, he has been great. He has had great momentum throughout the season, but he wasn't there when it counted.
And I think for Hiroda as well, he'll be very happy about those 2 third-place finishes at Suzuka, because that's really what has given him this advantage that's let him just pull to the side of the track, let everyone else get out in front, because you'll see there a gap between him and Dave Chapman, only about 50 points. And if he had dropped off a couple of those points in race 1 in a couple of weeks ago, it could have gone very differently. Ashton's still going through the gravel. As mentioned, no incident limit, so if you can carry the momentum, hold on to the car, you can take whatever line that you would like to take, but with 3 minutes left on the clock, should end up being 3 laps to go as well this time around. John Atkinson all by himself. Ryan Walker has managed to get past Arthur Panzel in towards 4th position. Very good way for him to close off the season and take a hour or so to relax before jumping into the broadcast booth for the 6 hours of Sebring. Still fighting at the front of your field though. And across the line they will come to start the 3 laps to the end. It is a much cooler race 2 than it was in race 1, but the action should be just as heated. Ashton still holds that inside line, and going back to what we were talking about in race 1 here, Jonathan, again, you want to be the car that leads at the white flag so that you can cover off at the right opportunities.
But who's leading? They've been side by side for the past lap. Neither one has had a clear... Oh, well, never mind. Now the Ashton's clear.
Well, for now, still a couple of laps to go, so it's going to come all the way down to the wire. John Atkinson,
35.
And John Atkinson from behind is coming as well. Both of us saw him in the rearview mirror, 0.8 of a second behind your race leader. If Ashton and Chapman trip over each other once again, Atkinson might be in for a race victory to close off the season. Stefan, I'll put you on the spot here. Who's going to win this one?
Ashton.
Ooh, I like the
Most
confidence
definitely.
there. Jonathan, how about you?
I want to give it to Ashton because I think like his defense has been good and he's been putting their car in the right position. It's just contact happens between these two. I don't know.
2 laps to go then. As we come across the line, they are very close to making it this the final lap of the race. And let's jump on board with that 35 car. He's got a great view of continued side-by-side action. Dave Chapman back into the race lead. And at the crucial moment, has he found this opportunity to now hold off the challenge from behind. 3-way fight for the race lead then. 1.5 laps to go in our Sebring Club configuration. We're about to hook a hard right just about now onto the anchors. The 35 slams and in towards the opening complex in this full configuration. Driver's seat is Chapman, Ashton in second, and Atkinson for the first time sniffs a race victory. For Dustin Hiroda, 1 lap to go until we'll call him your IVRA Club Cup inaugural champion, but bragging rights are on the line. White flag is about to wave as Jack Ashton pokes his nose to the outside, cuts off Atkinson from behind. At the white flag, it will be Dave Chapman across the line. So 1 lap to go. White flag in the air with 8 seconds left on the race clock. Dave Chapman in the race lead still. And Jack Ashton, who has been very impressive, I think, Jonathan, in this series, also in the Indy Pro 2000. And as we head into a busy summer on RaceSpot, excited to see Team Fordzilla once again returning to the iRacing service.
He's even told me there's even drivers stronger than him, and that's scary. that's scary a little bit because he's been able to go toe-to-toe with some of the best in the Pro Monster community as well as here in this Club Cup competition.
And we saw Team Fordzilla in the Bathurst 12 hours. You talk about some of those drivers. You're talking about the likes of Pablo GoPro Lopez, I do believe, as well as Luke Browning and company. Dave Chapman appears to be far enough in front to hold on to race victory for the final time this season. Ashton will look to the outside, in towards the hairpin. Deep under brakes, they both go. The 444 will cover off the move from behind. A drag race to the line, and it's going to be a photo finish at the line as well. Jack Ashton with superior momentum. Dave Chapman unable to cover him off. Slight contact between the two of them. Momentum from Ashton, and he takes race victory for the final time this season, depriving Chapman of 3 perfect race weekends in the IVRA Club Cup Series. What a drag race to finish off this season, and an indication of more action to come in a couple of months' time. The champion, though, it is Dustin Heroder, and he starts his celebrations. No race victories this season, but smooth, consistent, and calm. Heroder and Phoenix Racing Esports, they take victory, and they call themselves the inaugural IVRA Club Cup champions. Time for donuts, time for celebrations, but just a reminder, 6 more hours of racing action still to come, and 3 more champions to be crowned live on RaceSpotTV. Jonathan, for Dustin Heroder, it will be a very happy day, but as mentioned, no victories this season. It's been consistency bringing him to the victory here.
Just for the team as well, like Atkinson, has improved a lot over this season, as has the team that we're missing. Yannick Brenner, just Phoenix Racing has just been the most consistent team and more consistent than Heroder as he's celebrating with a cone. Unfortunately, stuck to the front bumper of him.
Let's quickly jump through our race results because we've got to turn our attention to that 6-hour race. Ashton with the race victory, 3 hundredths of a second between him and Chapman. Unfortunate for Chapman, he'll take 5 victories this season. Very strong showing for him. Atkinson in 3rd, Panzel 4th, then Ryan Walker in 5th. Dustin Heroder, champion, comes across the line in 6th position. Take a look at the next page. Shiochi Ishimaru, his main competition, 7 laps down in 11th. So what a way to close off that season then, Stefan. And you've had some fun competing in that car before, but I mean, to the line there, what a way to finish. And really just sets ourselves up now for 6 hours that I cannot wait for.
Yeah, most definitely. In that last fight there from the hairpin to the finish line, I kind of have to say Chapman put himself into that position, being pressured by Ashton in behind, getting led into that mistake by braking a little bit too late and thus not getting the momentum he wanted. But you really have to give it to both of them, fighting for pretty much both races to no end. And then once again got decided by those two who wins the race. So yeah, as you said, it just leads up for a great club sport race that we're going to start off here in just a couple of moments.
And I tell you what, while we switch on over into that race session, just minutes away from getting underway, let's talk about this championship picture once more. Jonathan, Cup and Sport, single points are separating our top competition. TCR, a little bit more decided, but nevertheless, lots of championship intrigue here at Sebring.
Yeah, and we just don't get a clear picture right away, too. It's not like, in many other races where it's just 1 point at the end. No, we have those halfway points. We have teams that are going to try and get desperate or are going to try and go out and get as many points as possible. I'm really curious what the Club Cup strategy is for a lot of these guys. Hugh Jess and Fiercely Ford are at the top, but like Maniti and Team Bergen are still in the fight if they get some of those big halfway points. And the same with Sport. Team Boyskenfeld can really, really, really try and get some points here if those 3 cars ahead of them do something wrong or have minor errors. It's just really interesting to see, and it's going to be interesting the entire race. It's going to be an ever-changing flow.
In Cup class as well, 3 points separates the top 3. There are lots more competitors in that class. Sport, a little bit more decided. Really only thinking about the top 3, maybe Team Hoistingfeld with a late race charge and disaster for those championship leaders. In TCR then, Stefan, Team Hoistingfeld, one hand on the championship. there is a close fight then for the second and third steps in that class.
Yeah, you pretty much can say that the fight for second is right on between three teams, the two full send racing teams, and then also fiercely forward. They're still looking inside to that podium position at least. That fight is still on for third place, maybe a little bit too far away for second place. It is nearly 40 points there. But hey, it is Club Sport, it's IVRA, it's 6 hours of racing, anything can happen.
The cars are out there for the final moments, getting some time to warm up. And this is much needed time to warm up as well, Jonathan. These cars have been waiting through that Club Cup race too. They'll be out there on track then in just a few moments' time to get underway for 6 hours to the end.
Something I don't even know if we've mentioned or we realized. This is going to be a race of vastly changing conditions. We're starting in sim time, 5:53 p.m. We're going to end at a little bit before midnight. We're going to go from this sunlight right here to dusk. There's going to be changing conditions as well as a changing points race. Really nothing is going to stay the same. Every lap is going to be different.
And you are right, you know? This will be interesting. Variable conditions always like to mix things up. Strategy is not fixed. And you have to be as flexible as you can be. Because of course, Stefan, some of these bigger teams, it's not just the drivers out on track. The drivers just focus on the driving. You've got engineers, you've got strategists helping you out to get you to the win.
Not only that, but also you've got spotters that help you through the race. And spotters is one of the most crucial things you can have during a race. No matter if you're a big team or a small team, it is incredibly nice to have those sort of things. Like thinking back about my own experience at Zandvoort in the GT Sprint Series, where we got caught out by a wreck ahead of us because I didn't have a spotter with me. So it is just incredible how nice to have that. And obviously everything has to click in from the engineer to the spotter to the drivers themselves to make the race happen the way you want it.
So we are moments away then. For the final time this season, we will get underway as the checkered flag does wave in the final warm-up session here at the virtual Sebring International Raceway. Let's go trackside for the final time this season and take a look at our starting grid for the 6 hours of Sebring. So unfortunately, it appears as though we're not going to be able to bring you the starting grid graphics, but tell you what, we will run it down manually because no problem to do that instead. Maniti Racing on pole position. They will start with Team Bergen on their outside. Huge Ass in third. Hell Racers in fourth. Huge Ass, your championship leaders. Lots of work for them to do to hold on here. Impulse, they'll be in fifth position with the Hellraiser sister car next to them. Fiercely Forward will line up in 7th position with the World of Sim Racing team in 8th. NAB Racing back in 9th position. H2 Performance SRT 3rd place in the championship, 10th place on the grid. Team 11, well, they're in 11th place with Team Down Under next to them. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, one of our championship favorites early on in this season. Miguel Vigo not in today's race. He'll be watching on from the sidelines. Virtual Motorsport, World of Sim Racing, H2 Performance SRT in the number 86 car, and Ragazzo Racing round out this class. Team Oisingveld, pole position in GT4 with the Electronic Sportsman next to them. My Days Urban Works championship leaders once again in 3rd position. SRN Motorsports on the outside of row 2. AOD Racing in 5th with Pneumatic Motorsports in 6th. Huge Ass in their BMW, they're back in 7th with Samsoid Emerald next to them. Shibsky Racing in the 111 alongside World of Sim Racing. SRN Motorsports, Porsche Owners Club, and then Team Hella Media. 3rd place in the championship, last place in qualifying. TCR class. Team Hoisingveld makes it 2 pole positions in this final race of the season. Boosted Motorsports, a very impressive 2nd place. Impulse and Pure Sims on row 2. Full Send 285 and Bombshell Racing Team on row 3. Hyper Esports Fiercely Forward on row 4. Kinetic Racing and Full Send Racing. The 287 car rounds out the top 10 with VEC Sim Racing, Alpine Stars Geodesic, and Huge Ass, the remaining starters in this class. So a very, very big field to look forward to. And Jonathan, just some expectations from you about this race now.
It's going to be a race all about putting your car in the right position and being in the right place at the right time when the conditions change, when those halfway points are awarded, and who's going to be there at the end. Again, there's so many competitors in the Cup class that could take the championship. There's 3 that can take it in the Sport class. TCR is a bit more decided, but again, something happens at a hoisting wheel car. It says it decides to go sunbathing upside down in one of these corners. Full send can still fight for it. So just being at the right place, being at the right time, and putting your car in the right position, that's what it's going to have to take.
There we go. We'll quickly cycle through some technical issues that I was very quickly trying to work my way through. Quick visual indication then of the grid. I won't repeat all of the names. We'll call out some of the big names though. Fiercely forward Hugo Drouet, 7th place there. Watch out for them. Also watch out for Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing back in the pack for not the first time this season in GT4. Hoisingveld, dominant in qualifying for the 2nd consecutive race weekend. Championship leaders in 3rd, and the first BMW then not even on the first page here of starters. It's a very colorful grid, always nice to see, but not nice to see Team Hella Media all the way down at the end of this grid. They will be one of the main cars that we watch out for in terms of the championship fight. Quick look at TCR as well, as down in towards Sunset Bend we work at the front of the field. Team Hoisingveld, another pole position in this class, ending Full Send Racing's domination in TCR IVRA competition. And they'll look to try and get race victory here today. So 6 hours left to go here in our inaugural IVRA Club Sports season. What a year it has been. First with the ClubSport Summer Series, now with the full season itself. Championship fight comes all the way down to the checkered flag. Halfway points, 3 hours to be awarded, and then 6 hours from now, the champion will be crowned. Let's go green flag racing in the 6 hours of Sebring and our final round in the IVRA Club Sport Series. Look at them fanning themselves out 3 wide further back in your field. Not sure I necessarily think that's the smartest move, but championship leader up in towards 2nd as bold sends being sent through turn 1. There was a car going very wide. That's the 2nd of the H2 performance cars that now drops the tail end of this class. Fiercely forward getting slightly loose. They hold on to that car as GT4 is through turn 1 for the first time. Huge ass. The 2nd place car in the championship, they're down in 6th position, unable to really make anything happen other than getting past Pneumatic Motorsports. But now they look to the inside of a couple of other cars. Team Hoisingveld at the front starts to run away. In TCR then, let's take a look at them. Through turn 1 they come. A couple of cars in GT4 getting mixed up together by themselves. Other than that though, Jonathan, this has been an absolutely clean start. Look at these crazy cars in TCR dicing it out through turn 2.
It's been incredible how little contact has been had. They're 2 and 3 and 4 wide. A few guys went a little wide, but everything is all clean right now.
Meanwhile, in your Cup class, 1 second between 1st and 2nd as the pressure starts to be applied now from Team Bergen on towards the huge-ass team. Gap's not starting to form up just yet like we'd expect, but side by side in towards the hairpin. That's the Porsche Owners Club that's pulling off to the side of the road. One of the cars getting involved very early on. RaceSpotTV replays then to take a look at then in a couple of laps, Stefan, but a couple of cars getting mixed up. Look at this TCR crew then as they come down into Tower Turn. A very impressive start here.
Yeah, very impressive, extremely clean as well. There was only one small issue in the back end of the Porsche field at turn 1, and that was pretty much it for all of the lap for these guys. We saw the Porsche Owners Club have a little bit of issues there as well, but yeah, as we said, in general, a very clean start, and that's exactly what you like to see from an endurance start.
And so an estimated 175 laps on my timing screen. 173 as we come across to finish lap 1 now. That's actually gone down to 165 as well. So we will watch out for the lap count throughout this race because, of course, safety cars will play a factor there, rather. Front of your field, 1 second separates all 3 of our race leaders now. They have managed to pull a very impressive buffer to the rest of their crew. Thank you for tuning in to RaceSpotTV as well. My name is Arjuna Kenkipati alongside Jonathan Burke and Stefan Schlacker. In about 57 minutes time, we'll hand it on over to Dylan Coyle, Lorenzo Bonder, and Ryan Walker. And we'll jump back into the booth for the final 2 hours of action to track the championship fight all the way to the end. Speaking of the championship fight in GT4, here is My Day's Urban Works team. They're up into second, Jonathan, and that's all that they really need to do. They've got to just make sure they're in front of both Huge Ass and Hella Media.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how far that Horsenville car scampers off into the distance. They're kind of still out of the picture at the moment. This 124 just stays where it is, stays in this top 3, and just, you know, keep Huge Ass behind you. That's all you have to do, really. Just keep Huge Ass and the 161 behind you, and the championship's yours.
And these points up on your screen right now include the halfway points, and after the halfway distance as well, we'll get the full points from race control. Small mistake from Christian Young. The electronic sportsman will close on in and try and take advantage. Let's talk about this championship situation as things run in all 3 of our classes to start off this broadcast. In the Cup class, it is still the 37 car at the front of the field, Fiercely Forward in second, and H2 Performance in third. H2 Performance, though, they're down in 9th position at this point, Stefan. They need to work their way up through the field. You can see here, they're right in the middle of the pack. Team 11 putting the pressure on them.
Yeah, and oh, there's a car spinning. Who is that?
That's World of Sim Racing, I do believe. That's Carlos Garcia into the wall. And you know what? He might have just survived that with very minimal damage. First look at a race.
Not.
Well, not minimal damage apparently, as he's coming down onto pit lane. Good spot there. But first RaceSpotTV replay to take a look at, then Stefan, and it's down into Sunset Bend.
Yeah, and let's see. Oh, that was really late on the brakes, and then he loses it on the brakes. It seems like right there, and then. I mean, it's not the hardest impact ever you're gonna see there at Sunset Bend, but apparently did enough damage to Carlos's car that he had to drive into pit lane.
Yeah, so that's our first retirement done, and I tell you what, let's... Oh no, his sister car as well is now off the track right before that pedestrian bridge, and that might be even more damage for World of Sim Racing. Second RaceSpotTV replay in just a few moments to take a look at then, Jonathan. Oh, and it's by himself. That might be a hardware failure.
Oh, that's all of it. Just a sudden out of that corner. It's a heavy impact, too.
Let's jump on board and take a look from Danny Pedro's point of view. I have a feeling that wheel is going to jerk itself hard to the left, and it's going to stay there as well. No,
no, just go straight. It's stuck.
It's whatever happened there, it is not helping him. And World of Sim Racing, they find themselves with both of their cup cars, Stefan, retiring very early on.
Yeah, that looks like an extremely weird crash.
Well, sorry, Stefan, that might be a safety car.
Safety car, yeah, probably.
That car is stationary in a very precarious spot, and that might mean our first safety car intervention of today's action.
I mean, it is, if I got the points correctly, sorry there, I think it is a tow zone, designated tow zone, so...
Well, you don't see any gaps in the wall that would really make it easy. There's been another issue, by the way, in TCR. Looks like Kurt Crum has been mixed up in the Bombshell Racing team car. You can see he's being swarmed right now by the pack. Got some replays to take a look at, it would appear, but still a lot of commotion out on track. Questions remain as to whether we will get a safety car out onto track then, Jonathan.
I think Stefan's right. I think it's near a tow zone, but maybe not near enough. I don't know if that car is still on track, but obviously, yeah, Bombshell getting swarmed, and that's holding up a lot of these guys back here in the field.
There we go. Caution is out. I did think it was going to be a caution, and very early on then, safety car pulled back out of pit road. Let's work our way through these RaceSpotTV replays then. Lots of action to get our way through then. And Stefan, first up, it's the Porsche Owners Club.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, they even made contact there with another car. That was quite unfortunate for whoever was that other driver. As we see Barney waving the life out of himself. There we go, that is a Porsche Cup car. And there we go now, Porsche Owners car, and yeah, oh, that doesn't look good. I think that's a Simsa car if I have those colors in my head correctly. But yeah, it's just way too late. It seems like there was a little bit of contact as well, and that completely screwed him over.
You know what's a contributing factor here? Watch, the Porsche Owners Club car has disappeared from the racetrack itself. And so watch through in towards turn 2 here, Stefan. He's going to reappear right in the path of one of the Hella Media cars at the back of the field. That contact's made.
Oh, yeah.
And really no time for that Hella Media car to even react.
Yeah, no, and that obviously makes it all happen. Because of that, he gives a shove to the Porsche Owners Cup car, and the 175, if I read that number correctly, just nowhere to really avoid that whatsoever. And by the way, for this caution, the tow zone, the designated tow zone, is just behind that pedestrian bridge.
We're not meant to be saying where the tow zones are because that can be used as a competitive advantage by the teams. This was what happened to Kurt Krum, by the way, down into the hairpin. Slight contact. We'll take one more look at it in these great aerial shots brought to us by ATVO, the graphical partners at RaceSpotTV. Small contact being made, and it's kinetic racing. Oh, no, in fact, no, it wasn't contact. It was on the grass by themselves, and VEC Sim Racing then, Jonathan, with that hard contact on the front left.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of damage on the front left, especially since these are front-wheel drive cars. Like, that's going to be probably a trip down a pit lane for some decent, lengthy repairs. But since it's early on, it's not going to set you back too far, I'd imagine.
Well, we'll see. I don't expect many cars to come down onto pit road now. Of course, Stefan, when you have a caution come out in the first 5 minutes, it doesn't really do anything to strategy other than just reset it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it just reset it. So it makes your stint about a lap or two longer. So it is nice, especially for the Cup cars, because they can stretch out the tires a little bit further. So it is going to make them those cars handle a little bit better in the back end of their stint. Also, you can save your fuel a little bit. And I mean, to be honest, you most of the times expect a caution to come out in the first 10 to 15 minutes. And that's exactly what we have here. So pretty sure these guys are loving right now their strategies if they were able to predict this caution.
Well, and Jonathan, this early caution is going to help some of these teams that qualified poorly because the start that we have, I think really some of these cars got swarmed on that initial start. A couple of cars made advantages, a couple of cars got mixed up. Steen Ledger in the Full Send Racing 287 all the way down the field now.
Yeah, it kind of helps everyone get their bearings a little bit, especially after wherever they qualified and wherever they're showing their race pace. And really trying to getting a feel for the setup of their cars and maybe trying to feel out the stint as well. This is such an early caution, Stefan, as well. You mentioned it's going to throw off strategy and maybe the way you adjust the car as the night goes on. Because remember, we're starting in the evening. It's going to go into night. It's going to have to be some adjustments made by the teams.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I wouldn't be even surprised if we see some teams, test the waters a little bit and go into pit lane here and get themselves a few more liters of fuel because they can fill up the tank once again. So it is going to help you at the end of the stint, but obviously it might throw a little bit of a wrench into your strategy overall, because then you're on the back foot of every single caution that might come out if it doesn't help you but plays into the hands of your normal stint length. So it's a great thing to have that first caution, but it also is one of the worst things because it opens up so many different possibilities all of a sudden to your strategy that could benefit you long term, but also could really harm you if the rest of the race doesn't go your way.
It's also one of those situations where we mentioned it. You can only plan so much when the odds of a safety car coming out in the final hour, it seems to be 99.9% in IVRA competitions. Since the start of the season, Jonathan, late race safety cars have been the main story point of a lot of our races.
Yeah, and they can really turn the tide. And I think a lot of teams know this, like late race incidents, especially as these cars get through the wars, some slower cars on track, going through traffic. It can really change the dynamic, and it's a good thing we're getting at least one safety car out of the way now. I'm sure a lot of these guys want to see this go green, and maybe go green at the end. We've only had a few occasions where we've had the big, long green flag runs that can really set like some of these top teams apart from the rest.
At least one more lap under safety car then, like still on the Porsche safety car. 3-minute lap times under safety car if you're curious as well. So the Cup cars, which do about 2-minute lap times by themselves, slowed by an additional about 50% or so. So it's not such a slow pacing lap here, but it's not that slow that cars have decided to come down onto the lane. A couple of cars faking. No cars have committed. And I would be surprised to see cars coming down this early because track position is likely more important than your strategy at this point, Stefan.
Yes, most definitely it is track position over fuel position right now. But as I said, it wouldn't have been too surprising, even though it would have been surprising to see people drive into pit lane. And as you said, I mean, it is 3 minutes around here in a pace lap mode. But the good thing is, it isn't like VR, where it's so much longer in a pace lap.
And it wasn't, by the way, the World of Sim Racing car that brought out the caution. I do believe it was the Porsche Owners Club with significant damage to their Porsche 718 Cayman GT4. They are the car that brought out the caution, so unfortunate for them. But Jonathan, it has been interesting for them. I remember at Coda, they had that spin in qualifying, and then the race went fairly okay for them, but for a team that has, I think, more experience in the real world, as they transition into virtual competition, this has been a learning experience for them, very much so.
And they've shown good pace week in and week out, I think. They've had decent finishes. It's just they've kind of been a little bit of a pinball, and it's been a little bit tricky, you know, and that incident was of no fault of their own. They just were in the wrong place. Well, I mean, kind of fault of their own. They were in the wrong place virtually, as they didn't exist. So it was very hard for other cars to react around them.
And as mentioned, sun continues to set. It is 5:15 in the virtual Sebring International Raceway. By the time we get to the end of this race, it will be pitch black, and that will be, Stefan, I think for some of these drivers, slightly tougher than others, because there's no trackside lighting at Sebring. You're entirely reliant on your car's headlights, and in iRacing now, if you get some damage, like we've seen a lot of these cars get over the course of the season, you might start to miss some of your reference points.
Well, there's one good thing, though, about Sebring. That is that the track lines, the track lines, there we go, they are actually reflective, so that's at least one saving grace if you have some headlight damage.
Well, Mario Andretti didn't think it was very useful. I think the quote from Andretti was that the biggest challenge about Sebring is finding the track itself, because obviously very flat, former airfield can be fairly deceptive at times. Lights off on the pace car then, we're about to get back to green flag racing. First caution of the day very early on. A couple of cup cars unfortunately retiring, as well as a couple of GT4 machines at this point in time. Porsche Owners Club have been down on pit road for 12.5 minutes. The good news is all the cars are still in class order, so on this restart it will be nice and orderly. At least that's what I'm hoping I can will into existence. The safety car down onto the safety of pit lane then. He'll top up his tank of fuel, expecting that future trip back out onto track. Mniti Racing once again in control of the field. Very long hold. Barney waves the green flag though, and we go back to green flag racing. Cars trying to take advantage of this situation include Team 11. Very early jump from Lewis Ward, and I think the lights are flashing because some of these cars do not appreciate 3 wide in towards turn 1. One of the cars bounces off the inside wall. That's one of the Hell Racers cars, as 2 wide, 3 deep. We work down in towards turn 3. Great aerial look at the action. Hugo Drouet being very tentative as Lewis Ward looks to his inside. As side by side, Nick Thyssen tries to take advantage. Important traction zone, and on the outside, NAB Racing will run that momentum down into the hairpin, Jonathan. They should hold on to 8th position.
Yeah, the flashing lights, I think, were from NAB. They saw like 3 and 4 wide on the start, and they were not having any part of it. There goes Team Down Under, going down under the NAB car, and
contact with Alpine Star Geodesic.
Contact.
Raf van der Linden finds himself stopped and stationary, and that's going to be disaster for him, as now the GT4 cars swarm around him. Much cleaner start in the GT4 and TCR classes though, Stefan. That Porsche 911 Cup class was absolutely chaotic.
Yeah, most definitely. But, I mean, the good thing is it was chaotic, but it wasn't wreckage that was chaotic. So at least something for that start that is was kind of good. And yeah, I mean, it's the midfield. It's always going to be chaotic if you think about it. And that's a good thing for De Hene because he is still continuing to lead away in this race.
Tyler in second, Anders Myers in third, Pascal Costa in fourth, Stellan Lindenberg in fifth now. So cars build up that tire temperature once again. They didn't have they only had a couple of laps under their belt before the caution came out as well. So they'll settle back into this race rhythm, and a very frenetic rhythm it will be. 20 minutes then complete, and our season finale of the IVRA ClubSport Series, and our first safety car already out onto track. Back down onto pit road though, and across the start-finish line we complete the first green flag lap of this second run. Team Hoisingveld, they're down into third position in this GT4 class. They got a slowdown coming out of Le Mans corner. The electronic sportsmen have taken advantage. Christian Young, championship leader in third position, doesn't want to fight too hard at this point, Jonathan, because of course, huge ass. They're down into 8th on this restart. That championship lead extends for the My Days Auburn Works team.
Just got to be consistent right now for the 124, and I think Hoisingveld with that slowdown penalty, the electronic sportsman go to the lead. It's not really of a concern. I think Hoisingveld's a bit faster than the 169, so they should be able to work their way back around. But for huge ass, this is going to be a gap to make up. You're down in 8th, and your main competitors are 2nd and 3rd.
It is going to be a big gulf to overcome, and of course we do expect the BMW to potentially be the stronger car in today's action, so we will watch for that. Meanwhile, I mentioned full send racing on the 287 up through the field. Steen Ledger tries to work, now on the edge of the top 10. Behind him as well, Huge S, Bombshell Racing Team, VEC Sim Racing. That's some totally chaotic racing, that is for sure. Further forward in TCR, it is single-filed itself out. The GT4 draft, I think, is helping your race leaders maintain that pace, preserve the fuel strategy as well, because of course, Stefan, whenever you have a heavy draft car, fuel saving is always the name of the game.
Yeah, exactly, and you said it really helps Schöttler right now that he still has those GT4s ahead of him, because they're not too much faster than himself, the back end of that GT4 field, that is. So he really somehow keeps with them, and it just helps him not only in the fuel strategy, but it also helps him to generate a bit more of that gap back to Alex Kneller and the rest of the field.
Through Sunset Bend, the race leaders work then. Huge ass, still lots of pressure being applied. Team Bergen behind them as well. The top 6 cars separated by 2.3 seconds. The top 5, 1.5. That's the main breakaway group I was looking at. Team Bergen looks to the inside then on your championship leaders. Of course, every single one of these cars in and around the front of your field has a chance at the championship. It's a mathematical chance in certain cases, but they want to put the pressure on to the likes of Huge Ass, to the likes of Fiercely Forward as well, of Hugo Jouet down in 7th position. 2 hours, 40 minutes to go until we award our halfway points. And of course, one of the big storylines that we're following along with in today's action. Huge Ass continue though to struggle. Here comes Pascal Costa to the inside in towards the hairpin. He's going to make it look very easy. I don't think Jeff Tyler wants to really be too aggressive at this point, Jonathan.
And you can't be too aggressive early on, especially with guys that may or may not be mathematically out of the picture. Like Impulse is kind of farther down the order.
Busy day for Impulse Racing, who are also competing in another endurance race as well at the same time live on RaceSpotTV. So attention split, focus split, but for Pascal Costa, one focus is this Porsche 911 Cup car, and he's really proven himself to be a very adept handler of this car throughout the season so far. Meanwhile, GT4, Hoisingveld ramps themselves over the curbs, but they're back at the front of your field. And I think it was you, Stefan, who was saying they will get past, and now they'll start to pull away as well.
Yeah, most definitely, and it's electronic sportsmen. I mean, they did come from 2 positions back, if I remember correctly, where they started. So it's also nice to see that they're really getting now up to the front. Christian Jung right now does everything he has to do being P3, so he is also having a great start of this race right now, just keeping his car clean, keeping the nose clean, and it's really starting to develop a gap back to 4th place and further down.
And so we'll wait for our live point situations to get updated by Race Control. It must be an exceptionally busy day for them. Not only are they giving us those live points situations, they're also, of course, going to be busy in Race Control, Jonathan.
Yeah, Race Control is always a busy place.
6 hours, our longest race of the season. Let's see if we get one of our less incident-filled races. That early caution might not fill you with the most hope, but some very, very strong drivers on display. And like we saw in the Club Cup races, these drivers have learned about each of their competition. They know exactly how much space they want to give everyone as well. On board with NAB Racing and Nick Thyssen, then tail end of the top 10. You can see in front a nice healthy queue of cars led by Maniti Racing and Matthias Dehaene. Interestingly, Jonathan, I'm not sure if you remember this, the last time we were at Spa, that Maniti Racing team got in a little bit of trouble under caution as well. It's not been an easy season for them by any means. The ClubSport summer season was a much more dominant run for them. Their main competition, Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, this time, their main competition has been about 5 or 6 different cars. I don't think they've always responded to that in the best way possible.
No, they've also had a changing driver lineup throughout the season. And again, it's these longer races that Maniti seems like you can find a few weaknesses. The shorter 2.4-hour sprints, they have been really good and really dominant in. But once we get to these long runs where changing conditions are going to be an issue, like I said, today is going to be a challenge for Maniti. And what can they bring to the table to try and bring a fight to Hugh Jess and fiercely forward?
Top 3 starting to break away then here in the Cup class. Meanwhile, in the other couple of classes, we're waiting for Team Hoisingveld to start breaking away. Slowly start to extend the advantage in GT4, just under 1 second, as you can see on the left-hand side of the screen. As we turn our attention to TCR, though, this gap already beyond a second. And despite the fact that I was saying that draft might keep this class very close and very interesting, it does appear as though there's a bit of a pace differential at this early part of the... at this early part of the race then, Stefan, at TCR.
Yeah, there's starting to be a bit of a gap here. I mean, quite honestly, looking from the qualifying, I thought there's gonna be a much bigger gap earlier in the race. Obviously, the safety car did help a little bit with that, but I mean, they're starting to string out here, but it's not that the top 3 or top 4 are really running away with this right now. So I have to say, the back of the guys of the top 5 doing a top job right now in this race to keep up with the pace thus far.
First penalty then from Race Control, the 286. We saw Kurt Crum at the hairpin on the grass losing control. Drive-through penalty that he is serving right now for the Bombshell Racing team. That will drop the 286 to the tail end of that TCR class, but still 5 hours and 30 minutes to go. And in a series where cars have been upside down on their roofs at the first caution of the race and then still bounce back to win, you can never count anybody out, including the World of Sim Racing number 52 car, Carlos Garcia. We saw that contact at Sunset Bend. Back now at the tail end of the Cup class, 30 seconds back from your race leader. Still on the lead lap though. Pace doesn't look too bad as well for him. Leaders then through Sunset Bend once again. Going to close off the opening 30 minutes of this race. Let's walk ourselves through the championship situation then. As things run, it is the number 37 that's still in the race lead come the halfway point. The number 34 for Fiercely Forward in second with the 22 car. 10th position on track, 3rd place in this point. But of course, Stefan, these points are only including the 50 points that you can get for leading this class at the end of the half distance. We then have to think about the 100 points that could get added to the standings as well.
Yeah, exactly. And the way you see it right now is, once again, the Cup position points has changed a little bit there, with the 37 losing a few points as the points update. I I mean, yes, we have the 50 points that are at halfway point, but it's really only going to get decided in this class once we see the checkered flag fall because of the 100 points that are still on the line after the halfway point.
So that is the sport class. Let's turn attention back to GT4 then. Must say, very impressed by Arne Stern in the Electronic Sportsman 169 car. 1 second behind Lennart Hardenberg, who last time out at Suzuka rocketed away with an unbelievable gap in the early portions of the race. Here you can see, though, the points difference. The 148, after a disappointing start to the season, finds itself still fourth. My Day's Urban Works team, they're establishing a 13-point advantage heading into the second half of the race. But of course, it's a race of two halves, two tales to be told as well. We'll have a second commentary team to help us with that as well. 30 minutes to go before they'll jump on in. Dylan Coyle, Lorenzo Bonder, and Ryan Walker to take you through the next 3 hours of action. We'll get a couple of hours break after calling an incredible Club Cup finale. A couple of hours to just relax our voices and then jump back on for the final 2 hours to the end. And crown another 3 IVRA champions. And again, we'll return tomorrow for the IVRA GT Sprint Series, not to the virtual Sebring, instead to the virtual Canadian Tire Motorsports Park, where we'll crown our first ever IVRA GT Sprint champion. It does look as though, by the way, one of our championship competitors having a few issues, and that's on the start-finish straight, and I have a feeling that's not going to be a tow zone as well. Lucas Lippert in the 22 car for H2 Performance SRT. We were just talking about the championship hopes there, Stefan. And unfortunately, that car has been helped around.
Yeah, and that's not going to be the best looking
sorry,
crash.
I'm going to cut you off as well because Jeff Tyler has fallen down. And as the yellow flag flies for the second time today, 30 minutes into the action, Stefan, Jeff Tyler, championship leader, he's down in 10th position now.
Yeah, so also something happened with that UJazz car, so that's going to be 2 replays that we're going to have to spool up. But first, we're going to see that 22 car, so let's see what happened there. Side by side with the team down under, a little bit wide, and oh my goodness!
That is a big one, that's for sure. I tell you what, let's see if we can get an onboard look with Team 11, because they look to have a very good view of the action. On board from the roof cam, you'll see that's Vince Peters in the team down under car on the outside. Lucas Lippert does come out, swings out into the path of the 45 car. That's going to be one that Race Control does have to look at championship implications as well. Second replay, will spool it up on the replay machine. Jeff Tyler, contact with the Hell Racers car. And I know that we are only 30 minutes into this race. I'm going to be honest, I'm not sure, Stefan, if that move is necessarily on.
Well, I'm not even sure if they wanted to have this move on. It looks like there was a little bit of space between the cars. I can't really see it. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just a weird interaction overall. I would nearly say it's a racing incident. Nobody really wanted to do anything to the other car there. Maybe now we're gonna see it nicely. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, I'll be a bit more opinionated. Not saying that it was necessarily a bad move. I'm just saying there are championship implications here, and that is a very aggressive move when they're not necessarily alongside coming in through that right-hand kink of the corner. So, again, I'm glad I'm not in race control, Stefan, because both of us have been in race control in the past. We know that's going to be a very difficult decision.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, I mean, yes, it has racing or championship standings implications, but you're not allowed to factor that in, obviously, as race control. You have to view it as 2 cars that are last and dead last in the championship standings, where they're 400 points apart. It is such a weird interaction. You have also that little bit of space between the 2 cars at the point of contact. I would not know, honestly, how to call it, and I'm saying it once again, I'm so glad we are not in race control here.
Race Control does a great job. Julian Bell, Richard Bell, Casper DeCourt, whole team as well behind a number of names I'm not even mentioning. It really is a team effort behind the scenes, and with 3 24-hour races coming up very, very soon, I think that team is going to expand even further. Let's talk about that Triple Crown then, under caution for the second time today. 3 24-hour races with a total of about $13,000 in prize money. Each of the major IVRA competitions will be represented in the Triple Crown. We'll start at Monza in July, go to Silverstone in December, if you ask me, and then Sebring once again in over 14 months' time. It's incredible to think about that. RaceSpotTV's already got these events booked, and we're looking forward to them as well. Uninterrupted coverage for all 24 hours, as well as full coverage of the regular IVRA competitions as well. Jonathan, sorry, go ahead, Stefan.
Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to say it feels kind of weird. We were over 30 minutes into this race, and it is kind of a weird caution. It's in a weird place for the Cup cars. It's basically in a weird place for every single class here. And the most important factor for caution at this point is normally would have already classes that are intermingled with each other, but because we had the first caution after 10 minutes, all classes are still perfectly together, and we don't have to worry about the restart being complete chaos because the classes are still with each other.
And even more importantly than that, on the initial start of these races, there is separation across the classes, 5 seconds or so. On a restart, there is no separation between the classes. And so that's meant, just like Stefan, you've pointed out very correctly, the gaps are so much closer. And this time when we start once again, it's going to take, give or take, about... I'm doing some math in my head, which you guys know is always a bad thing. It's going to take a long time. The pace difference between GT4 and the Porsche 911 Cup cars is only 5 seconds. It's going to take 60 laps for these cars between the GT4s and the Sport class to really get intermingled.
Yeah, I think for at least the Cup class, that's almost a good thing. They can race among themselves, but I'm almost scared as we see Huge Ass now come down the pit lane. I'm wondering if they're going to try and just repair a little bit on that damage. And also Hoisenveld. This is an interesting... Very interesting.
Well, yeah. Very, very interesting, Jonathan. So split strategies then. Lots of GT4 cars coming down. Not surprised to really see that. More surprised at how few of your 911 Cup class decided to try something different. Every single one of your TCR cars has come down except for Alex Neller for Boosted Motorsports. So there is some interesting strategy going on. You want to know how interesting? Well, looks like Team Hoisingveld actually might come out of pit lane behind some... Oh, sorry, never mind. I'm looking at the wrong Team Hoisingveld. No, I'm looking at the right Team Hoisingveld here, Jonathan. Hoisingveld is going to come out behind the Electronic Sportsman.
Good stop from the Electronic Sportsman. And I think the other thing to also be a little bit worried about is that not everyone's been lapped yet. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Arjuna, but everyone's getting lined up by overall order, correct?
Yes, we get lined up by...
So there's going to be a TCR car in front of all these Porsches.
Yes, there you go. There is Alex Neller. Yes.
This is going to be scary.
So, okay, I tell you what, left side of the screen, let's work our way through in reverse order these classes and see what strategy is being taken here. So, first up, stint lengths in TCR. You can see, other than Boosted Motorsport, everyone down onto the lane this most recent time around. Some show 0, some show 1, depending on where their box is in relation to the start-finish line, but that tells you the story. Then in GT4, let's go look at GT4, Jonathan, and see what it looks like here. Interesting. That's all I can say here. Interesting.
It's a weird split, too, because you have one of the championship contenders staying out, and then you have a race winner in SRN Black. You have Shipsky Racing that has shown really good pace staying out. And then you had... I'm really surprised from Hoisenveld that they can be on pit road. Not so surprised about Hella Media. They were towards the rear of the field anyway.
And I think Huysingveld took tires as well, which is why they had the slightly longer stop. So, like I said, bemused, befuddled. But again, those are reasons why I'm a commentator and not a driver anymore, Stefan.
Yeah, it's always easier to judge from the commentary booth than from the driver's seat. But quite honestly, no matter in what class I would have been at this point in time, I would have stayed out. It's just such a weird place for this caution. It's somewhat in the middle of the stint, but also close enough to make it work till the end. But you really can't predict whatsoever what the rest of this race is going to bring to you.
Porsche safety car back down onto pit road this time around then with some very interesting strategies at play. At the front of your field, no one has come down. It's Maniti Racing, Team Bergen, and Impulse still 1, 2, and 3. But your championship leaders, Huge Ass, once on a podium position, they're now down in 28th position overall with a lot of work to do as we go back to green flag racing for the third time today, and Barney the flagman waves that flag once again. Team 11 tried to take advantage. It's going to be Ivan Harasta who's actually going to make it 3 wide with Alpine Stars Geodesic racing down the inside as well. Oh, these restarts are absolutely chaotic in this Porsche Cup class as cars scrap it out for track position. Lewis Ward down the inside, slight contact with Vince Peters, shoves him off the road almost. They'll work their way 2 by 2. And Alpine Stars Geodesic, Raf van der Linden, after an early mistake, recovers up through the field, up into the top 10 for the first time since that mistake. You can see then right behind them, there are the GT4 cars, at least the ones that have not come down onto pit road. There's that storyline as well that we were mentioning. Team Huysingveld, having come down pit road, they're stuck behind Boosted Motorsports, who now blocks them off, Jonathan, heading into the braking zone.
Yeah, I kind of feared this would happen, especially since, like we mentioned, like the pace difference here is not that big. And then there's a Porsche behind us, the huge-ass Porsche. They're going 3 wide, 3 different classes. Oh, boy, this is a risky move by Boosted, and hopefully they don't get punted or spin themselves out. Thankfully, they save it, but it could all be worth it in the end. Our competitors are further behind. They're going to be able to save some fuel with the draft. It might work out for them.
I'm going to send Alex a message as soon as I get off this broadcast. We'll see what happens. But when you see the rest of the cars coming down, you never know how it's going to play out. And sometimes it's that FOMO, the fear of missing out. You don't want to do something different and it not play out in the way that you're expecting. So we'll see how that plays out. Front of the GT4 field, Maide's Urban Works have scampered away with a 1.4 second advantage, up to 1.6 now. AOD Racing in their BMW, they're feeling the pressure from SRN Motorsports behind Jason Gerard. We've talked about being very quick in this series. It's not always come together for this team, but last time at Suzuka, we saw just the raw performance that SRN Motorsports has underneath them. Through Sunset Bend they work. That Porsche looks much more settled through the bumps than Stefan, and as we come underneath the bridge, looks like down into turn 1, it might be Jason Gerard to the inside.
Kind of weird to hear someone say that the Porsche looks more stable through the bumps than the BMW, but most definitely between those two, it kind of seems like the Porsche of SRN Motorsports Black seems to be the better car right now over the bumps. As, I mean, he's also getting pressure from behind by World of Sim Racing Team Junior, so they're also doing a great job to hold that WOSR flag up high, with the other two already having had some misfortune early in the race.
Yeah, for World of Sim Racing, you talk about up and down seasons, they exemplify that, that's for sure. One car retired from this race, the other one still in contention on the lead lap, but at the tail end of that field. So this is GT4 that we're taking a look at for now. Battles for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Maide's Urban Works, they'll finally get passed by Huge Ass in the Cup car. Meanwhile, at the front of the GT Cup field, here's Impulse Racing, right behind Team Bergen. And Jonathan, we had saw those top 3 cars start to extend their gap slightly in the early portions of that stint. Now, once again, tracks reset, rhythm gets reset. It's all about these drivers focusing in once again and finding that level of performance out on track.
Finding the level of points and finding like what they're going to do to kind of save fuel and or save tires. Obviously, some of these guys haven't been down pit road yet. We really don't know how long this stint's going to last. So anything you can do to save your fuel, save your tires, and kind of learn about your car as well, make adjustments. You can see Maniti pulling over to the side, trying to break as much of the toe as possible down this straight.
What a camera shot that was. Shout out to Istvan Ballo, TrackCams22.com, for providing all of today's TV cameras for this Club Sport race. As mentioned, cameras for the Club Cup race, iRacing default. So head on to the iRacing service and you can play around with the same cameras that we were using for part of today's coverage. Talking about the championship fight, fiercely forward, they've seen huge ass drop through the field. Now two of the Hell Racers cars posing a bit of a roadblock as one of them wide through turn one, Hugo Drouet to the inside of Stellan Lindenberg. We saw contact before as cars tried to go too wide through here. Drouet will get himself up into 5th position, but these cars 1.8 seconds now behind the top three, Stefan, and we talked about that gap, and once again, it's developing.
Yeah, and because we had a few cars pitting from in between those cars, the gap starts to really open up this time around. So it's really interesting how the top three are really driving away right now from Rickard Carlson. Also, the fighting that they're doing really doesn't help, as there goes Schroe to the inside of Cunningham here. And maybe he makes it work into 4th place around the 16. No, 16 still has the inside, so that's, quite the fight and the touch.
Slight contact there, but Drouet will squeeze into the inside, and indeed, up into 4th place he goes. NAB Racing, Nick Thyssen defending and attacking at the same time, as is Raf van der Linden. So this really is proving to be where a lot of the strongest competitors we've seen this season are out there and scrapping it out. There's been small issues here. Team Hoisingveld mixed up, as well as Full Send Racing in the 287 car. These cars are now 5 seconds behind Alex Neller. Talking about that strategy call, it was only 3 seconds just a few moments ago. Go back and scoop a RaceSpotTV replay then, Jonathan. Through the hairpin, contact made, and they slow each other down coming off the corner.
Yeah, they just wanted to go murder some more cones, and you really can't go side by side coming out of the hairpin corner like that. The way the track buckles back inwards, especially in these front-wheel drive cars, it's going to be really hard, and I think it showed right there that a little bit of contact could cost them.
Attempted pass for the lead. Team Bergen looks down the inside of Matthias Dehaene. Can they get the move done? Side by side they work. And Team Bergen into the race lead. But Dehaene's not going to give this one up just yet. Still side by side they work through turns 2 and 3. Outside line from Initi Racing. Is it going to give them the momentum? No, Miles is going to lose it all by himself, and he's going to have to watch out for this rejoin. And in fact, that rejoin is going to lose him even more time than he would have expected, because Stefan, the amount that he slid the tires has cost him 6 seconds in and of itself.
Yeah, but much better than the alternative of turning a left here, so still a good job by Anders Mirret to not ruin the race of many more drivers as we are on the replay here to really show you guys what happened between the 46 and the 78. It's just a little bit too out. I don't even think that was caused by damage, but just by Mirret just lighting up his rear tires there.
Another replay as well. Albert Jones in the BMW. We've talked about AOD Racing. And contact them with Jason Gerard. We'll have to take one more look at this from the aerial look brought to us by ATVO, the graphical partners at RaceSpotTV. Late move down the inside. The BMW tries to close the door, Jonathan. And once more, another tough incident for race control to take a look at.
Yeah, just SRN wasn't really alongside, but the BMW given space, especially this early on in the race. It's going to be a tough one for race control. Obviously, that's going to be reported right away. But now this SRN car is going to have to do that holdup has cost them a couple seconds in time.
And this has helped My Days Urban Works in their championship hunt. They're now in the lead of the race. Leonard Hardenberg is 5 seconds behind the race leader. And for Christian Young, Danny Giese, clean air for them to work at the front of the field. Let's check in with the Porsche 911 Cup class, because 3 of these contenders have taken one another out. Lewis Ward, Raf van der Linden, and Stellan Lindenberg for the second time today. Lindenberg gets involved in some kind of mistake, and the RaceSpotTV replay is up on your screen right now, Stefan, and coming through Sunset Bend, it's van der Linden looking to the inside, and he causes a chain reaction.
Yeah, you're saying it right there, but what a great drive there from Lewis Ward, recognizing what's happening to the inside of him and then being able to slow down and shoot through the gap of those two cars spinning around. Look at that on board.
It speaks for itself, and Lewis Ward, who has not enjoyed the ClubSport Series as much as the Endurance Series, to be completely honest, I think he will have enjoyed that moment, at least from a story to be told. So, another big incident then, involving more of our contenders. Team Bergen, Hell Racers, Alpine Stars, Geodesic Racing. In just 2 laps' time, count them out of this race. One more replay to take a look at as well. What's happened here between Maniti Racing and Impulse Racing? Very aggressive defense from Pascal Costa, and he loses it by himself once again. Contact made between those two cars, and Maniti Racing, Jonathan, they must just be thinking, all of these guys want to pass us, why can't they do it without spinning?
Yeah, he just gets a little loose. He doesn't go all the way to the inside of the corner and just drifted up into Maniti Racing. Really nothing Maniti could do. And then Impulse, who was they were having a really good run up there in second, now have a little bit of damage and are down under, team down under.
Take a look at your race leader and try and see if he's got any damage here then, Stefan, because wow. 2 laps, 2 incidents, and once again, all Maniti's doing is holding their line, and the cars are trying to get past them. Just a bit too aggressive on the power. Rear end steps around, and around she snaps.
Yeah, I mean, it was super lucky for Maniti, because that contact could have also resulted in them just completely barrel rolling out of control there. So really lucky for the Heine, and I think they even got away with it without any damage to that Porsche 911. So they are not only enjoying now a healthy lead, but also a very lucky encounter with a spinner.
So 10 minutes then from the top of the hour. My name is Arjuna Kankipati. Alongside is Stefan Schlacker, Jonathan Burke. We'll hand it on over in just 10 minutes' time to our next commentary team, Dylan Cole, Lorenzo Bonder, Ryan Walker, who are standing by. But battles then in TCR, 3 wide, as that's SRN Motorsports down the inside. They're fighting for 3rd position. It's Full Send Racing. Michael Schottler down the inside. The pole position sitter really wants to get back to the front of the field. Pearson Esports in second. They are 4.5 seconds behind the Contra strategy of Alex Neller and Boosted Motorsports. And across the line, they will continue to fight then, Jonathan.
These TCR cars are really aggressive early. I think everyone knows track position is clearly the name of the game right now. Strategy, just throw that out the window. We just want to get in front of you. And this is a good race so far from Pearson's. But Hoisenveld and Fulson have been the 2 at the top of the standings. They're just going to go back and forth, I think, throughout this lap.
And so with 9 minutes left before we hand it on over, let's talk about these championship pictures. Let's start with TCR, since we're already focusing in on them. You can see there, championship advantage does get extended, and if the positions hold, Team Hoisenveld confirmed as champions in 2 and a bit hours' time. 285 car will try and make life difficult for them, but it's only so much they can do with that gap being so large. So in TCR, battle for first, cooling down. Battle for second is intensifying between the 2 Full Send Racing teammates. Let's take a look at GT4 then, and My Day's Oberyn Works as they lead in this class. They've got a nice healthy buffer behind them as well. You can see there, Stefan, the gap starts to extend on out. And over the next few laps, I think we're really going to see if Hugh Jass is going to have anything to fight back against the My Days team.
Yeah, you're saying it. It seems like the UHS car just doesn't really have it right, at least right now, in them to be able to fight with the My Days car. But obviously, we are going to run into the night, and we might see a complete change-up of how these cars handle. And maybe that is the time where UHS comes out to shine.
It will be interesting, that is for sure. 3rd and final class. It is the most interesting one as well when it comes to the championship picture. When ET Racing does extend the gap out front, they're not really the main team that we're keeping our eyes on. They're only down in 4th. They are now only 60 points behind your championship leading car. No longer is Hugh Jass in the championship lead. It's now Fiercely Forward that has built up a 34-point buffer as things run. But watch out for, of course, Huge Ass, who are now back in contention. Jeff Tyler is setting in some very good lap times at this point in time. And you can see here, it's not just a battle pack for second, there's also a grouping of cars for seventh as well. So let's turn our attention to that one, Jonathan. Coming to the end of the hour, 2 safety cars. What do you think is going to really happen now in these next 3 hours? We'll go off, get a bit of a break, but these drivers, they'll be fighting for the next 3 hours.
And then trying to strategize. We haven't had... First off, we have the split strategy to talk about in Sport and TCR. And then we have to figure out when everyone's going to come down that road and how everyone's going to plan for that half-hour mark. It's really, really interesting. And if this thing goes green, I don't even know if it's worse than having a caution. Like, both would be bad. Going green, these guys in the split strategy, it's going to be really hard to calculate when they're coming out, when they're coming in. If you're going yellow, oh, we just throw all that out the window and make a guessing. As there goes Bergen down the pit lane. I think these are some of the guys that did stay out that have had issues.
That is Team Bergen and Stellan Lindenberg down onto the lane. So first takers after those 2 safety cars, right about on cue as well. And so we'll watch for the rest of the cars down onto the lane. NAB and Hell Racers, excuse me, side by side. Team Down Under tries to poke their nose as well. Ooh, very sideways there is the Hell Racers car, and Richard Carlson opens the door for Team Down Under, but they get forced to go to the outside. Pascal Costa dives to the inside as well. You talk about this being like NASCAR-style racing. 2 wide, 2 deep, into the hairpin they go. Nick Thyssen will manage to hold off Richard Carlson. Pascal Costa almost manages to get past Carlson as we head down in towards this next turn. Absolutely incredible stuff. And meanwhile, all of this hard fighting is really just bringing into this equation once again the likes, Stefan, of Jeff Tyler.
Yeah, Jeff Tyler is loving this right now because it helps him recover after the issues he had. And I mean, yeah, Jeff Tyler, he still has a long way to go, but so is the race. It's still a long way to go till the halfway point, so it just continues in IVRA. Everything is possible and everything will be possible by the end of the race.
Slight contact there, and I think there might be a couple of cars off the track as well. Down onto pit road for GT4, Samsoid Emerald and Shipsky Racing. So GT4 pit window then opens for the cars that haven't come down onto the road, as World of Sim Racing getting very close with Raf van der Linden, who is not enjoying the position that he's in. He would much rather be up towards the front of the field, but edge of the top 10, working with H2 Performance in front of them as well. Lots of intrigue to keep our eyes on, excuse me. Meanwhile, in GT4, extraordinary job from Lennart Hardenberg here. Now back in towards second position, and after coming down onto pit road, serving a full pit stop, you can see here the gap between him and the championship leader, 1.5 seconds, Jonathan.
And getting, on the curb and getting airborne for good measure. I think, like, this Team Hoisingville team has really just turned it on in this half of 2021. And just in all IVRA competition, they've had many, many wins for the team and many, many good performances. Just right now, this gap to the Midas car, points-wise, not going to be doable, I think, to make up. This gap to the lead, however, it's coming down quickly. And on fresh tires, I think this 148 is going to get around the 124, no problem.
And I wonder if Hardenberg has played this strategy card perfectly, Stefan. You talked about cars maybe wanting to stay out there on track, but if you're able to come down onto pit road, get a full tank of fuel, get fresh set of tires, and now you see the Hellracers car, sorry, the My Days car down onto pit road. Now that car is going to be a full pit stop behind, in effect.
I mean, yeah, with the Team Hoisenfeld car, it's a little bit different for that strategy because, I mean, you're so fast, you're so far ahead in the championship standings. It really doesn't
sorry,
matter.
car upside down. Caution is
My
already
goodness.
out, and I expected that when I saw the car on its roof. So caution for the third time today, 1 hour into our activities, and that's Bern Siebel, sister car of one of our championship competitors, in 13th position and upside down. RaceSpotTV replay to take a look at then. And is it going to be contact with Raf van der Linden? Stefan had been talking about just how desperate van der Linden was. And no, it's self-inflicted. Loses the rear end by himself. And World of Sim Racing with absolutely nowhere to go, Stefan.
Yeah, exactly. Spun right across the nose of those guys. Nowhere to go. Bernd Siebel, it's just... Yeah. Yeah, there you can see it. Just nowhere to go for the World of Sim Racing team, and Bernd Schiebel just incredibly unlucky that after getting back on his tires, he bounced up once again, and that caused him to roll over to his roof. So, yeah, both H2 Performance SRT cars with quite the unlucky start to this race.
Looks like there might be something else for us to turn our attention to. Pure Sims, ooh, contact with Full Send Racing, and he gets shoved off the track at Le Mans corner. Pure Sims flashed the light, the irritation quite evident. And for Full Send Racing then, very, very aggressive move. Back under caution for the third time today. Not the first time, Jonathan, we've seen a car on its roof, and not the last time either, I'm sure.
No, that's unfortunate. Unfortunately, you know, just because it is spring break in the area does not mean we can sunbathe. And for that H2 Performance car, that was just not a good place. It was a violent hit, too, a weirdly violent hit he had with the World of Sim Racing car. I didn't expect that car to bounce like that.
So 5 hours still left to go here live from the virtual Sebring. What has just happened to Boosted Motorsports? Don't tell me they've run out of fuel as a result of this split strategy. Absolute chaos here from the virtual Sebring International Raceway. And don't go anywhere. Continued coverage of this event will continue live on RaceSpotTV. The brand new commentary team will step into the booth. For now, though, my name is Arjuna Kenkipati. I've been joined by the wonderful Jonathan Burke and the delightful Stefan Schlacker for past few hours. We will be back down into the booth in a couple of hours' time to call the championship finale and the run to the checkered flag. 3 new champions to be crowned, and you can catch it all live on RaceSpotTV. The final round of the IVRA ClubSport Series, the 6 hours of Sebring. Don't go anywhere. We'll switch our teams over very, very quickly and be right back live on RaceSpotTV.
The view of central southern Florida for the IVRA ClubSport Series. It is a gorgeous one. We're just an hour into the 6 hours of Sebring, the finale for this season's ClubSport Series. I'm Dylan Coyle, joined alongside Lorenzo Bonder, Ryan Walker for the next 3 hours of commentary here. It's been quite an interesting first hour, and let's just jump right into what we just saw. Boost Motorsports, Lorenzo, what's the update with them in the TCR class?
Yeah, apparently Boosted decided to run out of fuel and towed back to the pits. Alex Neller was in that car, and it was kind of confirmed by David Vinbrook that the car ran out of fuel. So it's a major blow to the TCR leader. And I think they're even contenders in the championship. Just looking at quick standings. Yeah, they're 7th place. They're far back, but that was a good race, actually. Getting them within top 5, unfortunate.
Yeah, and you know what? It is unfortunate, most definitely. What we're going to see during our portion of this broadcast in 2 hours is halfway points. And they matter so much, Ryan. I mean, we're going to see 50% of the points be given, and with battles for the championship literally within 1 point and issues from some of the competitors, I mean, it's going to matter so much.
Yeah, absolutely. The halfway stage and the halfway points are definitely going to help especially in the championship, and especially in the cup class as well, because at the moment it's not going too good for the 37 Hughes As car. That's currently down in P11, but the team in the box seat at the moment is the 34 Fusely Forward car, currently sitting in second. So they're in the box seat at the moment as it stands.
Well, my worry for the 37 is just, is there any damage from that car from the recent incident? And you know what? If there is, then it's going to affect them. This race is so young. We still have so much time left, and relatively the attrition rate for this race an hour in has been pretty good. We still have 38 drivers who are on the lead lap of the overall race, and that is fantastic. And you know what? At the hour mark, why don't we run through what we've seen through each class so far, talk about the standings as the pace lap continues. Manatee Racing, IVRA Cup is in the lead overall, Fiercely Forward, and NAB Racing sitting top 3. And Lorenzo, top 3 in the GT4s class. Oh, Lorenzo. Ryan.
Wait, I'm here. Sorry. Microphone is muted. Sorry.
Oh man, a great start.
So here we go. Let's rewind. Team Weissingfeld is in the lead of the GT4 class with the Electronic Sportsman. Love that name, by the way. Is in P2, and Huge Ass Sport Team is in P3.
Yeah, so a good top 3 there. Definitely a smaller field at the moment, but it's not a smaller field. It's just they're very much split the last time around because of these pit stops we're seeing. So we've got the top class, as you would say, obviously the cup class. There's the cup, the sport, the TCR. For anyone who is new to watching this, as we see the numbered pit stalls that our producer Tyler Maxson so very much loves for this class, as some cars get jacked up for some fresh tires on this rough surface. So we've got the Cup class, and obviously that's just the Porsche Cup cars, and then we have a Porsche and BMW in the Sport class, the GT4 class, the TCR, the Audi. So pretty familiar cars to anyone who has raced in iRacing services before. What is, Lorenzo, the telling point for you about the Porsche Cup car? Because many would say it's one of the toughest cars to drive on the surface. Ryan, I'll come to you about the TCR.
About the 911 GT3 Cup, for me, it's really complicated in the long run. You need to find a good setup balance that kind of handles with the car being very oversteery during its mid portion. Whenever the tires get actually, I'm not going to say burnt up, but they actually get a good tire wear in it, it becomes very tricky, especially under acceleration, to control that car properly. I can tell you, like, I beefed up my force feedback settings in the G27. Driving with the G27, it's nightmare. It's complete nightmare, even if you have the best pedals in the world. So you can actually do it, but I'll tell you, for a proper handling of the car, you need like a real proper steering wheel, like a Fanatec or something, even a direct drive.
Well, also it has it's kind of, you know, that GT3 car. It doesn't have the electronics. But Ryan, for the TCR, specifically Paul Smith and Tyler Maxson, would say that it is not a difficult car to drive. But how about you?
I think if you've got a lot of experience with the TCR, that's probably easy for you to drive. Like Tyler, he races in real life driving front-wheel drive cars, and he'll probably tell me it probably is difficult to drive because it's not like a rear-wheel drive car, it's front-wheel drive, so you've got to be, from my experience, you've got to be a lot smoother with the wheel, a lot smoother with your throttle inputs, getting on the power, otherwise you'll just burn up the front tyres, and in a 6-hour race like this, that can, it definitely doesn't help, so it's something that these drivers will have to think about. But the TCR, from my experience, you definitely have to be really smooth.
I
Yeah.
think I know why Dylan didn't want to talk about the TCRs, but we'll leave it that for another
Whoa,
time.
whoa, 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 whoa! What was the reason?
Because last time you actually said you got called out on
I
live
did,
broadcast.
I did get called out. Well, mostly because I'm an awful TCR driver, but nonetheless, the lights on the pace car were out. They're back on, so it looks like we're going to see another caution lap here. The interesting thing we're seeing from this field is
Okay,
because of
this is
these early
interesting.
cautions. So, yes, there.
Team Impulse just got an end of line penalty.
Oh no. Well, that is absolutely not good. How come they're getting that, Lorenzo?
I'm still trying to figure out, to be very honest with you. I got the race control decisions, but I see a lot of people like getting Pascal Costa, Lewis Ward, Seven Frister. So some people are getting end of line penalties. Even the TCR leader in Boosted as well.
So it might be because, and this is what I was hearing from race control. I'm not sure if this is exactly
Oh,
true.
pits were closed.
Yes, right. I believe cars, a lot of drivers were coming in when pits were closed, which is just going to end up confusing the field a little bit more. Some good drives we're about to see. And while it is, an endurance race in 6 hours, it's got that feel of a sprint because these incidents, they're coming out quite frequently so far, Ryan.
Yeah, there's been quite a lot of, or quite a few incidents anyway, in the early stages of the race. Some drivers at the start of the race, from what I saw in the broadcast, were just being too eager and just being too aggressive, and instead of just settling down, get into a rhythm, get into a mindset of it's a long race, there's plenty of time to gain positions, and also with the pit stops, you can gain positions through that. So just some drivers being too eager, and they just need to calm down a little bit.
So, look who is out in front at the moment. It looks like Huge Ass Cup. Jeff Tyler is in position number 1 in car 37. So, that incident, it looks like they've recovered, sort of. I do wonder if they just decided to go for tires or no tires on that pit stop. Race control saying that we will be going back to green this lap, as in the back half of the track right now. The lights, by the way. We talk about Sunset Bend is where we're going to start to see all the drivers accelerate, get up to speed. But the sunset, well, it's coming in quite nicely. Shadows, the orange tint around this track. And from that, we're going to see some night racing very soon.
Yeah, absolutely. And when it comes to the night racing as well, that's when you've got to really be on your toes and kind of just be careful with regards to your braking points, because in the daytime it's easier to spot the braking points, but when it comes to nighttime and racing in the dark, that's a whole different story.
Just a little bit. Let's see this sunset show that we've been so excited for. Look at that. Barney, he gets everywhere. And Barney, well, he's just matching that sunset with the yellow right now. It's gorgeous. Gorgeous view. Lights are out again on the pace car. We are about to go back to green as the cars are all lining up in the last sector of this track. Some of the famous S's that we see, some of the bends, before they get to the Le Mans curve and onto the Ullman Straight. And I can say one thing, Lorenzo, this is going to be a fun restart with some cars mixed all up through the field.
Yeah, this is gonna be really interesting. I can see like the top 3 in GT3 Cup, then I can see top 5 in GT4 in the club part, and also the TCR's P1 to 3. Then we got GT4s, we got a club.
there's no way this is going to be a clean restart, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah,
right
it's
here.
gonna be messy.
Well, the top 3 overall are all from the Cup class. They are rounding Sunset Bend, and the anticipation is growing, to say the least. Pace car pulls off. Green flag is out, and we are back underway here at the 6 hours of Sebring. A very nice jump for Jeff Tyler, and the top 3 have gotten away very easily because of the extra horsepower. We do have side-by-side racing for P2, though, in the sport class with the Electronic Sportsman and Huge Ass Sport, Lorenzo.
Really good start so far, and Huge Ass managed to break away a little bit. Not too much offense from Team Bergen, But farther down in the back, you can see a little bit of the cluster of the cars trying to battle himself out for positions while staying safe. Especially the ones in the TCR class getting challenged by the GT3 Cup cars and the GT4. So it is a little bit messy. I think that was the Fiercely 4 making the moves into the TCRs, now getting to the GT4 field.
Yeah, this is the dangerous portion of what we were talking about as they come down to the hairpin, the far end of the circuit. All of these cars have different modifications, different styles. You know, they're different classes, so the speed differences around not only front or straightaways, but also in the corners themselves are going to be harrowing, to say the least. You see some of the flashing, you see some of the blinking right there from the 78, the Manatee Racing machine, and trying to get through this field. You see a TCR to the inside, an easy sweep there, and making his way through the field. He's going to have to get through now some of the sport cars. A Porsche Cayman just ahead. Theoretically, it shouldn't be a problem, but because of how difficult this track is, you first race the track, then you race the competition, Ryan.
Yeah, you do indeed, and after the restart as well, the 248 Team Huskenveld car lost the lead to the 285 Full Sim Racing TCR car of Ollie Peacock, so I think the 285 might have just been a little bit flustered on the restart with the traffic coming through.
Yeah, a little bit flustered to say the least, but I must say, everyone at this current moment, you can understand being flustered, and we do have a replay coming up here of the 199 in the sport class. We've got Cecil, Lorenzo, what do we see? Oh, no.
Did Christian Cecil just lost the car on its own?
Like
it. That was a weird one.
Yeah, just lost the car. He might have felt like he was getting a bit too much oversteer, tried to correct it, but when you correct it around that bend at that speed, it can lead to catastrophe. Close battle for the top three, and Hugh Jazz has lost the lead here. I believe we're going to get to see this, Ryan, or actually another replay here in the sport class.
Yeah, so it looks like the 175 car of SRM Motorsports came into the hairpin, and a team down under in the Porsche Cup class just tagged him.
Yeah, the team down under car, we were saying just before we got on air, quite aggressive right now, and it's leading to some incidents, mistakes stemming from their car. But nonetheless, look at this. Top three overall and in the club class, or the club class, excuse me, are just way away from the cup class, are just way away from everybody else in the field. But there's also a huge gap from them to the rest of their cup class competitors. And that is, of course, because of that mix match, just the amount of effort that you have to put in to pass some of the slower classes, especially when they're all mixed up in front of you. I mean, that's so difficult to deal with as we get that picture-in-picture, the replay of the pass going into turn one, and that's about as easy as you can make it. The 37 tried to get a cutback maneuver, but it looks like he just couldn't get to the inside enough by the end of that corner, Lorenzo.
I've been getting with the microphone muted. I've been speaking back and forth.
Was that again?
Yeah, that was me again. As you can see, that's a cluster of cars near going 4 wide at the at Ullman Straight. That's the thing you really don't want to do, and that's Impulse right in the middle of that action, overtaking some of the GT4 cars. That's the World of Sim Racing right ahead of him as they go into Sunset Bend. There's 3 Porsche Cup cars right involved on the outside part, going to a newly sandwiched, and that is impressively clean so far. Good work.
Yeah, very clean. I think if you're Team Hella Daniel Isaacin, you are completely nervous in that Porsche right there, but really nice job by everyone, including him, to get out of the way and let the racing commence, but he is back in some action right now. Everyone who is new to GT racing, we see the Cup car of the Porsche Cup. Huge wing, and it's probably the largest wing that you will see throughout most of GT racing, to be honest with you. Especially in this race, the aerodynamics are much stronger on this car. It's a pass now down to the hairpin as we look at a BMW, a GT4 battle, switch back to the Cup class. There's action happening all over, Ryan, as we see a wiggle in the background.
Yeah, absolutely. There's action everywhere you look, not on all classes, and I think for the slower class cars as well, the GT4s and TCRs especially, I think it's I wouldn't want to be in their position because they're just being swamped at the moment, but they're doing a good job sticking to the line and not being too unpredictable and just basically trying not to make it hard for the faster class cars, if you like.
And iRacing said, let there be lights. As we see the lights have flashed on board in front, in the hoods of these cars right here. And now we get to see some of the action that will happen. The drivers who are going to be better in this stint of the race. And Lorenzo, typically you and I are on in hours 6 to 12 of these races. Oh no, there's a spin right in front. What an avoidance!
That is an avoidance, all right. That is Marcel Boltzmann from Virtual Motorsport, as you really don't want to be reversing into Le Mans like that. You're gonna make some people have a heart attack.
Wow, that was some fantastic racing right there to stay out of any potential danger. But as I was saying, we usually do hours 6 to 12 of the 24-hour broadcast, the silly hours, I guess you could say.
The best hours.
Yeah, the best, oh yes, the best hours. These hours are some of the most important because, again, points will be rewarded when we are fully in the dark here in just an hour and 40 minutes. So this is a sprint to get a big bunch of points in this series. Any race over 4 hours will get it. As we see a replay, I believe, of the incident. Ryan, you want to take us through this?
Yeah, so looking at the replay, it looks like Marcel just carried too much speed and lost the rear, and how he never got collected is beyond me, but credit to everyone for avoiding him, because that could have ended up much worse.
Oh, squeezing back out. That's always scary. Oh, you had enough room there. Got to work on that parallel parking, I guess.
Switched threading the needle.
Yes, yes. That is absolutely threading the needle. Call it what you want. That was just, sometimes it pays to be lucky. Absolutely. But yes, the way it works, these 4-hour races, anything over it in the ClubSport Series, they award 50% of the full race points to the drivers in the at the halfway point. And with these battles being so close, I mean, we'll go over it closer to that halfway point. I mean, we're seeing 1 point, 2 points, 4 points between multiple teams for the championship. And as we ride on board with Albert Jones fighting for his 6th place position right now. And this is where we see the 2 different cars, the 2 different strengths and styles. It's the only class in here, Lorenzo, that has multiple manufacturers.
Yeah, it's the only class that you see a BMW M4 GT4 and the Porsche 718 Clubsport Cayman. And really good battle between the AOD Racing My Days Erlebniswerk. Actually, kind of got this name partially right, but I know I butchered that name halfway through German. They got the pronunciation right in another league, but it's all right. Nevertheless, Christian Young doing some good pressure, late braking from Young to keep up with that GT4 BMW. Big boy, by the way, for a GT4.
Yeah, well, we know where the momentum is going to be coming down this main straight. It's going to be with the Porsche in behind. Will we see a move get done? Quite perhaps. The 122 is staying ahead, however. Might be that extra speed. You know, the Porsche might be more nimble as they're right at the gearbox. Porsche might be more nimble, but when it comes to speed, I mean, do you feel like the BMW has the edge, Ryan?
I think when it comes to
easy move.
Oh, he's got the move done. Beautiful.
Yeah, that was quite an easy move. Sorry to cut you off there. It just I'm surprised that it was that easy. Maybe he saw that this was not his race to run, maybe with that driver, and just gets back on his way. But as you were saying, Ryan, with the difference between both cars.
Yeah, I think the Porsche Cayman's much easier over the bumps, but in a straight line, the Porsche's got that bit more straight line speed, if you like. But I was just looking further back in the field at the TCR class, especially the battle for the lead between the 285 Full Send Racing, Team Husqvarna 248 and Impulse Racing 222. The top 3 are all really close together now.
Yeah, this is a great battle we're seeing. Right now we're seeing some of the Cup battles, and you will say right here that the difference between the cars in the Cup class have quite calmed down, I guess you could say. We see the top 2 on the leaderboard on the left side of your screen. That gap has almost gotten to a second. Third place is a second and a half, and that's really the battle for the lead. But yes, we're here with the 248. This is the battle for the lead in the TCR class. Full Send Racing in the 285 leads the 248 of Team Hussingfeld and the 222 of Impulse Racing. And just a couple seconds behind is the Full Send Racing 287 car. So a 4-team battle, a 4-car battle for first in TCR. And we know by the way these cars drive, they're going to be sticking close to each other for the majority of this run.
Yeah, absolutely. As Ollie Peacock in the 285 goes defensive now, heading down to Sunset Bend. And I don't think Michael Schottler in the 248 is going to take a line down to that. Is he trying to go around the outside? If he can get it done, I'll be impressed. But is it just a bit of contact?
They do have contact. Too much of a wiggle when you got to the sharpest point. They might almost touch again, almost in the grass. He gets the move done, however, and Ollie Peacock has had to surrender position to Team Hussingfeld 248. Will we see a pass happen right here on the outside? Maybe a switchback. The momentum, it's going to be short-lived, but it will be with Ollie Peacock, and I'm not sure he's going to have the speed. He's going to take a peek, and then he's going to just get back in line. Great racing action for first in the TCR class, Lorenzo.
Yeah, really good battle, and Ollie Peacock can consider himself a little bit lucky because when they touched doors on the Sunset Bend, he was just about a millimeters away from touching the inside wall on the very entry of the inside wall. There's a small gap, not a small gap, but a small slight turn of diagonal angle turn into the walls itself, and that could offset the car a little bit, could have caused a collision. But again, narrowly avoiding that wall and getting the momentum. There was a little bit of a late block coming into turn number 1 from Michael Schuttler and into Ollie Peacock that kind of killed the momentum out of the Full Send car.
Well, you have to wonder, I mean, yes, this race has 4.5 hours remaining, and yes, it is sort of a sprinty type of endurance race, but these drivers, it's a really cool thing about having points at the halfway mark. There's more aggression. Maybe it's not great for the attrition rate as the race gets older, but there's a lot of aggression. There's a lot of pass attempts that will be made as we go through the night stages here, and when we get to that fully 3-hour mark here. I know we're talking about it a lot, but it's such an important mark, especially with the championship being close as it is for specifically the Cup and Sport classes. But this TCR battle, it looks like the 248 is able to move a little bit away from Ollie Peacock. That's Michael Schuttler, as you said, Lorenzo. But Impulse Racing and Ashert, well, they might have a run coming down into Sunset Bend, trying to get as close to the apex as possible. It looks like Peacock actually had a little bit of late braking there. It might hurt his exit speed.
Yeah, quite possibly, as they come across the start-finish line now, and they've got a GT4 car coming up to lap them, so these guys have to be careful, and also they have the top 3 in TCR have to be careful because just in the background there is the 287 Full Send Racing car, so if any of the top 3 in front of them have issues, the 287 could benefit, and it could possibly help them in the championship.
Yeah, absolutely, and this is going to be interesting to see how the traffic is able to be managed in the SRN Motorsports orange car. Obviously, currently very far back in the sport field, but still faster cars, so he's going to have to manage it and manage it carefully here as he gets to the hairpin. And you know what? I'm surprised he didn't go for a move, but I guess he's thinking he's already in a bad enough shape. Yes, he is currently on the lead lap and will catch up if there's a caution, but just be patient here because it is a long race to go. Maybe looking at that, I guess, finale in terms of points. As it looks like Peacock gets very wide on the exit, and they're going to be side by side here, Lorenzo. Some great action. Oh, they almost touch. Peacock is struggling right now.
And there's a little bit of a struggle. Impulse on tower turn on the inside. Nearly good move, and a little bit of a blink to Ollie Peacock, but the move is done.
Yeah, move is done, and it looks like Gralty is going to be able to well, he's not taking advantage of it yet. This is a scary position for a driver in a different class to be in right now because you don't want to get involved with the battle. You don't want to get your car damaged. But the way these drivers are fighting right now, first of all, it's helping Team Husingfeld's Michael Schuttler just get away from this battle. But it's also, well, it's kind of damaging Daniel Grotley's chance at getting away from here. Oh, are we going to see a move? Are we going to see 3 wide in Sunset Bend? Grotley decides against it. That was the smart and safe move, but the momentum is going to be in Ollie Peacock, but he gets too loose. He gets all the way to the grass, and he is coming in. I wonder if his tires have just given up or something is wrong in that car.
It looks like more of a scheduled pit stop than anything else because I see other cars into like Team Heli Media into the box as well outside the Full Send Racing one, and so I wouldn't be surprised if there are people coming into the pit lane. Some people didn't decide to go for tire change and even a pit stop on the last yellow flag, so not surprised about that decision whatsoever. In the meanwhile, Sebring Racing actually made a move for P9 in the class. So Thomas Hemrichak just moving 1 spot up.
So just to let everyone know, Fraser Smith is down in that 285 car. Ali Peacock has come out of the car. It looked like they were up on the jacks. Looks like it's a fresh set of tires. So we follow action live here and on the front stretch. Some great battling. The 78 car. This is a battle for 5th place. Will a move be done? No. It looks like the defense is pretty well by Manatee Racing's Matthias Dehane and NAB Racing Nick Thissett. And Lorenzo, I do want to know here, when you are dealing with the night coming in, setting in, and you know that there's going to be some jitters, some accidents, some incidents and mistakes that some drivers are prone to right now, what do you do when you're handling not only the traffic, but slower competition in your own field when the track itself is so prone to giving drivers headaches?
I usually take more of a cautious approach. You know, I'm more of a mindset. I don't mind losing time to gain up time later on just so I can make that safe move. I'm not going to risk it unless it is overly necessary to make that risky move and then capitalize it on it, because you're probably fighting it within the final laps, within the full darkness, and you want to go for the win. But in general, whenever you're in the night, you want to be as most safe as you can be during your overtakes, because that's where usually people are more tired and they have to be more, you know, car-wise. There's this car spun around at the S's right before the Le Monster, but you have to be very careful. You can see a perfect example there.
Yeah, a car has definitely spun, was trying to find exactly who that was, but we'll get to that later. It looks like they are all fine. Yes, we see the still trying to work his way out of this funk as more of the traffic gets by. The 63 car here from the Cup class, quite a ways back. The Regazzo Racing team is currently in position number 12. But
I found out who it is.
Lorenzo, continue.
So that is the Simsoid Emerald car, Christian Cecil, being spun around at the S's. We're going to look on the replay. What happened to Christian as he's going to go into the double left-hander, break into the right-hander of the S's, and oh, that's the famous riding too much the curb beyond the entry. You can get the car so loose in there. In the GT4 is not the best car. You really want to tackle those curves. You need to be taking a more cautious approach.
Yeah, that's that flowing portion is my favorite portion of this circuit. We follow back live pictures. It's a fight for 11th place, the 52, a World of Sim Racing team, and Regazzo Racing fighting for 11th. The two drivers further back in that graphic on the bottom right. They're much further back, so not in this battle specifically, but it's nice to see exactly where everyone is currently showing and placing in the run right now, as we have some more pit stops from the sport team. Looks like a Porsche. Yes, it is from second place. The 148, Leonard Hartenberg, is in right now. But again, following with live pictures. This battle is currently ongoing, and a good job by Stefan Frister to stay right with the World of Sim Racing team, Carlos Hernandez Garcia driver right in front. And I will say, Ryan, it's very difficult to follow a car on this circuit just because the unpredictability of some of the, not only bumps, but also how the other drivers will react to each corner, because there are different lines to take. And with having different lines, well, it helps with the overall racing in it. There's a lot of places you can overtake, but there's a lot that you have to have a lot of guts to make that overtake work.
Yeah, you absolutely do, and that's the thing with this track as well. I love it just because it's a challenge, and I found in the IVRA Club Cup races earlier this afternoon that some of the corners, even though it was a shorter layout, spotting some of the corners and getting slowed down for them is a bit of a challenge. And it's a good battle between these two teams as well. It's just unfortunate to see World of Sim Racing further back in the Cup class, because on their day they're normally one of the quickest, but just issues in the early stages of the races took them out of it.
You know, we will get to talking about your racing and what you experienced in just a little bit here before we see a potential move being done. There are drivers coming out, and we also see a black flag, a Tier 5 black flag actually being given right now, and that's a major penalty right now from Michael G. Garcia. I'll get you exactly where that was, but Lorenzo, that is a big tier.
Yeah, that is a big issue. The Tier 5 is 10-second stop and hold. That gives you 2 penalty points for offending car has been deemed partially or equally as responsible for a moderate incident. I'm just gonna try to grab what the incident was specifically for Michael Garcia's car.
Yeah, that's a harsh penalty, but one that might be fair given the circumstances. Like we said, we didn't see exactly what happened. Still follow along with this battle for 11th, and they're still able to fight alongside or right behind each other. Not too much traffic that they've had to deal with on this run. Team 11 right in front, by the way. Yeah, Team 11 currently trying to get past right now some slower traffic, and almost got, oh no, into the grass, is able to save it and get back on the way. That was scary, Lorenzo.
And that was really scary from Lewis War as he makes the move under the assist. If he had gone in the wrong way in there, they could have gone so wrong for him. Meanwhile, the team that got the penalty is the full send 287, as now we can see if Team 11 defending from or the Sim Racing team coming into the Sunset Bend.
Yes, coming into the Sunset Bend. Team 11 was quite a bit ahead of this group of cars fighting for 11th, but you know what? Doesn't take that much to closen up the battle. All it takes sometimes is a wiggle and some dangerous maneuvers. The one who's been hurt the most maybe by all of that was Regazzo Racing, because now they have to still deal with traffic around this corner, and they get a little bit loose, as you see in the background right there, trying to get around the TCR car, the Audi there, and everything is good, everything is fine, gets back on the horse. But now this isn't a battle for just 11th, it's a battle between 3 cars for 10th place, and that's or actually 9th place, that is, after some cars have come into the pits. That's quite exciting. And Ryan, I do want to come back to you. Your cup race, I should say. Tell us a little bit about what you experienced with the track conditions that some of these drivers are feeling. Obviously, different times of the day, but for anyone who has not driven Sebring, I think you could give a lot of insight on the challenges these drivers are facing.
Yeah, so it wasn't, like I say, it wasn't the full layout we were using, but track conditions and time of day, it was probably like a lot warmer then, so the tyres were taking a bit of a punishment, and you had to be very careful, I found anyway. If you just doing stuff like too much steering input, it can destroy the front tyres. But I think Sebring, it's one of my favourite tracks. It's such a challenge, and just so many different style of corners. You've got slow speed, high speed, medium speed, and you've got bumps as well, as it looks like I thought there was an issue there coming across the line. But yeah, I enjoyed it. In the Club Cup Series, I would definitely recommend if you're thinking about signing up.
Yeah, great series, great racing, and quite short races, which leads to some aggressive driving from the very onset of the race. We're following along with a Cup battle right now. Oh, this is a battle for second place, it appears, in the Cup Series, the Cup class, I should say, and a move has been done. Fiercely Forward has gotten by Hellraiser's Gluttony, and it's a move that will potentially not stick with the pit cycle warming up right here. The 37 of Jeff Tyler and Huge Ass, well, they were into the pits, and they have given up that second place position for the time being. But this fight for third, it's warming up right now, and I do wonder, Lorenzo, do you have any knowledge of when these drivers will come into the pits?
So I was looking at the driver's briefing. This is something really interesting. The cars don't have the full fuel capacity for this race. The fuel limit of the 911 Cup car is 76%. The BMW the GT4s are around at 52%, as now we're looking between full send.
Oh no!
No!
A little bit of a touch. They go 3 wide to try and get around the traffic, but it looks like, again, everyone has survived with, let me just say, this isn't over. There is still a lot that could potentially happen with all of this traffic back here. It is quite harrowing trying to get by this final sector. There's just so much that can happen. Bombshell Racing Team is kind of the driver stuck in the middle, being a TCR class car.
Oh,
no! Oh, gets together, comes back on track. Will there be any retaliation right here? Well, hopefully not, because that was a big hit. Yes, a bit of retaliation indeed. Not happy with how he was handled by some of the quicker cars in this class, and specifically that was Danny Giusa of the My Days Arabness work car.
Yeah, it's weird to see that Ashley Dunny, if you look at properly, he kind of blinked the headlights when he came into the turn, as you see on the replay. Him blinking the lights goes into the turn, a little bit of a late move.
I think it was a little too much.
Yeah, it might have been a little bit too much. The problem is the retaliation. You really don't want to do that. Of course, you're battling with Steam Ledger for P5, P6 in the class, but still, this is not the thing you really want to do. Also, really good battle that I was looking for a little bit back. All right, let's look at the replay once again, because there is... yeah, I think the problem is if Danny just broke a little bit more that car and kind of stuck the car into the curbing, but not ride it too much, he could have made it. But again, the one thing you really don't want to do is have car in between the curbing itself, otherwise it just loses control. It bottoms out the car really easily.
Yeah, yep, exactly what I was thinking. Way too much understeer right there, and rightfully upset. I would be as well. Still following along this battle for second place overall, and in the Cup class, Fiercely Forward in the 34, Hellraiser's Gluttony in the 26. I've got to say, Hellraiser's fantastic looking livery, and I must say, Fiercely Forward is not looking too shabby either. We've got some great looking cars in the field. If you saw that car with the skull coming at you, I think I would just say, have a good day, sir. Here you go. But anyway, down the Almond Straight with the draft in full effect. Some late braking being taken by Hugo in the Fiercely Forward vehicle. Will we see any pit stops? It looks like no. They will still stay out. Looks like so. What I'm thinking is Huge Ass is on a different strategy from the rest of that competitors up top as well, Lorenzo.
I think, yeah, it might have done with the fact that Huge Ass might have come in early into the pits, maybe on the second yellow flag, if I recall correctly. That's why they were slightly different. They're on 4 laps in when they complete the lap, so this is a light different strategy. They're about 50 seconds away from the lead as we speak, as Anders Myra is now into the hairpin, just overtook a GT4 car. And there's still this battle for the lead for P3, and now with the TCRs as well, where we have a geodesic car involved in the mix.
Yeah, the 272 right there. Just took a little bit of an excursion through the grass, the dirt, kicking all kinds of things up. Again, we follow back. There is a pass for not position, or is it for position? Don't believe so, Lorenzo, is it? Or am I just confusing myself?
Position.
Okay,
It is,
position
it is.
right there. Yeah, yes, for sure. As the 45 does get by the other Hell Racers car. I was so focused on the Gluttony car, which, by the way, I just realized is a reference to some of the deadly sins, I guess you could say.
If I recall correctly, all their teams are their naming are based upon the 7 deadly sins.
Love that. That is a fantastic naming style. Oh, that's great. An hour 17 away from that midway mark right here. Oh, what do you see?
There's a car off on Tower Turn. I think that was a GT3 Cup car. Yes, it is. I just want to see that's Ragazzo Racing that just went for a late move on Boosted, basically locked up the brakes and went into the tire barrier.
Well, I'm sure we will get that replay. And, you know, Ryan, we got this replay right here. We'll take a quick peek at it. Yes, we do see the 63 trying to get by some of the slower traffic. Looks like able to get by that Audi. Maybe a little bit too hard on the brakes. Well, a little bit. Oh, that's such a shame. They were having such a good run going on and fighting for positions in the top 10. And unfortunately, well, that's going to take them very far out of this one. Maybe they'll be able to get the damage repaired, but that car is going to be down on power for the remainder of this race.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like they just went up the inside of the boosted Motorsport TCR car and just carried too much speed, maybe just got distracted a little bit, and they unfortunately locked the front wheels up over the bumps, and the only way they were going was a journey into the wall.
So, as we see a potential pass for second, Hell Racers has held on to the position for quite a bit. However, it looks like Hugo wants to change that in the Fiercely Forward car. Is going to go all the way to the outside, though. Does not get inside position, gets cut off, and that was quite a gutsy move. Oh, no! Watch the traffic. Are they going to split? They get out of that without any harm done, except maybe some nerves have just shot up and some blood pressure has risen. Still in this battle here at the very end of this lap. What are we seeing right here?
No, the other Hell Racers got into a little bit of an incident with the Impulse on Tower Turn. So Impulse went for the late movement. Yeah, things are happening in the class, but I think Richard Carlson's car looks like to be okay-ish. I think there might be a slight dent in the front side.
Are we going to see a potential move? He gets down the inside. This is going to be some hard, heavy braking, but all the room in the world was given by Lindenberg, excuse me, in the Hell Racers Gluttony car, but he lost a ton of traction right there and is going to, I don't even think, even be close to having anything in the draft to try a move back around him in turn number 1. Yeah, not even close, but maybe has some more power once they get back onto the straight, because it looked like, honestly, it looks like Fiercely Forward and Hugo is not the most comfortable right now when he doesn't have someone to shadow drive, kind of. Yeah, you ever have that instance where the shadow driving is? We get a replay here, Ryan, if you want to take us through it.
Yeah, so looking at the replay of Rickard Carlson at the moment, and it looks like GT4 traffic in front of him, and he gets held up a little bit.
Ooh.
And it looks like a bit of contact with the Impulse Racing Porsche.
That is a shame. Yep, that's from the other Hell Racers team, and well, they'll be looking for one of their 7 deadly sins to try to attribute it to that incident right there. That was a big stretch, but there you go. You know, it's interesting. From the last restart at the top of the hour till right now, we have had so much action because the attrition rate has actually been pretty good so far through this race, but we've also had a lot of battling between all these different groups of cars, all the different classes, because of, by nature of how they restarted. You know, if we're looking at racing leagues in the real world, I guess you could say, IMSA, they will line up all their cars after a caution period, class by class. In this league, in the ClubSport Series, that is not what we see, Lorenzo, and that will lead to chaos like what we've seen.
Yeah, that leads to chaos, as we've seen. And right in the back, you can see that NAB Racing's going for the move. Nick Thiessen on the inside, nearly touching the inside wall of Sunset Bend. There's room given, but Stalin Lindenberg doesn't have any room to work with on the outside, neither a proper run to go for, as our partners from AVO, which is Nick Thiessen, did a lot for our actual overlays, gets to P3.
Getting into P3, yeah, thank you a lot for all the help with the overlays. How do you like the overlays, by the way? We're always following along with the YouTube chat currently, and I know, Lorenzo, you always love to participate in the chat, even when you are not on broadcast.
Please do.
I dabble a little bit. Ryan, I see you in there sometimes, and it's quite a sight to see our commentary staff all enjoying other people's events, other races, other broadcasts. But nonetheless, we still have some traffic now that everyone has gotten by quite easily. But the Manatee Racing IVRA Cup team in the 78 car has caught up to this battle for second. You know who loves this more than anyone? Team Bergen. Team Bergen is so happy right now that these cars are battling because he has a 12.5-second advantage, Ryan.
Yeah, and that's fine with these races as well. If people behind are in a battle, you can just take advantage of that, pull away and build a bit of a gap. And at the moment, the 46 Team Bergen car is doing a good job and not really feeling any pressure at the moment.
You know, quite suddenly, I've just realized how dark it actually is in the area right now. We are at, in sim time, 6:48, 20 seconds into that. And it looks like, I mean, within 20 minutes, 30 minutes, we're going to have complete darkness. A potential move happening for position number 2. NAB Racing, Nick Thiessen. He's going to try and get it done into Sunset Bend. He has the inside track. And it looks like position was almost given to him by Hugo in the fiercely forward car, but potentially a switchback
You got a
maneuver.
good run.
Yeah, he's got a great run right here down the front stretch into turn 1. He's going to just stay back. Interesting.
Yeah.
He had the run to go down the inside, Ryan, but sometimes, but look at this. He gets very wide in the NAB Racing car, but I think he kept the momentum up. This is a good battle, Ryan.
Oh, this is fantastic stuff between these two cars and two teams. And I thought there was a bit of contact there between the NAB Racing and Fiercely Forward cars, but that was I had to hold my breath there.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do have the leader of this race. Well, there's going to be the provisional leader, I guess you could say, who is in the pit. So technically right now, this battle we're watching on screen is a battle for the lead of this race. It's not going to be this way once they come back out unless there is a different strategy. Battle for first, 3 drivers within a second. This is the racing we love to see here, especially in the finale, Lorenzo.
Yeah, this is the close kind of racing we really want to see. And then I think it is too early to call who can be the class winner at this point of the race. Of course, everything builds up to possibly the 50 points, the 50 percentage points might be going towards the way of Huge. I was going to say Huge Ass, but it is now 100% confirmed. They're on different strategies, so it is too close to call. But even with the 50% points, it doesn't matter if something happens and you lose that gap towards the end of the race and the other team gets it back up, because it is, like you said, it's a 3-way battle between H2 Performance, Fiercely Forward, and Huge Ass. With Team 11, a little bit of back, but they're still within this fight.
Marius Engbretson has taken over the Team Bergen car. No tires taken on that previous stop. I do wonder if with the night coming in and it being sort of cooler right now as we see a battle from the sport class, that's it's a little close for comfort right here. I think we might see, yes, it's for second place. Will we see a move be done into Sunset? No, maybe setting up for turn 1. But what I was just saying, Lorenzo, as we see, actually going into the pits right now is the World of Sim Racing Team Junior in there. Are these the last stops before the halfway point? Because there has to be differing strategy now, because I don't think these drivers can, and none of them can make it an hour and 10 minutes.
I think so. Majority of the cars are going 23 laps. The laps have been around 204, 203. So if you do our math, never mind. Ignore Lorenzo. They
Where's
needed
that
3
math?
laps. Sorry. Lorenzo did really quick maths and didn't properly divided and multiply the values of the anything after the comma. So I need to go back to 3rd grade. But
Don't
no,
be too
there's
hard.
still one more pit stop. There's still one more pit stop. And firstly for having a little bit of an issue. Yeah, losing a little bit of grip in Cunningham corner.
Currently watching the battle in the TCR class. I believe this is for position number 8 right now. It certainly is. I'll just look at these lights. I love seeing when we first get the transition tonight, because it turns into a whole new, I don't want to say ball game, because that's too stereotypical of an American. In an American track, it looks like you're always sliding when you're in Sunset Bend, but it's just because of the bumps and how you have to position that car, because honestly, it's a 2 apex corner, Ryan, and I feel like people don't realize that, why it's so dangerous.
It's one of those corners that it's so hard to get wrong. If you take it too quick or take the wrong line, I think I've always found it's one of those corners, like you say, it's a double apex if you like, and you're continuously turning at the same time while you're braking, and sometimes that can catch you out and you can end up spinning or even spinning and hitting the wall. So it's a challenge for these drivers, and some have made mistakes already in that corner during the race.
So something interesting to see as I'm looking at our in-sim leaderboard and our leaderboard on timing71.org/s/RaceSpot. It is in the chat. Even with the pit stops happening right now, all of the classes seem to have gotten back into the, I guess, running order, you could say, that you'd expect, where we have the Cup class cars pretty much all ahead of the Sport, pretty much all ahead of the TCR, except for some stragglers a little bit further back. But to know that, it's nice to finally have a little bit of, for position, I guess you could say, simplicity. Because after that restart, I mean, it took us 55 minutes in a pit cycle to finally get to that point, Hugo, and or why did I say Hugo? Lorenzo. I was thinking about Hugo, the driver.
If you were thinking about a beautiful man, I know you were thinking about...
I call Hugo the beautiful man. Listen, Hugo is always on my mind, the beautiful man that he is. Lorenzo, you're always on my mind too. I can't lie.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. We go way back. But Lorenzo, with having the 55 minutes that have passed before we were actually able to get to this point where all the classes, I guess, make sense in the overall leaderboard at the moment. It took so long. Could that speak to if there is a caution in the last hour of the race or the last hour before the halfway point, that we're going to just see insanity happening, because the points are given out on a per class basis, not on a per overall basis, and that obviously makes a huge difference going forward.
It does, it kind of helps up some of the teams whenever you're trying to go for those big gap chases. And one tricky thing, I think there will be more safety cautions, so we can make anything out of it because of those safety cautions alone, because it is nighttime and it can get more confusing. You don't know where you should go to try to go for the safe move, or where the other car will go for the same move. There's that thing of predictability. Rule number 1 of endurance racing is predictability. Always be predictable, but it can get very, very problematic towards the night portion, just because of the sheer confusion of the night and the headlights.
The sheer confusion of the night. I like the way you put that.
All right, hold up.
Yes,
Dylan,
yes.
You just teased me right now. Is it Dunkin' Donuts or is it something else?
Okay. We'll go to fan immersion because I feel like this is the topic that we kind of have right before fan immersion. But I've just put in our chat and I am having a. I'm currently
I
enjoying
got
some.
dunked on. Okay.
No, not dunked on. It's not
Unintended.
Dunkin'. It is a tasty cake mini donut, which is a
Alright,
Philadelphia. I mean, it's down from Philly, so that's kind of our, I guess, just like Wawa, kind of our thing in Philadelphia, and that is what I am enjoying. I do think, though, that we should go with a fan immersion on board with this current TCR battle because it's been quite interesting right now with drivers having to deal with traffic, with them being the slower class. It's definitely a good look as we finally go on board with the 248 car in the TCR machine, trying to get around Sunset Bend. We'll let the natural sounds of the engines take over as moves are attempted down into Turn 1. You're watching RaceSpotTV, IVRA ClubSport Series coverage, the 6 hours of Sebring. We'll be right back. The sun is pretty much gone here in the typical sunny Florida IVRA ClubSport Series. 6 hours of Sebring. We are within the hour point of getting to the halfway mark of this race, this championship finale for the series. And that's when we have the halfway, the midway points being handed out. That will be so important for the championship. If you're just joining us, thank you. RaceSpotTV has a lot of great races all the time. This one has been quite an interesting one. I'm not even sure what to expect from the next hour, much less the next 4 hours. But I'm Dylan Coyle alongside Lorenzo Bonder, Ryan Walker, Tyler Maxon, our producer, who one time got to get speaking on air because that would be just lovely. But I'll go to you immediately, Lorenzo. There have been more Tier 5 black flags been given quite recently.
Yeah, I've been typing over here for our producer, Junior Kankipati, what the issues are, but here we go. Let's start with the first one. Sir McFadden, that is the incident number 17. That is a penalty for the team of Pure Sims Pure Lane. Infraction, now obeying the 3-second rule into the fast lane. Really weird one, but I've seen things like that before. Then we go for the number 13, which is the Hell Gluttony. The Hell Race, nice switch name, nice switch of names. It's the Hell Racers Gluttony, number 26 car that we saw training some paint a few laps ago. The 26 misses her braking marker significantly and caused a collision with the 234 out of Fiercely Forward TCR. And lastly, it is the most problematic one, is the number 200 out of Alpine Geodesic Racing. Misses their shift, the 253 misses their shift, slowing the car into turn number 8, and then the story goes on because it is about 5-7 lines in. If I speak, I'm gonna basically read a book.
Oh boy! Well, I know exactly where we are reading. That is a lot, right there. But I'm interested to see if we get anything more than a Tier 5 because it just feels like this race is going to have some frustrations played out. Oh my goodness, was that too close to the tire barrier right there that we saw on screen, or was that just an optical illusion, Ryan?
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I thought that was a bit close for comfort, and yeah, the exit of turn 17, that tyre barrier on the exit can give you the frights, that's for sure.
Yeah, it can definitely sneak up on you, and you know, talking a bit about what it's like for the drivers racing right now. One of our recent iRacing special events in Daytona, the 24 hours. Obviously Daytona has a lot of lights around not only the oval, but also have the lights in the infield section. They're obviously powered down compared to what they are in the NASCAR events happening there. However, it's a completely different beast because while you have the glitz and the glamour of races at Daytona, when you're at Sebring, I wouldn't say it's glitz and glamour, but this is pure racing. It's a beast of sorts, Lorenzo. And when you have pitch black, and yeah, look at this, yeah. Oh my goodness. Okay, so it wasn't an optical illusion. And beautiful. That was horrifying. But it's a beast, right? Those things just sneak up on you out of nowhere. And I feel like, Lorenzo, when we are talking about the difficulties of this track, there's not many tracks that offer this level of intrigue, driver skill, mistakes out there like Sebring.
Yeah, I think purpose-made tracks not really that offer you that kind of mistake. I mean, purpose-built tracks, not like street tracks like we see Le Mans, Bathurst, and Nürburgring. They all have public roads, so they're just adapted into a racetrack. But Sebring is really tricky due to a few facts. That first, the curbings are kind of high. It does resemble a little bit Nordschleife, or we don't usually ride the curbs unless you have a car that is made to ride those curbs. And you cannot drive every single curb either because the car just gets within its grip range. It gets a little bit tricky for you to handle the car. You just want to oversteer if you flip it. So it does offer a very unique set of racing for a purpose-built track. I like it, even though this track is on an airfield.
Well, it seems like Florida is the place for airport racetracks, I guess you could say. You just saw
St. Petersburg.
right. I can't think of anyone. Yeah, I can't think of anyone else. Wait, there has to be some, right? That I'm just not thinking of. But anyway.
Daytona? No, I'm just kidding.
Well, there is an airport right behind the backstretch, so maybe. Anyway, you just saw on screen real quick the TCR class lead change hands to Fabian Siegman in the Pleasantville 248 car, while Impulse Racing to Martin Ashert had to deal with going back into second place. We're currently watching a battle for, I believe, 5th place currently on screen. We'll catch a replay, perhaps, of a move in Cup, Ryan. I have a bad feeling about this.
Yeah, this is the replay of Niall Heckett
tier
into the hairpin,
7.
and he just spins it, and another car spins out in
Oh!
abundance. Oh, that was so close.
And then he backs up all the way. You know what? That's a smart backup. He gets onto the pavement on the outside. He doesn't have to deal with any, issues with rejoining, really. And, that was I know you don't get points for style or drifting in this kind of race.
No,
But
hold up. We can add points in here. First and foremost, I think he learned his how to drive reverse with Mater from Cars. Look at this synchronized spinning. You gotta give points to that as well. But this reverse, man, that's how you do a reverse.
All right, so that was some great action right there. And why are we? I mean, it makes sense, but like that reverse, why are we so impressed with reverse? It's because there is the thought process there, which is sometimes the hardest part. You want to get right back into first gear and get going, but sometimes it's if you're aware of your surroundings, if you're aware of the track, the portion that you might have a mistake in, going in full reverse and going full send, as we see some of the battlers here, that sometimes it makes all the difference. But looks like this is a battle for P4 right now, Ryan, and it's been, God, this race has been quite exciting. We're 47 minutes away from where points will be handed out, and I'm sure everyone is itching to see what it will be like. And we'll be able to follow along with the live points when it happens to tell you exactly what happened. And yeah, so Ryan, we'll get to live points in a little bit, but still, this race has been quite exciting.
It's been absolutely fantastic racing so far in all classes, especially the TCR, and they've got a Porsche Cup car coming up to the lap name as well. But the 287 full send racing car of Harley Houghton is currently under massive pressure from the 284 Kinetic Racing speed car of Christopher Enge, and Kinetic Racing is one of those teams that they've been around quite a while. They race in various leagues, and they always seem to do well. And at the moment, they're doing well in the TCR class, sitting inside the top 6.
Lorenzo, you have some news of a Tier 7 penalty.
Yeah, so it says here 10-second Tier 7 stopping.
Yeah. It looks like they should be in 2 different classes. There's a little bit of a drift out into the grass. No harm, no foul. It looks like these 2 cars should be in different classes just from the size of the BMW versus the Porsche. I always love seeing both of them go against each other. And this Sunset Bend excursion, we'll see what lines both of them take. They both take very similar lines, so I'm not sure if anything is going to be able to be done here. But as you were saying, Lorenzo, before that racing action just cut us off.
Fiercely forward, TCR got a 10-second. I think they serve a 30-second stop and hold at the pits for an unsafe rejoin. And that's the TCR, not the Porsche Cup.
So, in the TCR, obviously that's a huge issue. Tier 7 is, it's Tier 10 that it goes up to, which I believe that is just a disqualification. You are gone from the race. And look at this, right on the bumper is the Porsche Cayman. GT4 car on the BMW. And again, this is a fight for, I believe, P4 in the TCR series between, it looks like, if my eyes are actually P5 or P4. Sometimes, the darkness here is always frustrating. Specifically, there we go, P5. Look at that camera work. Yes. It's been a long morning
Hold up.
already.
Now I'm gonna make your life a little bit of a mess because he could have been P4, but it says P5 because it is relative to the car being on the lap he's in. So get confused, Dylan.
I know you love when I can get confused, but we do have confirmation. The 137 Hewitt Jazz Sports is in fourth, while my days Albert and Nisfurk. I know.
I'll tell you one thing about this huge ass livery, which I kind of like very much. It does resemble a little bit of the Peugeot, I want to say 406-ish, that resembles a little bit they had in BTCC in 1990, in 2002 and 2003, or the Mondeo they had in 2000. It does resemble a little bit. That's why I like it a little bit. It rubs off on me.
Yeah, it's definitely mid 2000s. I think when you look at those colors, I mean, what do you think of, right? You think of some rally drivers, and specific important rally drivers, aka Colin McRae had those colors, I believe, in WRC competition. But as they go down the front stretch into turn 1, 43 minutes left. A peak down the inside is not going to even have momentum, I don't think, coming out here. Is going to have to actually be careful because he just took a little movement in the grass, Ryan.
Yeah, that's an easy mistake to do in the exit of turn 1. If you get on the power too early or miss the turn and ever so slightly, you can run wide onto the gravel and they end up spinning out. But at the moment, it's a good battle between these two teams and GT4 for fourth position at the moment, with Giovanni Romano doing a good job of defending.
How many times have you made that mistake?
Not a lot, but...
Oh, there's a car. Did we just see that? I know we're following the TCR battle at the moment, but we just were watching that battle for fourth in the Sport Series. There was a car that has spun out in the grass, so not sure if we can catch a replay on that as we still watch all these battles from an aerial shot up here. But Lorenzo, there is action. Like we said, things are happening. This has been a chaotic race.
It has, it's been a very, I'm gonna say, fast-paced race of sorts. The thing is, the gap between the lap differences has been quite considered to make this thing a little bit more problematic. It is around the 10-second gap from GT4s to GT3 Cups. Whereas now we're seeing the issue of the Porsche Owners Club Racing White and BJ Fulton as he comes into the hairpin. Does he loses control midway through the corner? Doesn't like it looks like the car bottoms out midway through the corner, and the reacceleration doesn't happen one bit. Okay,
so there was the incident, and now we can get to where everyone is excited to hear about live points standings. 41 minutes until they will absolutely change and affect the outcome of this race. But for the Cup, Class 34 team currently is leading by 21 points over the 37, and the 97 is just 13 points back, 5 points back there is the 22, and then quite a further ways back, 27 points behind fourth is the 46. Lorenzo, what does this mean for the rest of, I guess, this small stint before we hit that halfway point?
It's interesting, it kind of opens up as we now are looking towards the sport life points, whereas the 137 of Hugh Jass is going slightly beating the 124 of my days Erlem Nieswerk, and actually they are side by side going to turn 1 in once again as they just come out of the pit lane. Then the 161 a few ways back, third place. Fourth place goes to the 148 on Team Hoistingfeld, and then the top 5 rounds out with the 175 of SRN Motorsports Orange, not the leading car, which is Jason Girard. But we're reaching midway portion of the race where the 50 points are granted. But then again, nothing is granted so far on the overall scope of this race. Still a long ways to go.
So I believe that what we're seeing on screen are the points that are showing at the midway mark. So the current position that these cars are in is where is the points standings they'll be in 40 minutes specifically, which I believe would make sense. This is the easy way to tell it. The TCR battle, it's pretty much, pretty much over. At this point, if that is true, I mean, the 248 would be getting 50 extra points, and if my theory was correct, we will see. Hold on, I am doing the math, which, Lorenzo, how are you with math? It is, okay, so I've had confirmation that it is just the points that are added at the midway mark. So at that moment, at the midway mark, we already could celebrate with the way things are happening. Team Husingville 248's championship in the TCR class, Ryan.
Yeah, I think at the moment it's a championship advantage in TCR to the Team Husingville car of the 248 car. I think they just need to keep doing what they're doing and just not get into any trouble, just kind of just do their thing. And I think at the moment the championship is kind of in the bag, but it's not completely in the bag yet, if that makes sense.
By the way, we have a game. Could be a slight game changer as we speak, because my Errol Miesver car just got a drive-through penalty.
Oh no, that is not good. What is the drive-through for?
Late indication where they want to overtake in turn 15, the 286, which is right as we speak. The Bombshell Racing team is actually involved in it. Leave space for the lane move. The 1-2-4 fails. So, actually, we saw this issue in live pictures. Whereas we saw, I think, Eric Mickey in the car, and the move was actually kind of late. He had to cut the S's into Lamont's corner, and the guy inside the car was Danny Juice, if I recall correctly.
Yes, so a lot of action happening, a lot of spins, and it was bound to happen where we'll see something happen live, and then an incident will actually happen as we see a huge ass TCR car is now dealing. That is such a that car name always likes to, that team name always likes to mess you up. I'm gonna say, but nonetheless, as that it's not TCR.
I wish I could ask David Haynes for the origin of its name someday.
I don't think there's much origin that needs to be asked with that name, to be quite honest with you. I think it's clear. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not clear, and I'm not sure. But nonetheless, some dangerous moves down the later portions of this lap through some of the later bends before we get onto the Ullman Straight. And that's where you're going to see potentially some further moves happening here for 7th position, I believe, in the sport class. Porsche, BMW.
Okay.
Okay.
We got a disqualification, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my goodness.
Team Bergen and Team Down Under are deciding to go side by side for the Sunset Bend for the lead of this race as we speak, and Team Bergen now takes the lead of this race.
Oh no, wait a second, we just moved away. The Hugh Jazz driver just spun in sport. And now we're seeing a battle for first. Oh no, they almost touch. They keep it together. This is some great battling here, going into turn 2 and going down into some of the slower corners. Will they touch? No, great racing here. The 45 is able to take that advantage and go in front.
Yeah, that was a great move by the team down under car of Budwin Costa. I probably butchered that name, but anyway, it was still a great move as they head down to the hairpin now, and the Team Bergen car is trying to get back by, trying to do a switch back at the hairpin. Can he get the move done? I don't think he can, but wow, what a fantastic battle.
this is going to help Team 11 potentially get back into it as fiercely forward if these two drivers continue to fight. And we'll see in the Cup leaderboard on the left, the live gaps are going to update in just a moment here. Right now, obviously, it's just a 10th or 2/10 separating these two drivers. That's 2 car lengths if you want to even go that far. But it is now 3.9 seconds, 4.8. So a little bit of a ways to go, but I wouldn't be surprised if Team Down Under just runs away from this. And here is the move that led to the Hugh Jass car going off track. Lorenzo, I do wonder if it's just a bit of aggression, and it looks like a little too much.
It is a little too much, and I wouldn't be surprised if that gets reported and Hugh Jass Sport gets a drive through penalty.
So, as we're watching this replay, right when you start talking about the disqualification, pretty much everything broke loose here. I do want to hear, though, more about the implications. Oh, did we see that? That car was lifted up into the air. Another car involved in that right there. I'm not sure if we saw it, but nonetheless, let's get back to the disqualification in a little bit, because this battle for the race lead is still ongoing. Oh, looks back the other way, tries to take a long way around and gain the momentum. Will Team Bergen be able to get by Down Under here with some traffic? Maybe he'll use it as a pick. Will a driver be hindered by this lap traffic? If my money's on anyone, I think it might be on the Down Under driver, Custer.
Quite possibly, as Marius Ingebrigtsen in the Team Bergen car has got a great run heading down to the hairpin, but I don't think he's going to try anything too silly as he decides to stay behind. But yeah, great racing between these two teams, and Team Down Under, but they've been aggressive at times this season, but so far in the race it seems to be, hopefully I don't jinx it, but it's paying off at the moment.
Don't worry, your name isn't Arjuna Kekipati. It doesn't matter if you say something.
Wow!
Oh, I can't wait to hear that chat that's going on between our producer and him right now. Oh, Arjuna, always jinxing things by accident. Nonetheless, though, I'm going to pull in Arjuna. We haven't had a yellow in a while. The last caution was an hour and a half ago.
Be careful, because Arjuna was on a hot streak on Bathurst.
I know. Listen, I know. I just want to see if I am not the bringer of jinxes. That Arjuna is absolutely. Oh my goodness. Okay, so this lead battle, it is still ongoing, but it's settled down just enough to tell us about more about this disqualification, because what was it for?
From what it looks like, someone got into the session and unregistered a team midway through the race.
Wait, what?
What?
If you guys look, the Fat But Slow car, which is in last place.
Oh my god, yeah.
The 929 has Michael Roban in the car, and that team got disqualified. But apparently that team registered midway through the race.
Well, we'll get back to that.
It's a first.
That is Fat But Slow. Sounds like.
Well, they might be fat, but they certainly are slow because they haven't lapped anything.
This is true. A little bit of a wiggle from Custer in the Down Under. Will he lose or gain any momentum there? Oh my goodness! He almost came back on track and sideswipe Team Bergen. Does not happen. He loses a ton of speed, and he is back again into second place. That difference, well, 4/10 of a change. That's pretty substantial in just a few corners, Brian.
Yeah, and this is a fantastic battle between these two. And they're getting pretty feisty as well. And I don't always like saying it on a broadcast, but I just feel there's going to be an accident at some point.
I mean, I did say there haven't been I know we're attempting fate right now, but there haven't been many yellows. We've got 30 minutes till the halfway point. Battle for 10th as well in Cup. And this battle, it's another one that's extremely close, around just a few tenths separating NAB Racing and Virtual Motorsport, the 8 and the 70 car.
Actually, the move was made already.
Oh, okay. So the move was already made, but still, there's action that could potentially happen since they're all right there. I will say this, though, Lorenzo. With 30 minutes...
Say two things. Say always two things.
Oh, what things? What things should I say?
No, go ahead. Just say it.
Always say two things? I'm sorry, you've confused me, Lorenzo.
You know, when you ask a question, you gotta ask two questions. So I'm just like expanding. Say two things instead
Can
of
I?
one thing.
Okay, I'll ask two questions. One, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Okay. Second, with 30 minutes left before the halfway point, is there any strategy differences that we might have already seen drivers take? Because you've already planted yourself in a place where, look, we know where we're going to be fuel-wise, tire-wise by the time the halfway point comes around. From there, do you see any drivers who we are not seeing up top in the Cup Sport and TCR classes that, based on strategy, will be up top once it does come time?
I want to say yes, but I think it has been so weird. For example, Team Down Under is on double stinning the tires, with Team Bergen is actually single stinning. So there's that difference of single stinning, double stinning. They're at the night portion where it makes it easier on the tires. It allows them to build up grip or waste less grip than usual and still be consistently faster. So we don't have a guy that is on a very different strategy other than the huge ass cup car that is in the cup class that is about 7 laps in, everybody else nearly about to pit. But then in the GT4s and the TCRs, it's slightly different.
Can the huge ass 37 car make its way into first by the time the midway point comes?
You mean just to be sure, you're asking if they're gonna pit again before the
Yes.
the end. 7 laps. You need to do 23. No,
So they're not going to be in first.
I don't think they are. If it is, it will be really close. It will be like 2-3 minutes to go.
Well, this is huge because we can talk about championship implications. I mean, this was pretty much their championship to win after Spa, after round 4. Suzuka comes around, and not only does Huge Ass only gain 16 points, a poor finish there, but also Fiercely Forward, who had a great chance to pull away from any potential battle with Huge Ass there in second, only gains 22 points. The biggest mover was H2 Performance SRT, who got 81 points from Suzuka and are 2 points back of Fiercely Forward, who's a point back from Huge Ass. So coming into this race, 3 teams within 3 points of each other for the championship. 37, 34, 22. Those are the cars that we want to look out for, that we want to watch out for in the Cup class. It's just so close. And when we're talking about the Sport class, I mean, there are a lot of teams who have the opportunity to win. Also, you've got the 124, My Days. I'm always going to say this wrong. Erlsberg. I'm going to say My Days. How about that? What about that, Ryan? What are we thinking about saying My Days?
Yeah, I was tempted to try and pronounce that name, but I'll do the same thing as you and stick with my days.
Yeah.
Just so I don't butcher it.
Raf, you're playing with fire, and I'm sorry. While we're looking at this battle,
Yeah, live pictures too.
Yeah, we're looking at the live pictures right now between this battle, and this could actually be very interesting because lead and second place of the Cup class are right behind them. I was looking at the geodesic live battle between the World Sim Racing team, and nearly ended up in tears. But watch this battle because this could have had the lead battle as well if it depends on how hard Stuart McFadden and Harley Hoffman really want to drive out of those cars and probably block the leaders.
Well, the other thing is, I mean, Full Send Racing is the only team in TCR that could potentially
all right,
never mind. But TCR, in the TCR class, it's pretty much only Full Send Racing 285 and 287 that have any kind of chance to beat Team Hussenfeld for the championship, even though it's looking very... Oh my goodness! No!
Oh, no!
Why?
First of all, I must say, though, excellent recovery, but my word. Ryan, what you see there?
Well,
Ryan?
I said that a couple of laps ago. I said that a couple of laps ago. I had a feeling that something was going to happen.
Lorenzo?
Caramba. to be very honest, like, Team Down Under nearly got into the rear end of Boosted, the front of Boosted on turn number 1 on the beginning of the lap, and now this happens. But look on the replay from the rear end of Full Send. You can see that Porsche 911 Cup is coming so quick. I think he missed just the speed between the apex portion and the entry between both cars. But hey, that's no bueno. That's really no bueno.
There's a joke in here about Team Down Under and Full Send. I just have to say.
I could make one if you want, but I don't think my teammates would appreciate it. But hey, I don't
Well,
care. I'll go
well,
for it.
okay.
It looks like Team Down Under went under a TCR car.
Okay, well, you did take
Fair
the
game.
obvious one. Yes, it's fair game right there. Hey, listen, it's what's with your teammates? You gotta tell us about that. But nonetheless, what I was saying about before that incident happened, because wow, that just kind of happened out of nowhere. In sport class, I mean, there's a lot of cars that can still win the championship. My days, the 124 car is only 2 points in front of the 137. Hella Media is 21 points back, and there's a few other teams that have a chance to win it. So, I mean, it's great. This is the 6th race, and there's so much that we don't know. And we won't know until the halfway point where we get a really clear indication of where everyone will need to be. And Lorenzo, I know you're not good with the on-air maths. I know this. Here's what I'm going to ask.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Here's what I'm going to ask. Once we find out everything, you, off-air, or on-air if we want entertainment from you,
Team Bergen is pitting, by the way.
Yes, that is true. It looks like they are pitting. Please take that over from me.
Yeah, Marius Ingerbest is pretty the car. I surely butchered up that name, but he's gonna remain that car. I'm just looking. He's certainly go for the fuel full service. So it's gonna be a very faster car when it comes down. In the meanwhile, we can now go back with this battle between Team 11 and Team Down Under, where I think both drivers are not happy on how each other driver is performing, because it has been very tricky to race.
Yeah, definitely a portion there, and like what we were saying, Team Bergen in the pits. So this is a battle for technically P2 with 22 minutes to go till halfway. What I was going to ask Lorenzo, if you could tell us once we find out the points, if we go through what positions drivers potentially need to clinch the championship by the time that the check flag falls. In 3 hours, 22 minutes. We're going to be on with this broadcast for the next hour and 20, and then the original team will come back over. I believe it's Stefan, Arjuna, and Jonathan that are going to come over there. Oh, and looking down in the inside, isn't able to get a move done here, but coming onto the Ullman straight, has a ton of speed, had to actually get out of the throttle just because it looked like Down Under's Kuster went wide. Oh, a block all the way to the wall! Multi-21 anybody? Team 11 going down to the outside now. Will they try to get a move done? It looks like they're hitting the cones. Oh no, 2 cones, rip!
Yeah, but now the 45 got loose on the mid and
in the pits.
In the apex. Yeah.
Oh, that was hairy. That was. Why would you block if you're going in the pits?
Yeah, I think that was a bit naughty from Costa there. I think I can understand you're frustrated, but
I think I know why. I'll let Ryan go. Go ahead.
I was just going to say I can understand the frustration, but driving like you're in a rookie MX-5 race is just not the way to do it.
Yeah, and it might sound harsh, but that was way too aggressive right there. I mean, I do know we're 20 minutes until points are handed out, but you're going into the pits anyway. I mean, my goodness. Well, this time it was. Yeah. Oh man.
I think I know why you did it. I think I know why. Because since you're pitting, the one thing you really don't want to do, and whenever you're battling, that can be kind of dangerous, is go up side by side on Sunset Bend and you don't have too much of a gap on the exit, and depending on how close you are, you really don't want to try to lose that. You might have to compromise your car or something of the nature to actually get into the pits and probably get into a casualty into
And
an
let him go.
instance. That's why he went for the blocking. Went on the outside and compromised his turn. It was Ward. So it is a risky move, but I kind of understand what he meant to do.
Then I say let him go in that position because it's not worth it. If it's not worth it to fight side by side, it's not worth it to also get into an incident trying to make an overly aggressive move either. I mean, that was just
same. But yeah.
It is funny though, the multi 21 reference with the team down under being the one that is trying to block to the wall. Yes, Formula One jokes, fantastic. But as we follow along back with the Cup class, as they're trying to get by some TCR drivers here. This is where we're going to start to see all the pits, as Team 11 is now in the pits. Fiercely Forward, remember, one of the teams that needs to have a good showing because they're fighting for the championship just a point or so behind coming into this race. So I will say, I didn't even realize it. Yes, that's right. H2 Performance SRT, they left it pretty early in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Team 11 in the pits, and it looks like they're not doing a driver change. I think it's maybe just fuel only by the looks of it. But, yeah, I have to say, wow, just the Cup class anyway, it's been kicking off.
And I can confirm one thing: this is the battle for the midpoint portion. But Sven is overriding that car like there is no tomorrow.
Sometimes it's you get so much into your head that you need these points, but sometimes you just need to settle and understand that there's a battle yet to be won, and or there's a war to be won, and you might have to take a bit less than you wanted to in the battle itself. So 17 minutes away, and you know what? It's been a really exciting race. I know that a lot of IVRA races lately have seen attrition rates that are fairly low. This one, though, even for all of the incidents, they haven't been quite catastrophic, where, yes, we've had some cars flipped over, but we haven't seen race-ending incidents at a large mark. Yes, we do see a few Cup cars are out of this race so far, but really, it's been pretty good, Ryan.
Yeah, there's not been as many retirements as I thought there would be. Yeah, there's still been some little incidents or silly incidents from time to time during the race, but apart from that, it's been relatively clean-ish.
Which is always nice to have. Lorenzo, I know if you were out there, we would have a little bit of a worse attrition rate, though.
Yeah, absolutely. I probably would have taken you out like whenever I could.
When's the broadcaster race?
September, until it's a few months away until I take you out, and probably Tyler because he wants to race it as well. All right, this is kind of developing. We had issues on this. I think a few guys dropped out of the server. One of them was actually in the huge ass TCR car that dropped out. Antonio Alvarez has to take over for Michael Derby, and I'm looking to see if there are other cars involved in as well.
Yeah, interesting right now. I'm actually trying to see everything that is going on because it looks like I've got a little bit of an error detected on network device signal from the sim. Are we sure I haven't been accidentally disqualified from it as well, Ryan?
Yeah, don't jinx it. But yeah, at the moment, Sven Devel for the huge ass Cup team in the Porsche 911 class, he's slowly making his way back up through the field. He's up into 7th place now, and you were talking about him just riding the curbs and just overdriving a little bit. I think it's maybe just a mindset thing that, yeah, I've got to try and get back up through the field as quickly as possible, get close to the front and try and get as many points as possible, or close to the front as possible before the halfway mark because of the point situation.
Yeah, the point situation is going to make things quite harrowing, I think, for some drivers who are not necessarily worrying too much about midway, because, yeah, the championship contenders are going to be worrying wholly, but some drivers are just looking to win the race at the end of the day, and they don't want to sacrifice their potential end race result with just mid-race points, which is very understandable. Under 15 minutes now, Ryan, and Manatee Racing currently, or Manatee Racing currently in front, Virtual Motorsport in second in the Cup class in Sport. Team Hussenfeld 148 is in front of SRM Motorsports Black. Full Send Racing 287 is in first in TCR. Team Hussenfeld 248 in second. And while Full Send is happy to be in first, they're not happy that 248 is behind, based on the fact that they need them to be way out of contention very soon.
Yeah, and that's the thing in TCR as well. At the moment, the 285 car is only down in fifth place at the moment in TCR, and that's not where they want to be. They need to be up there in front of the 248 Team Huskenveld car to have any chance of taking this championship, because at the moment, Team Huskenveld, as it stands, and I'm happy to be corrected, only have to finish in front of the 285 car to take the championship.
Yeah, it's not even that. You just need to finish the race, basically, based on how many points they are already ahead. So we'll see exactly what happens in just a bit here. But currently seeing how everything is getting situated here, and I do see that there have been a little bit of racing your race more, racing the track more than racing your competitors happening in recent minutes, which may seem like a little bit of a drop in excitement from what we've seen over the past, honestly, 2 hours since we've been on, and the hour beforehand of this race. I don't think that speaks, though, to how great this race has actually been. There's been a lot of interesting moments. I say interesting because some of them have been quite ridiculous at times, but nonetheless, just some great action happening right here.
Yeah, and I'm just having a quick browse through the race control decision sheet, and it looks like the team down under car has been handed a tier 6 for basically a short story. Basically misjudged the speed and into Sunset Bend and tagged the rear of the 287 Full Send Racing TCR car.
Yep, absolutely. So we see now this battle down the Oldman Straight. Will a move be done? Cutting off a bit. And it looks like Huge Ass will not be able to get the move done in here, Ryan. 12 minutes before we get to that midway point. 37 trying to win the championship. Their differing strategy call, it may have worked out for that run.
Yeah, quite possibly. They're back up into second place at the moment, and they're right behind the leader. The Team Bergin car is head through turn 1 and into turn 2 and turn 3 and 4. And I think it's just a few moments time before Sven DeMel makes a move into the hairpin.
Yeah, time will very much tell. I think they will be absolutely fine and on their way, as long as they make no mistakes or have to come in for an unscheduled stop for an unknown reason. Then they should be getting these 50 points. A move, will it be done? Ooh, a little bit of a cutoff there down at the hairpin. He doesn't want to give up that position very easily, but I don't think Team Bergin is going to have a choice here, Ryan.
Yeah, I think it's basically just a matter of time before Sven gets by, and I think actually Team Bergin defending the inside, and they're not willing to let Sven DeMel go that easy. And I think Sven, as he spins!
He has absolutely spun, and that opens the door for Hugh Jass in the 37 to get that position fiercely forward now, who also is trying to win here. This title is right there as well.
Yeah, absolutely, as they head down to this tricky, twisty section now. And Hugh Jass got the move done on Team Bergin, but it looks like they're under pressure from the fiercely forward car now of Quentin Vialati, and he's one that is really quick with this car as they head on to the back straight now. And I think the fiercely forward car will be making a move into Sunset Bend, and Sven DeMel, it's so tempting wanting to fight, but he's got to think about the championship on the other hand.
Yes, absolutely. And Lorenzo, we're so close to getting to this midway point, and look at who just got in front in the Cup class, fiercely forward. Oh my goodness, this is a battle for the championship right here.
Yeah, pretty much. This is like two little brothers arguing over a toy. It's like, no, you're not getting it. No, I'm getting it, and so on and so on.
10 minutes, the countdown around turn 1. Huge ass. Well, they could potentially lose out on their current hold on the championship lead. Remember, when we do look at where the championship currently stands, we do see that Huge Ass is only 1 point ahead of Fiercely Forward. That means, though, at the halfway point, it's going to be a 5-point difference just because of how the points are awarded. 50%. 190 points for first and second at the end of the race. That means 50 and 45. If Fiercely Forward holds on to this and Huge Ass comes out in second, Fiercely Forward will have taken the points lead by 4 points.
And let me just say one thing about Fiercely Forward and Quentin Violate most specifically. Where Sven goes for the dive bomb, Bon Cunningham nearly makes it out. But just not enough room to go side by side into the exit of Cunningham corner. Quentin is kind of pulling double duty because I think I saw him on another league driving for another team. And one more thing. Quentin nearly got into Porsche Sports Super Cup, so we know he can actually drive this car proper.
This is some great action right here. My goodness, this is the championship decider right here, you could say, besides the actual end, because if anything happens here to one of these drivers, I mean, that could potentially be race over. Where they're currently sitting, it's not necessarily bad, but any advantage is an advantage. And with this entire burst of speed to Sunset Bend, who's going to have the position going down the front stretch into turn 1, goes in really deep. Oh my goodness. Huge Ass almost was able to get the move done, almost came back up into Fiercely Forward and down the straightaway, past the finish line 8 minutes ago. It's around 2 minutes each lap for these cars, and very clearly in front right now is Fiercely Forward, Ryan.
This is a fantastic battle between these guys, and I thought they were going to have an incident in the final corner. Sven de Mel was so tight to the wall there, he could have bounced out, but this is fantastic stuff between these guys, and you could say the 34 Fiercely Forward car just needs to finish ahead of Huge Ass, and yeah, that's all well and good, but they probably want to win the race to make sure they secure the championship. But Sven de Mel, is he going for a move up the inside? He's up the inside, he's got the move.
He's got it done. He's going to get it. This is the best corner to make that kind of move, but it looked like he got a little bit loose when getting back on the power. He kind of pushes him out to the grass. Who's going to hold the position here? This is some incredible racing for just halfway mark points right here, Lorenzo.
Yeah, as they go side by side into turn number 10, now into Cunningham, turn 11 and 12. Still side by side. Quentin's car is a little bit wobbly, but also is Sven Nimble's car, but he gets loose again. He gets loose again on tower turn. He has to yield the car back down and lose a little bit of time. And now Quentin Violate survives one more time.
This is just unbelievable action that we're currently seeing right here. My word. I mean, you cannot ask for a better position for the two cup leaders to be in right now. I mean, I guess you could. You could be in this position while your competitor is not, but I mean, they're doing exactly what both teams need to do to try and win this championship, Ryan.
Yeah, they absolutely are, and they've got two GT4, a GT4 and a TCR in front of them as they head into Sunset Bend. Will Violate get up the inside of the GT4 on the entry? Yes, he does. Can Sven de Mel get by as well? Yes, he can as well. And the TCR is, it looks like the GT4 ran wide a little bit, being scared off, but thankfully both of these guys in the Porsche Cup class have managed to get by as they head down to turn 1, but boy, what a battle.
Yeah, this battle is just ridiculously entertaining right now, and as they head into turn 1, both are taking similar lines, but it looks like the Huge Ass driver has to get out of the throttle just a little bit as he got a little bit wide there. You know, that turn 1, it's deceivingly slow on the exit because you really have to bunker down. It goes from this huge, wide, literal runway to a portion of the track where you've got to cut out the speed, and the flow kind of gets a little mangled up there as they go under the Budweiser tunnel, the bridge, you could say, over the track with 5 minutes left. I mean, what we're seeing here is 2.5 laps remaining until we do get that midway point mark, Lorenzo.
Yes, we are, and things I think going to get a little bit more chaotic as they go again into turn number 10, going to Cunningham one more time, and in the meanwhile, a little farther back, about 6 seconds back, Team 11 and Team Bergen are also battling for P3, so this also is another good battle that can shift a little bit. It won't shift majorly the Cup car class in terms of overall standings in the P1, P2, maybe P3, but it shifts up within the top 5 because if Team Bergen gets a good result, it comes closer to Team 11, and it kind of can pressure them off into the top 5 spot.
Well, some great action. 4 minutes left. Probably the largest advantage that Fiercely Forward has had is just a half a second. Just had it, but look at that. The speed, the closing down on the Ulman Straight, almost to the bumper. They are side by side into Sunset Bend. The advantage, it is just barely looking ahead right there. My goodness, for the 46 car. This is Team Bergen trying to pass Team 11, a battle we have not been seeing a lot of, but it is quite exciting as well. Remember, these guys are still fighting for points in the championship battle as well, Ryan.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got the battle up at the front for the lead and not the championship, but we've got this battle for third place as well. And I thought it settled down for a minute, but we've got these battles going on at the moment, and boy, I'm loving it.
Yeah, what an absolute banger of a race right now. It's been so exciting. So happy we're able to bring it to you on RaceSpotTV. All right, fan immersion right now. No, I'm kidding. This has been great. This has been so entertaining for, pretty much our entire broadcast stint. And Huge Ass is still unable to cut down that half-second difference. Look at the Cup standings right now. Picture in picture. We love this. 2 battles. Battle for third and a battle for first. This is great. Lorenzo, what do you think is going to happen here?
I can see this battle for P1 and P2 might end up in tears because I think Quentin is a little bit, over driving the car towards the exit of some corner, especially the hairpin that kind of allowed Sven Demel to come closer in about 0.2 of a second in between their battle. Of course, the draft is working a little bit. There is a slow car right in front of them. There is a TCR car just coming into the exit. That might help Sven a little bit when coming to the Le Mans corner. They have to clear it out really quickly. Quentin already clears out that car. Now it comes up to Sven. Sven clears out and loses a little bit of top speed on the exit out of it. And for Team Bergen and Lewis Ward, they might catch that car towards the end of the Ulman Straight. So it will be tricky. It will be really tricky. It's been trying to go for the inside move. Doesn't capitalize. No room.
No room at all. Oh, no! Oh, my goodness. They almost touch. I think there might be some looseness, though. They both are able to catch it. 1 lap. This is the lap. They will hit that midway mark on. Here we go, guys. Going into turn 1. Some traffic that has to be dealt with. Oh, it's going to hurt Huge Ass here, I believe.
Dead.
Oh, what are you going to do? Able to get out of it. That absolutely shunted any hope right there of Huge Ass taking over first place, at least in the first sector of the race. I think he was just getting some headlight flashing there. Hey, he gets loose. Oh man, you've got to wonder: are his rear tires just way too overheated from all of this racing? I think this is it.
Yeah,
I agree. Ryan.
Yeah, I was going to say I agree as well. I think his tyres might have just been cooked a little bit. I was going to say as well, if Sven can't get by, I think his best bet is maybe just sitting behind before the next set stops and just sit behind, do some fuel save and use that slipstream to your advantage. Try and save as much fuel as possible, but I don't think Sven's thinking about that at the moment.
Yeah, I think what has to be thought of right now is just getting set for the next 3 hours, which is unfortunate, but it's kind of what you have to do right now.
Sven's tires are dead.
Yeah, he just ran wide again.
Unbelievable. This is just so invigorating right now. And we're just about at that point. 20 seconds left. Guys, I think it's quite clear. The current championship leaders in the Cup class, fiercely forward, it appears to be. This is just so exciting, everybody. 6 seconds left. 5, midway point. We'll get the standings once they come. But fiercely forward in the Cup. Team Hosingfeld 148 and Team Hosingfeld 248. They are the winners of the midway points break. With an hour remaining in our stint, we'll get to where everything has been once they update, and that might take a while. We don't know yet. But we'll get that as soon as possible. Lorenzo, that was a great first half of the race.
That was a really good first half of the race, especially this night portion. I expected at least a yellow flag being thrown out over here, so I'm amazed that we have actually got no flags whatsoever, and we still have that good battle for P3 going on as well. Both cars seems to be within relatively same pace and same tires, despite Bergen being two laps older than Lewis Sport, but really good battle so far.
I mean, the battles across have been so entertaining, and that's honestly, I think you can put that to the attrition rate of this entire field. It's been pretty good. There haven't been too many incidents that have taken drivers out of the race, but now, I mean, the mindset of a driver, it has to fully change, because 3 hours away from now the checkered flag, you were basically racing to the midway point. Now you have to reset, and that's hard to do.
Yeah, as in after you've been in a certain mindset for so long, probably say like the first half of the race, you've just kind of, like you say, you've got to reset now with just about basically 3 hours left in the race, and think about the halfway points as well. And then once you get by the halfway point of the race and get those halfway points out the way, I think it's pretty much game on.
Game on, indeed. So, the aggression in a driver's head, though, it definitely has to change, because once you're back in the situation where you're just worrying about getting to the end of the race, end of the day, you're in the night, you have 3 more hours to go. It's kind of like now this is where it kind of wears on your mind, because it was such fierce battling for that midway point, and you might have made a lot of aggressive moves, some mistakes. You've got to reel yourself back in and realize, now, yes, there are 3 hours left. It feels like a lot. It will be potentially a sprint, but we're able to get this back underway with calm tires, cool tires, because you don't want to overcook them like we had seen from Hugh Jass, who, by the way, in the pits.
Yep, so it looks like they've pretty much just decided to come in now and get, I think, a new set of tyres, or even just get into the pits and maybe just go off sequence slightly and get out of the traffic. But I think Sven Denel, he just needs to settle down now, just kind of reset his mind and get focused again, because he can't afford to get too rattled.
Yeah, not at all. Not at all. So, now I do wonder, from what you and Lorenzo are both thinking, from where we're going to see this race kind of go by the end. Do you guys feel like we're going to see some battling between drivers who have not necessarily been up top? Do you think we'll see any drivers start to make their way through the field? And I mean, a yellow can change everything. It can really change everything. We haven't seen one for a while, but something could happen.
I think if we get a safety car, I think that'll throw the strategy in the air. Maybe some teams have already got a strategy set in stone at the moment, but with a safety car and towards the end of the race, that could throw a mix up a little bit. And I think it could help as well when it comes to fuel saving. And I think in TCR especially, it could help the teams like the 222 Impulse Racing, or even Connect kinetic racing, I should say, or even the teams like Pure Sims.
Just love hearing the pure sounds of everything, which we will actually get to. How about right now to see this battle happening on screen? Oh, a little bit of a wiggle, some dirt, some dust, everything is okay. Would love to see the view of the trailer here when it does come to fighting for position. Believe this is for second place as well, the 97. How about we go on board with them for a little bit of a fan immersion? The darkness of the night has fallen over Sebring International Raceway, and we are past the midway point of the season finale of the IVRA ClubSport Series. We'll get to the standings in quite a bit. You're watching it on RaceSpotTV. I'm Dylan Coyle, alongside Ryan Walker, Lorenzo Bonder, and Tyler Maxon, our chief in the production booth. And guys, we need your help. We were having an intense discussion, a conversation, a debate, if you will, in the commercial break, and this has kind of broken a lot of our team at RaceSpotTV over the years, specifically Arjuna Kikipati, who was very passionate, I should say, about this issue. Pineapple on pizza. Yes, no, or indifferent. And I'll start with the boring answers here. Ryan and I, indifferent.
Before I go to that, it looks like you spend the mile in the 37 car just ran wide at the hairpin. But anyway, back to the debate or topic that we were talking about. For me, pineapple and pizza, absolutely not.
Okay, wait, you put indifferent then in the chat. Do you realize in our commentator chat you put indifferent?
Oh dear. Anyway, I'll go and hide in the corner.
Wait, what are you now? Are you indifferent or are you absolutely not?
Absolutely not. Let me go and change that. Anyway.
Okay, good. Oh my goodness. And Lorenzo, before we get into the points, I know you're also you're very for it, correct?
I'll shoot anyone that is actually against it.
That we do not condone on RaceSpotTV, but we do condone talking about point standings because they have been updated. My goodness, they have been updated, and we are ready to bring you basically the scenario, the situation that we find ourselves in for the last 2 hours, 42 minutes of the season. So let's see it up whenever. Yes, here we go. Live points. Like we were saying, the 34 Fiercely Forward is ahead by 4 points on the 37 of Hugh Jass Racing. That means that pretty much all that needs to happen is to finish ahead at any position, but I mean, it's going to be whoever finishes ahead of the other driver, basically. That is where it will come from. We'll get to that, though. The 97 and the 22 team, they still have a shot, as well as the 46, very outside, though, to win this championship. I mean, it comes down to where the top two competitors will finish. But nonetheless, we have a great fight in Cup. And, I mean, Arjuna, you're going to have a great time calling this one. This is going to be a great finishing Cup. Sport now. Definitely closer for second because there's a tie. The 137 team, 474. Above pretty substantially, I'd say, at this point. 35 points ahead of second of the 124 car. And the 161 is also tied for that second place position. 148 is a little further back. And then the 175 has fallen officially out of championship contention, with them being over 100 points back of the 137. So only the top four mathematically in contention for the Sport Championship. Then in the TCR class, we can officially say that the 248 team, Rosenfeld, has won the championship. Well done to them. They are well over 100 points ahead. And what a season they've had so far, Lorenzo.
Yeah, really good season from the team, Rosenfeld TCR team. A highly capable team as well. Like some really top drivers in that team. Right now is Michael Schittler in that car, but he kind of goes with Marcel T and Fabian Siegmann in that car as well. All three German teams, all three German drivers. So. Really good driver. Marcel is, I kind of am surprised with Marcel more specifically because he's more of a prototype driver than the TCR driver.
Ooh.
It's good to see him driving nevertheless.
I'm not sure if you saw that in that live picture. There was a little bit of looseness right there, and almost an incident where one car would have been very upset with the actions of another That's exactly what I'm thinking of. A spin, and that was inevitable.
Yeah, I had a feeling that something like that was going to happen. Both of them are going at it really hard, and unfortunately, the Geodesics racing car and the Impulse racing car came together in an unfortunate way.
Quite unfortunate. The 62 is at fault there. I mean, nothing about that. Nothing about that you can do. That's so unfortunate right there. We see on board the 62 and the 15. I mean,
Yeah.
that's not your place to put it, and especially because they were being aggressive right beforehand. I mean, are there any other dissenting viewpoints there, boys?
I'll go first. The thing is, I'll be very honest. I was expecting to see an incident like that from Raph. Nothing that specifically is a problem. He's been driving very aggressively that car.
That's my issue.
He's been going for some dive moves to try to close the gap, or even overtake moves that at some points are very sketchy. Even at lap cars, it can be very sketchy. So I kind of expected something like that to come.
Yeah, don't get me wrong here. Like, it is going to be looked at as a racing incident, but it's one that could have been avoided if it wasn't for the aggression that we did see coming, Ryan.
Yeah.
So, go ahead, Ryan.
Sorry, Lorenzo.
Go ahead, Ryan. Go ahead.
I'll go ahead.
Yeah, everyone jumping at the same time. Yay! I think the incident with both cars, I think it was just a racing deal. Just both drivers going at it hard, and unfortunately something had to give, and unfortunately it did give. But luckily both of them are still going. But at the moment, it's still really close in the Porsche Cup class, and yeah, it's been a great race so far.
Absolutely. I will say, though, this has been quite interesting to see the aggression of drivers. I mean, Lorenzo, there have been so many instances where I feel like we've seen drivers be overly aggressive, especially early in runs when this is the point in the race where you should be at your calmest, as we see traffic being passed, traffic being dealt with at multiple points here.
Yeah, what's getting more chaotic. I think we talked about this, where in the nighttime you get the flash, you got the headlights, you got the flashing of the lights as well. It can get a little bit confusing on like your lights experience. You're thinking, oh, where should I go first? Where should I go to make the thing more safer for the other driver? But then again, we talk about predictability. Stay in your line. And going over the point, I think our producer give a little bit of snippet as well. You can kind of agree, that some room could have been left by the Impulse team. Of course, the overlap was so small coming to the entry of turn number 10 that it's a bit complicated for you to make that move. Mm-hmm. But then again, you shouldn't have gone when you have no overlap whatsoever.
Yeah, no, I can see the viewpoint. I can see the gray there. I'm just be careful, especially at this point. There's no need for that aggression. I mean, if you have the faster car, you're going to get the move done, but you don't have to do it in a spot that's going to potentially, hurt you or cause any issue. I think that's the whole deal with, as we see a move right here, a really good battle. That's the whole thing with incident points, right? It's at no fault, because there's always something you could maybe do to put yourself in a better situation where you don't end up being the one that is in a crash, and that's a really nice move right there. A possible switchback, though. Will we see it? 122 car, 169, and they are just flying right now to try and get some positions in their favor.
Yep, so yeah, they're heading down to the hairpin, and this has been a great battle on GT4 for second place with the 175, 122, 169 and 151 at the moment, and they're all really close together, and that's the thing I like about this GT4 class as well. It's not all about having like loads of downforce or anything like that. It's more of a driver's car.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. Side note, for anyone interested, as we're on obviously the timing and not the laps itself, The leaders have started their 91st lap of the race. So pretty interesting to kind of get a feel for how many laps they've all driven. I mean, that's a lot, but also it feels like when you're racing here at Sebring, 91 laps at a track like Sebring compared to a track like Daytona is just, it's torture at Sebring compared to Daytona, Lorenzo.
Yeah, it does because of the different layout. Not the different, of course there's the different layout, but the different wave that you go through the turns. Of course, both tracks are relatively flat. There's no, track variation in terms of going up and down, because, well, in Sebring you are in an airfield. You need that flatness, right, of the grounds,
Right.
where they only just have the bankings. As we're still watching this battle for P4 in the GT4 class, between P3 actually in the GT4 class, whereas I think that was the leader of the class, SRN Motorsports Black, just handing out of the pit lane. Scott McGarvey still in the car, but now the leader is Team Hoisenfeld 148 and Andre Jakovic.
You see some cars blinking in and out right there. That can always lead to some difficulty when trying to get through traffic. But yeah, we've got around 2.5 hours left in this race. What has surprised both of you guys, at least through our stint with some drivers who, ooh, that's not fun. That's not a fun excursion, but he gets the move done. What has surprised you guys so far from like how some of these drivers have been overly aggressive from previous races or previous indications that, you know what, maybe they're not going to make this move done, and they've done a lot better than they have? Like, what has surprised you? And I'll go to Ryan first.
That's a hard one, but I think in the TCR class anyway, it's probably been my favourite class to watch at the moment. After one of the safety car restarts, it was a bit chaotic and everyone took a bit to settle down, but I think through strategy and just being sensible, I think the teams that are in contention for the championship have kept out of trouble, and at the moment they've been relatively sensible and they've been doing well. And I think in the Porsche Cup class, I think there's been drivers that have been willing to be really aggressive as one of the Hell Racers cars dives into the pits, but being aggressive, and I think proof of that is just Quentin Violati and Sven de Mel.
Yeah, and Lorenzo, I feel like you probably feel similarly, but it's been quite a great race so far.
Yeah. If you guys heard the dog bark on the background, I hope you guys didn't. He was just saying that, and I agree 100% that no yellow flags.
I do wonder what kind of dog.
RaceSpot dog.
The RaceSpot dog. We love that. Is his name Arjuna? Anyway, so. I love you, Arjuna.
Arjuna's going to slap you for that.
He already has wanted to slap me for multiple other reasons, but I think we'll add this to the list. But I do want to go through the points that we're currently seeing. So, obviously the points have been updated, and this is where I do want to go over everything to kind of like see where we're going to be by the end of the race. So, Fiercely Forward, 4 points ahead of Hugh Jass at the moment. What will have to happen for them to not lose the championship? Now, they control their own destiny. So does Hugh Jass as well. Whoever, if one of them finishes in, for example, I'm trying to do the math off the top of my head, one of them finishes in 9th or better, actually 10th or 9th or better, as long as they're in front of the other guy, then they win the championship. That's all it takes. Like, it is not where 4 points is better off. You can figure that these drivers are going to finish in the top 9. I think it would be a shock if no one did. If they did not finish in the top 9, that's because the 4-point difference, the difference until you get to 10th is 5 points. If you finish 10th, the driver behind you in 11th will only lose out on 4 points. You could have a tie. But again, to reiterate, whoever finishes in front of the other driver, as long as they're 9th place or higher, will win the championship in the Cup class, Lorenzo.
Yeah, they win. The one I'm really interested in is GT4 because the absence of my day Erlebniswerk is kind of just through the ranges in the championship for us. Arjun is. I was talking to Arjun. He was kind of surprised that the My Day team decided to retire the car. It's basically in the pit lane for all it's an eternity. Now, here's the thing. It is now a four-way battle between Hugh Jazz. I was going to say more of a three-way battle between Hugh Jazz, Team Hoistingfeld, and SRN because Heli Media is not having the best race so far. They're 19th class, so I kind of count them out at the time being. And the thing is, Team Hoistingfeld, I think they won the GT4 midpoints, right?
In the sport class, I don't believe they were in. Do we remember, Ryan?
We'll probably would have to go back in the tape.
I believe they just won the TCR, if I'm remembering correctly, but it could have been the 148 car. That I do not at the moment remember. Just trying to figure out the points structure, by the way, as well. But and obviously, Lorenzo and Ryan, like it's not like the competitors who are currently sitting in 3rd and 4th. And even 5th, mathematically, do not have a shot to win. Actually, well, H2 Performance SRT, they're currently in 4th and they're out of the race. It's not like Team 11, who is sitting right now 51 points back. They have a shot to win. It's just a low shot. It's a low shot.
All right. I got confirmation here.
Beautiful.
So Team Hoistingfeld won the midpoints on the GT4 class. So what happens is, it brings them about, if they get what I think they're going to get, if it is point by class, they're probably going to get about 50 points on the class, right? Their difference is about 62 points back from Heli Media, and in total, they're about 80, 60, 19, that is 70, 81, 83 points back from the team, the Mice Days. So opens up a gap. If they finish in the lead of this race, compacted with some other results, they could actually win this.
Are you talking in the Cup class specifically?
GT4 in the sport class.
Okay. Yeah, what I was looking at with the sport class is that all that has to happen, as long as Hugh Jess in the sport class gets a top 5, they will win the championship. Unofficially, of course, my math might be a little bit off, but I'm pretty sure there's no way that they finish in the top 5 at the end of this race and not have the championship. They're 35 points ahead of My Days and Heli Media right now. If they get 5th, they get 66 points. They'd be 101 points ahead. No matter what the other drivers are able to do, that's it. I mean, right? I'm not wrong with my math there. Am I, Ryan?
When it comes to maths, I've not got a clue.
Okay, fair. Lorenzo? Oh, why'd I ask you?
Don't ask me.
Yeah, that's why I was. Okay, so I will say I will put my money where my mouth is and say that as long as Hugh Jess, the 137 car, finishes 5th or higher, there is nothing that My Days or Heli Media can do to win the championship. Or the team.
My Days cannot win this anymore. So they're out.
Say it again. My Days is out. My Days is out. You're right. My Days is out of the race. Heli Media is the only team that really can put up any fight. Team Hussenfeld could, but they would need the 137 to have a horrific result, as we see multiple drivers going into the pits in live picture. But yeah, Heli Media would, if they finished in 1st and Hugh Jass finished 6th, Heli Media would be the champions in the sport class. I mean, that's what it comes down to. So the margins are tight, but it is well in Hugh Jass's destiny. That is not the way we're currently seeing it play out in the Cup class, because it's really, as long as a driver finishes ahead of another driver. That's what it comes down to. I mean, it's too close to call. Too close to call in the Cup class. But you know what is a definite, guys? The TCR class. Team Hosingfeld 248 has more than enough points.
Easy cop out.
Yeah, well, easy cop out. How about this? Full Send Racing 285 and 287 are tied at 455 points each for second place. The points, scenarios, and situations, I will say we're only giving the preface to what's going to come when Arjuna comes back on air. He's going to have a lot of math to undergo because, I mean, it's the sport class. We already know what's going on in TCR. Now it's a battle for the win and second place. It's the sport class and even more the Cup class just because it's really whoever has the better race that will become the champion. And I would not put it off that somehow we have some ties, which will go on a count back, which we don't know exactly how it will play out at the moment. I mean, Brian, this is just insanity for the situation that we're finding ourselves in. All the drivers, as we see some TCR class cars getting passed by some Cup class cars. That was a little scarier, actually. That was a little scary. But the situations we're finding ourselves in with this championship race is kind of like what you dream of, right? As a fan, a broadcaster, anyone involved with the marketing of the series, just because there are so many things that can happen and there are so many questions that have yet to be answered.
Yeah, it does, and that's fine. I love with season finales. It's really close in all the classes. Well, TCR is pretty much just pretty much wrapped up. So GT4 and Cup is the ones that we're watching. But yeah, I agree. The final rounds when it comes to close racing, that's what makes it great to watch, to commentate on, to even race in, or just to watch as a fan. And at the moment, looking at this battle between the 15 impulse racing car and the Health Racers Gluttony car, battling for 9th at the moment, Pascal Costa and who's in the Gluttony car, that's Stellan Lindberg. So two of these guys really close at the moment.
Yeah, and another thing to note, by the way, is that while our points situations or scenarios can go to, there's a little wiggle right there, and that's not a place you want to find yourself in. But the situation for the drivers in the Cup class, there are 13 cars, only 13 cars still running and within a semblance of the lead lap as well, while I believe in the sport class, the GT4 cars, there's only 10 cars. So, I mean, yeah, there's some cars like BJ Fulton in the 121. He's 21 laps down the overall lead, but unless there's more incidents, there's not going to be passing. But there's only 10 cars in the GT4s and only 13 in the Porsche 911 Cup. So, I mean, that even further complicates the issue for drivers who are trying to win this championship from a point very far back. And, I mean, it makes it almost impossible, right, to win the championship. I mean, you get 25 points for finishing 13th in your class. And, I mean, you can basically say that everyone's going to get at least 25 points. That takes 25 points off the scenarios for the drivers who are trying to catch up. In the sport class, everyone's pretty much going to get 37 points at least. The scenarios are very difficult to kind of find anything where drivers who have already found themselves on the back foot are going to be able to catch up. I mean, in the sport class, we already know this. The chances for some teams are already so low for the championship to be won. I mean, it's again almost impossible for for Hella Media in the sport class, that is, in the 161 car, to make up the difference because of the cars that have already exited this race. I know I'm rambling, but it just goes to show that even if it's mathematically possible, it's just impossible because of the amount of cars that have already kind of left this race. It won't be official, but unofficially, I mean, every car in the Cup class still running is going to have at least 25 points, and every car in the sport class is going to have at least 37. So that takes away some math there, Lorenzo.
It does, you know, it's quite complicated. Because there are so many racing scenarios that we kind of have to think about, and the mathematics just go up in the window. Unless you are like you've seen Quinn's Gambit and you are aware with the mathematics and everything. You're a genius like Beth Harmon, and be able to do mathematics so quickly and capitalize everything so quickly that you kind of know where you are without losing any grasp whatsoever. But yeah, I think GT3 Cup, you were saying like whoever finished first wins.
That's what you have to look at every single.
Yeah, every single lap, every single hour, possibly. And also, one more thing that can throw wrenches is the fact that we've seen no yellow flags so far, despite being nighttime and being more dangerous. So I kind of like the fact they're taking a step back, even though they're still making aggressive. They're taking a step back and thinking they're not making any yellow flags, because the yellow flags we saw earlier in the race were for some the doubtful moves, to say the least.
Yeah, definitely, Ryan. The reason I say Ryan is because I thought Ryan was about to speak.
No.
I know who was just speaking, Lorenzo.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings. I called you Hugo, but I did know you were Lorenzo.
Yeah, it kind of made my ego elevate for about 0.8 of a second.
Oh my goodness. But we've got around 17 minutes left before the Arjuna crew takes over, and I mean, obviously they're just the legendary crew, I guess you could say. You know, Jonathan Burke will be there, Stefan as well, and they're all great broadcasters, and we hope you have enjoyed our time so far with you, that you have spent with us on your computer, your phone, your living room, maybe a movie theater to show us, I wonder. But we still have 17 minutes left in our stint. This race has definitely calmed down, and I think that is because everyone's realizing that it's time to just relax. You know, there's time to make improvements, but also make mistakes, and you don't want to make a mistake.
Yeah, that's the thing as well with the excuse me, basically coming to like the last half of the race, if you like, and with the race being in the darkness and finishing in the dark, I think it's pretty much the rest of the race, these drivers are going to have to be like really focused now, as the battle for 9th in the cup class is really close at the moment. The World of Sim Racing car currently in a battle with the Virtual Motorsport car in 10th, so World of Sim Racing, like I mentioned earlier in the race, it's not been the best of races for them. Two of the cars had issues in the beginning of the race, and just unfortunate, but that's the way endurance racing goes. It can be good to you, and other times it can be a bit of a kick in the you know what.
I think this is also a battle for potentially 11th in the championship. I know Virtual Motorsport is currently right there. I don't see World of Sim Racing in our updated live points, but nonetheless, this is a really good battle right here, and it's nice to have something happening on track. I feel like though it won't be as aggressive. It shouldn't be as aggressive because again, the next time points are handed out is when the checkered flag will be falling in the season will be over. But the draft pulling down the inside here into turn 1 off the front stretch. And, you know, it's always interesting, the different lines taken here. I think that slower class car is going to end up being an issue. And I'm not sure if they're going to be side by side or just give us a position up. And that's smart. That's smart right there from World of Sim Racing to just kind of let the position go. There's no point in fighting and putting yourself in a precarious situation with the traffic around you, Ryan.
Yeah, that's the thing as well. The World of Sim Racing car could have made a bit of a bigger deal of it, but decided with a lapped car in front not to do anything too risky. And I think he just decided to tuck in behind the Virtual Motorsport car of Bas Slob and just stay behind him, and maybe if he can stay with him, try and make a move on the back straight. But at the moment, it looks like the Virtual Motorsport car is pulling away.
Yep, definitely looks like that, and it might just be on that. And by the way, Lorenzo, I know you have an update to cut myself off with an investigation.
Yeah, I just opened up the race control sheet over here, and The huge ass Sport GT4 car is being investigated by the two with something regarding the Alpine Geodesic Racing Gold TCR. I think that might have been a very aggressive move on the TCR a few laps back. I'm gonna try to see which lap specifically it was, but if you just gets a penalty right now,
That's
you
huge.
know, that's huge. Like, it could decide the championship.
It could. I do think, though, that there is still a lot of time left to decide the championship. So having a penalty right now is much more preferable than with 30 minutes left in the season. But yeah, huge ass with that 41-point advantage right now. I mean, I don't think that it's even if they get the penalty, I think they'll be okay. But again, we don't even know if they were the team that was at fault in the investigation. They might be the team that was the victim. The one thing they have to worry about, though, is Team Hussenfeld, the team that is in second, 41 points down, is currently leading in the sport category. And honestly, they've been by far the best team so far in this one, Ryan.
Yeah, the Team Huskenveld guys have pretty much just been looking at the car as well. It doesn't seem to have any damage on it, and they've been having a clean race so far, just doing what they need to do to try and take this championship. But at the moment, it's they're currently 4th in the championship, I believe. So keeping out of trouble and leading the race and doing everything they can to try and snatch that championship away from the huge ass team.
Well, the Team Hussenfeld team is currently second in the championship. While
sorry, my bad.
No, it is all good, my friend. I'm just a math nerd. Don't worry. But yeah, no, they're currently second, which is why this is so. Oh no! Avoids. I love when we just see something happen in the corner of our screen, and then everything looks very normal. It kind of is what it's like to be a producer. Correct, Tyler? Everything looks crazy behind the scenes. But anyway, Lorenzo, could you tell us what happened right there?
To be fair, I wasn't watching. Go to Ryan.
Ryan, did you see what happened? Here we go. We got the replay.
I got the end of it, but here we go. We'll have a look at it. As it looks like Baz Slob's going around a TCR car, and it looks like the World of Sim Racing cars behind Baz Slob in the Virtual Motorsport car at the moment. As they head into the corner, it looks fine, and I think Baz might have just lost it possibly. Yeah, he lost it all by himself. Lost the rear anyway. He spins round, he holds the brakes, and it looks like did they get clipped from the World of Sim Racing car? No, he didn't.
No, yeah, he didn't. He actually, if you could see in that slow motion, his hands were completely 180 degrees turned to the left to try and catch that slide. And I think he did a very good job there. He kept the car facing as straight as it possibly could, given the circumstances. So maybe some a little bit more worn tires, but at the end of the day, pretty good. So no matter what we're seeing right here, Cup class is currently we don't know what's going to happen. Sport Series, I also think we won't know. And here's,
Nice.
Great angle we're seeing from the head cam, I guess you could say, from Baz Slob right here. Turning left, then turns even more left. And look at that. You can see it start to catch the slide. You ever watch Cars? Turn right to go left.
Turn right to go left. Yeah. I already had pulled the Mater reference when I think that was the huge ass car. No, it was the NAB Racing decided to spin on
You did.
Well, anyway, it was, by the way, that was the visor came out of the car, so it is a really interesting thing. Good battle going, by the way, I think, between Alpine Geodesic Racing and Team Bergen, as you guys now seen on pictures, between Graham Sanders and Peter Leckness. Graham Sanders, who's probably streaming on Twitch under Graham Prey, one of the various Switch streamers we have on iRacing. Really good driver as well. Managed to drive a few laps against him. And Alpine, very quiet race, but having a really good improvement towards the latter portion. Nearly 10 places up.
So 10 places up. Definitely helpful with some of the incidents that have happened so far. But hey, 10 places is 10 places, and when you're your current class is that's over half. That's over half. So very good job there for that team with 10 minutes left till the 2-hour mark. So we will not be on for too much longer, and I do want to get your closing thoughts, Lorenzo and Ryan, on kind of what your guys' opinions of our 3-hour stint were, because while the last hour has been a bit of readjusting, those first 2 hours just intense all the way. Ryan, I want to hear yours first.
Well, it's been a great final round of the season so far, and the racing in every class has been great. There's been some close calls at times. There's been some little incidents as well, but overall, I think it's been great racing in every class, and also it's been great fun working with you and Lorenzo for the first time. So I would love to do more of the same in the future.
We love to hear that. It's been a great time with
Second
you,
time for me and Ryan.
Yeah, it's first time for Ryan and I, and Lorenzo. We go a little too way back, I feel like.
Yeah, way too much.
Yeah,
way too much.
Oh, but it's been quite a great time right now. So I feel like the thing that we can kind of say the most is that with the drivers currently in the cars right now, this might be. I know that obviously the end is the most important, but this is an extremely important part of the race because while this is the portion of the race where you're driving the track, where you are racing the track, it is you versus the track, not really you versus other drivers. Say it again?
No, stretching out, I left the microphone open.
We didn't hear it, and then you said sorry, and we were confused. Oh, it is definitely the end of the stint.
Yeah. No. Actually, I have one thing over here. I want to bring it up. We're seeing this battle for Baslov and the World Sim Racing and the Virtual Motorsport and against the World Sim Racing. One thing I noticed is that Virtual Motorsports has a very tiny RaceSpot logo on the side of the car. How much does that give it to you? 0.2 seconds per lap?
Well, one moment here, we do have this pass happening with that. And will it get done around turn 1? Yeah, I don't think that's going to be a close enough gap to get the switchback done. But as you were saying, now I have RaceSpot on my real sim racing car, and I can tell you one thing: I have not gained 0.2 seconds a lap. Lorenzo.
I know. With the Porsche at the current state, I cannot drive it properly after 3 laps. So even with the stickers, I probably would lose that 0.2 per lap. And make RaceSpot director is very unhappy.
Yeah, and I've had Hugo's face, Hugo Luis, the man in charge. I've had his face on my car before, and I got wrecked with 10 laps.
Yeah, mate. I was going to say something to that, but I don't know if Hugo's watching or not, so I was like, no, I'll keep quiet.
Oh, well, you can't just keep your mouth shut. You can't just bring that up. Now Hugo knows there's something up, and he's going to be thinking, what could you have potentially been thinking and saying?
I think it's a sign.
All I know is that probably on the 24, probably on the 24 hours Nürburgring, whenever we get the RaceSpot car in, there will be a picture of Arjuna in the car.
You know what? I might have to just put a picture of Arjuna on my car in RSR races. We shall see.
Yeah, it needs, like, even if it's snuck in, like, a tiny picture, but it still is snuck in.
Yes, of course. All right, so we're seeing battle for 8th. The 8th and 9th place teams, Virtual Motorsport and World of Sim Racing, they are right next to each other, while Huge S Cup, they are, well, they're right there as well. I wonder if they're on fresher tires due to their strategy or just have a heavier car. I wonder if the strategy will come back over to be back with the same. I mean, don't you feel like it has to, in a way, to be able to compete? I mean, you'd have to get lucky for the 37 team strategy to just fall. Is that 37 right back there? You're going to have to be lucky to have the 37 fall back into a position where the other teams cannot get to the finish line, but the 37 can, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I have to agree with that as well. I think the 37 car, I think because of them going out of sequence, if you like, with regards to the strategy, I think to try and get back up there and try and get back up there towards the end of the race, closer to the front. I think with regards to fuel as well, I think they need a safety car.
I don't know if they'll need a safety car. I think you know what? If they try to get back on strategy, they're going to have to take an extra pit stop basically there. So, yeah, you know what? Safety car, I think that's a necessity. They could get lucky, and it just so happens that the way the fuel strategy works out, they're back up top, up front, when the 3-hour mark does come down. Now, we did see, I mean, exactly at the halfway point, the two competitors fighting it out for first. So it might just be that every 3 hours or so, every hour and a half, 3 hours, the strategies overlap a little bit. And that could be where we see action happening between both championship contenders in the Cup class. What do you say, Lorenzo?
Yeah, it's a really good battle in this GT3 Cup class. And it's late. It's already late. It's bad enough me trying to speak in English. Imagine the late hours.
Oh boy.
So, but it's been a really good battle. I think everything will be decided on the next pit stop to see who actually has the top end in terms of strategy. They might have to go for a fuel save strategy or something of the nature. I might agree a little bit with Ryan here. I think the safety car might be something they might rely on, but I wouldn't count on it. Just the way they're driving on these past 2 hours we've been racing.
So here are the three scenarios I can see that would help Huge Ass get back into the lead. Oh no! There is a huge incident with a car going into the wall. Not big enough, I think, to bring out any sort of yellow, but that could have been catastrophic for multiple cars in that one situation, Lorenzo.
And that could have been really problematic whatsoever. The one thing you really don't want to move is make those risky moves and endanger traffic whatsoever, right? So you have to take a very cautious approach, especially now with 2 hours to go. Imagine if you get a damage at the very end of the race. If you got like at the first hour, then maybe you can try to recompose yourself. But the very end, oh no.
That was the World of Sim Racing car.
Oh, watch the rejoin! Watch the rejoin!
I think the rejoin was okay, but yeah, just locked up the brakes. And remember, we were talking about a little bit earlier what these Porsche Cup cars are. They're basically in some ways neuter GT3 Porsche cars with no driver assist, basically. I mean, it's really hard to drive one of these things, and it's really hard to drive one of these things for the first time ever at Virginia International Raceway. Don't ask why I did that. But these cars are extremely difficult to get right. Lockups, I'm surprised we haven't seen a lot more of them happen in this race, but no harm, no foul, except a few seconds lost, it seems, right there for World of Sim Racing. And there are flashing lights. Get out of my way, says to the BMW, and away he goes. Ryan, we got a minute left here. Any closing thoughts for what this stint has been?
It's been fun. That's what it's been for me. And working with you and Lorenzo, like I say, it's been great fun. As I look at the replay of Peter Leknes getting sideways and just got missed by the oncoming cars. But it's been a great race, and yeah, I would love to commentate with you and Lorenzo in the future on the other future endurance events.
Beautiful, and I'm sure we would love the same. Lorenzo, last thoughts?
It's been a really great race to commentate. You know, been a pleasure to commentate with you. Both have Tyler on the production as well, giving us feedback, some banter as well while we're on the break. So it's been a really good event, and I want to commentate with you both again. Not Dylan, really. We can have a little bit of a break. We come back.
Yeah,
and Nürburgring. Yeah.
Oh, in the grass! Oh, Arjun, I know you've just joined our channel. There's going to be a lot of action, I feel like, coming up for you. This has been hours 2 through the end of 4 of the IVRA ClubSport Series. 6 hours of Sebring. Ryan Walker, Lorenzo Bonder, my name is Dylan Coyle, Tyler Maxson in the production booth. We will be right back with some more racing. Arjuna Kenkipati to take it away.
Welcome back to RaceSpotTV and continued coverage of the season finale in the IVRA ClubSport Series, the 6 Hours of Sebring. Couple of hours left to go before we'll wrap up this championship and turn our attention north of the border to the Canadian Tire Motorsports Park and the GT Sprint finale tomorrow. Lots of action over the last couple of hours, while myself, Arjuna Kenkipati, Jonathan Burke, and Stefan Schlacker have all taken a very short break, but back into the virtual commentary booth as we'll wrap up this season, crown a couple of champions, and in fact, championships already decided. Halfway points have been awarded, and as a result, Stefan, TCR has been decided. Right-hand side of the screen, you can see the live point situation and the points gap for the 248, more than 100 points.
Yeah, and if you're this dominant over the course of a season, I think you most definitely deserve to have the second half of the last race to be just a cruise home to the finish line that you can enjoy and kind of have your Champs-Élysées to yourself.
I do like that. It's a very much reminiscent of a victory lap right now. 3 hours, and they basically just have to putter around and claim the championship at the end. Couple of other classes to look at. Let's talk about GT4, because the fight that we were expecting has kind of petered off. Unfortunately, the My Days Urban Works team, the 124, the championship leaders coming into this season finale, some drama with their championship rivals, the 137. They find themselves out of the field, won't be scoring any more points. They'll drop to 5th in these point standings, but Jonathan, there is still some intrigue here. The BMW of Huge Ass does have a lead, but if anything goes wrong, guess who is waiting to pounce? It's Hoisingveld once again.
And the problem right now is Hoisingveld has been the dominant car, so you're really, really hoping, if you're the Huge Ass boys, that nothing does go wrong, that everything goes right, and that you have no technical issues or another car sliding into you, ending up upside down. You just need a good run.
There is still excitement, though, in our Cup class. Half points, you can see here, kind of shaken up the situation. It was Fiercely Forward and the Huge Ass 37 car that was scrapping it out. The 34 Fiercely Forward car now does enjoy a slightly bigger advantage. However, do watch out as the number 97 Team 11, as well as that Huge Ass car, they're still in with the hunt. Just takes one moment and one mistake. But guess who's behind the wheel right now for Fiercely Forward? It's the young French hotshot, Quentin Violate. He signed up with Romain Grosjean's esports team as part of their junior academy, finishing out the season with his previous team, Fiercely Forward. He's got a couple of hours then to go. Championship in the window, but still a lot of work for this team to do. Let's go take a look at a RaceSpotTV replay, by the way. While we were working our way through the championship situation, one of the cars that has definitely been a strong contender throughout the season, it's had a small issue. Here is Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing. It's Graham Saunders who's filling in for Miguel Vigo, who's unfortunately not at home. And ooh, that's a very weird place, Stefan, to make that kind of a mistake.
Well, it might seem a little bit weird, but in reality, if you've driven Sebring in a couple of cars, you know that this is one of the hot spots for spinning your car in a weird way, like Saunders did here. It's super easy, even in some GT3 cars like the Lamborghini, to do that spinner like Saunders just there. And it really doesn't take much, just a little bit too much of a pinch on the steering wheel, and around she goes.
About 8 seconds then lost for Saunders. He's been having to do a bit of a recovery drive in the IVRA Endurance Championship, where he's been partnered up, with Jack Anderdeck, a fellow Twitch streamer. Anderdeck has kind of been the bowling pins as the balls have come around them in that GT class. LMP2, of course, that faster lap traffic. And Saunders has been put in a position the last couple of races where he's really had to drive his way up through the field. Couple of podiums to speak for those results, as well as a race win that got stripped from them post-race. But it's been very impressive to watch his charge through the field in the last couple of IVRA endurance races. In this portion of the race, though, gaps have very much extended out. You can find a couple of battles. You have to go looking for them, though, Jonathan. Here is one, Impulse Racing versus Hell Racers. Hell Racers stuck behind the Impulse TCR car as well. But, you know, when we left this race about 3 hours ago, 3 cautions in those first 60 minutes, everyone was still tightly packed together. We still hadn't had lap traffic be a factor at all. The last 3 hours have really been a changing picture of this race, and as we head into these last couple of hours under the night sky, for the drivers that are still in with a chance of getting some good positions right now, it's very much just a case of don't lose your focus and make sure that you keep the lap times keep the lap times consistent out there.
And the thing also is when we left in addition to the second team, we left with, you know, the race with split strategies. We had half these fields taking different strategies, and that's also been kind of the story of why we don't see a lot of battles. You know, you were mentioning the fight between Fiercely Ford and Hugh Jess. They were 1-2. Hugh Jess had to come down pit road and do a driver swap and get tires, so that's why they were down in 9th at the moment. But originally those guys were 1-2. Fiercely Ford still has about 5 laps out of their stint. But here's the Hell Racers car, and Hell Racers, it's just been kind of a meh season for them. They've really showed pace. They've had good races, but other times they have, you know, they've been the pins. They've been searching for alligators. They were upside down one point in Texas. So it's just been an up and down season, and hopefully they can get some good points here, maybe a couple top 5s. They're trying to chase down the Impulse machine, who's been impressive really today. They've been running in the top 5 most of the day.
And if not for that very early spin that we saw Impulse have by themselves while challenging with the huge-ass number 37 car, might have been a slightly different picture for this race. It's been a difficult day for Impulse, and a difficult season for them as well. Other than the second place finish that they had at the Circuit of the Americas, Spa was a no points result for them. Very disappointed there, I know. But final race of the season, double duty for some of their drivers. Busy day for them. Let's take a look at a RaceSpotTV replay. Team Bergen and Peter Leknes having a bit of an issue here. And tucked up. Oh no, sorry, excuse me, that's behind some of that lap traffic that we saw just in front, coming through Le Mans corner all by himself. You can see already the hands locked to the left-hand side. Let's jump on board, Stefan, and take a look here. Very simple mistake to make, and maybe just a bit of fatigue playing a factor here.
Yeah, it might seem like that, but that is... See, you called the spin through Collier weird. That's a proper weird term, because it's not really on the brakes, it's also not really yet on the throttle, just a lazy spin off that Porsche Cup car like you normally don't really see from this machine. So really it does seem like that was just playing the fatigue game right there.
Getting word in the YouTube chat, by the way, Impulse Racing, that no points result at Spa, DQ for wrong team ID. Basic mistakes, unfortunately, cost you big points as well, unfortunately. So, yeah, sometimes those mistakes just happen. And, of course, been a couple of other cases, even today, where there was a team that got disqualified for using that wrong ID. So, just a small mistake, and I'm sure they'll rebound and hope to not be in that situation ever again. Couple of other battles. Let's go look further back in your pack, because TCR, Totally Chaotic Racing, yes it is, Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing tucked up behind the Full Send Racing 285 car. At one point, Full Send Racing, absolute domination in IVRA TCR competitions, but this season has been a lot tougher, and unfortunately, as we take one more look at that TCR live point standings, you'll see here the 285 is actually dropped behind Impulse Racing and the 222 in these live point standings. The 285 and the 287 were locked in a close battle coming into this race weekend, but Stefan, unfortunately for the 285 car, they're down in 7th position right now, with Impulse being very comfortable in 2nd. They may steal this 3rd position in the championship.
Yeah, it could very much be like that, but also you have to be a little bit careful with the 287. While they're not too far ahead, so if something if some unfortunate happens to them, they could also be in risk of losing that 2nd place. So it's still very much to play out there, but obviously that main focus is going to be on that 3rd spot.
An hour and 50 minutes still left to work then here under the night lights. Very different challenge to what we started with. If you're curious as to what the track conditions are looking like right now, there you can see 23 degrees Celsius air temperature, 24 degrees Celsius track temperature with a 9-kilometer-an-hour wind, not too much gust to speak of. Can see those TCR cars using a lot of the curb. For Peter Leknes, another issue, this time coming down on towards pit road. Spool up the replay machine and figure out what happened to previous race winner in IVRA competition. Down into Sunset Bend, running very, very wide. I wonder here if that car has already got some damage, Jonathan, because another weird issue for that car, it does not look to be handling the way that Petter would be hoping for.
I don't know, maybe the tires are just completely shot or something like that. I don't know. He goes through Sunset Bend, and the rear end just does not want to stay down. It's almost like the car is way too tight in the front. It doesn't want to turn. It wants to stick, and the rear end doesn't want to follow that front end. So it's a very weird thing. I'm wondering if either the tires are shot, especially the rear ones, or if they do have some damage of some sort.
And we're, 3 hours after we last jumped off, so there's been all sorts of things that were going on. I was watching out of the corner of my eyes, and suddenly I noticed Danny Giese and My Days Urban Works having retired, and I'm like, oh, what's happened there? I spool my own iRacing session back, and I figure out, oh, wait, contact between your 2 championship contenders, not the way that we wanted these championships to be decided, but what it does mean is that we might have some new race winners at the front of GT4, which has been one class which has very much been dominated by 2 teams for the majority of the season so far. You can see left-hand side of your screen, SRN Motorsports in the 174. We've got a 26-second lead. There is split strategies going on. They are 12 laps further into a stint than Hoisingfeld from behind. But this 174...
That's where we left them off.
Where we left them off. This 174 car, race winner last time out. I mentioned the likes of Jason Gerard being very quick in that first hour of this race, Stefan, but this season has really not gone well for them. These last 2 races, the penultimate round and this season finale, things have just clicked. Their preparation has come together. And as we head into the summer where there isn't going to be much of this official league competition for them, it's all about carrying this forward now in towards another new season.
Yeah, exactly, and what better way to finish off the old season than to win the last race of the season, which also happens to be the longest race of it. So Scott McGarvey most definitely right now trying to do the best to exactly accomplish that, to put that 174 where they most definitely think where they belong, and that is into victory lane.
Their sister car, the 175, has had a bit of a better season, and I say bit of a better season. In both of the races that we've had halfway points so far, that would be in Texas and in the Belgian countryside. The 175 got the perfect 50 halfway points. Podium finishes in both of those races as well, but either side of those results, the first race at Road America, the most recent round at Suzuka, 0 points for that team. And for an outfit that I've had the pleasure of competing against on a number of occasions, always a very fun fight with these cars and these teams as well. Sponsored by the Daily Sports Car website as well. Good to see performances picking up towards the tail end of the season. Turn our attention back towards this battle for third because it's continuing to go on, and I wonder at this point, Jonathan, if maybe there's some strategy games coming into play, because Impulse Racing are tucked up behind the Hell Racers 26 car. They're one lap longer on their, one lap shorter rather on their stint right now. I wonder if they're just going to save a little bit of fuel behind Hell Racers right now and do something in the pit lane instead.
Maybe trying to keep the draft and keep with the Hell Racers car, because they're also have to look at, you know, Fiercely Forward is going to come down the pit road anytime, and these two I don't think are going to be close enough unless Fiercely Forward takes a driver change and a tire change to overlap that 34. So I think it's going to be the 15, just keeping in touch with your competitors, especially since the field is as strung out as you've mentioned, Arjun. Like, this is probably your closest competitor, because look at how far back Virtual Motorsport is. It's a good run for the 70 car, but 26 seconds behind Impulse.
And I think you were saying that the first hour, Jonathan, we had 3 cautions. The next 3 hours, we had 0 cautions. Maybe it's just you and me. We've got to get out of the IVRA commentary booth because it seems to go a lot better when we're not in here.
I mean, there could have been some crashes. The championship contenders ran into each other, but there was no yellow.
I know, but that's the important thing. Because remember, Phillip Island was, in the IVRA Endurance Series, I don't want to say an ordeal, but it was an experience. How about that?
It was a bit rough, but I think, and that's something I think I've noticed as the season has gone on for both Club Sport and Endurance. I think everyone's kind of gotten a feel for each other a little bit, because some of these teams have not raced each other, and some of these teams are very new to the service. Many of these drivers, somewhat are still getting into it. You know, obviously Shipsky Racing is one team we mentioned that has been in and out, getting some newer drivers in. There's drivers that have a lot of amateur drivers in. It's just a matter of everyone kind of getting used to each other and getting used to racing one another. You know, when you have a big new organization like IVRA that's coming in and doing endurance and club sport, you have several big names, and you may have seen a few people across lines, but it's difficult to get used to until the end of the season.
Taking a look at the race control sheet to get an updated situation of the race, as pit lane's going to be very busy. Impulse Racing almost runs into the Hell Racers car as onto pit lane for both of them. Stefan, I am looking at the sheet though with great intrigue. The number 37, of course, embroiled in this championship fight. Right-hand side of the screen, once again, you can take a look at these life point situations. They're under investigation. And unfortunately, the guys who came into this race as the championship leaders might find themselves with a bigger hole to dig themselves out of now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit interesting. That 37 has been under review for quite some time, as the 45 just got handed a penalty as well just about now, so that's interesting. So maybe we're gonna see that 37 inquiry be decided quite soon.
So that was, by the way, if you're curious, a penalty for the pit lane rule, so a drive-through penalty for Team Down Under and Bujwin Kuster. Impulse Racing driver change, as well as tires, it does appear. Up on the jacks then for this car, as in front of them we saw the Hell Racers car very quickly out. Not a driver change, excuse me, just tires on this car. I do wonder though, Stefan, 42 seconds, that doesn't seem like all 4 tires being taken there.
I don't got the full numbers right now in my head for a tire pit stop, but I think you're right that it might only be 2. And if you would take 2, then on the cup car it's probably just the rears with how they're being treated here at Sebring. So interesting strategy games are being played out here.
Yeah, very curious indeed. Huge ass then. They find themselves promoted to 4th as a result of these pit stops. They do owe us a stop as well. You can see they are 15 laps into their stint so far. Give them about 6 laps and they'll owe us a pit stop down onto the lane. They will come. They find themselves then in a very interesting and precarious situation at the same time. Because, Jonathan, as Fiercely Forward is already rolled off of the pit lane, they're 1 lap into their stint, the number 37, they are a full 40 seconds behind the championship competitors. And that's not just 40 seconds, that's 40 seconds plus a pit stop.
Yeah, when we left off, Arjuna, remember, everyone kind of got off cycle, and this was one that I was really scratching my head over, is that huge ass came down pit road, and we're significantly behind, and they have gotten to the point where they caught fiercely forward before we came back on, but because of their a little bit off cycle, there's about 6 to 10 lap difference between their stints, you know, and it's a bit of a different driver change. I think Violate's still in the car. They had to do a driver change with Jeff Tyler getting in for Hughes, as well as 4 fresh tires, so they're going to be a bit behind. They're playing behind the 8 ball right now. And, you know, 4th is okay, but still 40 seconds behind your championship rival. It's not where you want to be.
It's going to be a big push to the end then for Jeff Tyler, all over the rear end of Bas Slob. And he's going to make it look easy under braking. In fact, no, he's not going to force the... He slightly forces the issue. He's very non-committal into the corner, losing themselves both heaps of time as we come down into the very important tower turn. Tyler still applies pressure, not what he really needs in this situation though. Getting the power down smoothly then. Let's work our way through some of the other groupings of cars and see if we can pick up anything interesting that's happening as well. Bas Slob should be down onto pit road this time around. But for now, at least in your cup class, it's still Quinton Violate with a 37-second lead from Team 11 and PJ Claysons. They run first and second in the championship and first and second out on track with just over 90 minutes left to work. We were expecting a charge all the way to the checkered flag, but it's very much looking like, Stefan, that championships were decided before we even got to the halfway point of the race.
Yeah, I mean, we expected that in the TCR, let's be honest. Sport, it was a big maybe. It could have happened, and it most definitely did happen. We can pretty much expect that Team Heusenfeld isn't going to come back and win that championship. It's basically that UJazz has to DNF, basically, to lose that championship battle. They're not allowed to get to the 70% mark that gets you classified as well, because they need to be placed 12th place, and we only have 11 cars remaining in the sport class. In the cup cars, I mean, let's be honest, that's totally surprising, because the top 3 were separated by 4 points, if I remember correctly. So seeing that championship battle shape out the way it is first and foremost incredible how much they have been able to build that gap. But it's also kind of sad, because it takes away a little bit of that excitement, but you still have obviously all the great battles out here.
And while there are some great battles, we still wait for Slob to come down onto pit road. 22 laps he's done on his stint. Pushing this car the furthest in terms of fuel. Jeff Tyler will have the shortest pit stop at the end of this race. I don't necessarily think it's going to bring him into contention too much. But let's talk about Team Heusenfeld, because it's been an up and down season. I think, to be fair, Jonathan, they started off very, very disappointingly. Not just here in Club Sport, but also in the IVRA Endurance Series, where, of course, they got a drive-through penalty on lap 1 of the race. And it's been up and down. 3 victories on the season, and if Siegmund can hold on for the next 90 minutes or so, they'll round out the season with 3 back-to-back wins. And frankly, given how much we talked about Full Send Racing at the start of this season, given what we saw in the ClubSport Summer Series, for a team to come out here and really stamp their authority on this championship, to have won this championship with 3 hours left to go, it's quite frankly just a testament to this team's organization.
Just all across IVRA competition, and, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, because I was wrong when I counted last time, Arjuna, because you know I'm apparently not good at math, but they have over 10 wins just in 2021 across IVRA competition in the Sprint Series here in TCR. They have 2 in Sport. The beginning of IVRA competition did not start off well for them, and I think, but it's really showing the strength of their team. They can play from behind, they can fight the comeback, and they can put on dominating races. I think this 248 has been out front in TCR almost all night, and even in Sport, that 148 is quick. So it's really just been a good team effort all around the sanctioning body, and it's really nice to see, you what they can do. And if they have a bad day, it's also good to see some of the smaller teams capitalize on it.
Well, I tell you what, I'm going to do the math myself and make sure that we've done it.
I think it's 12.
I'm doing it right now. It's 9, not including the Endurance Series. And then once you include the GT machine that they've got there, it's 11. So this would make it would make it 12. But given that we are not even 12 months into the IVRA sanctioning body existing as an entity, you make a very, very valid point. Hoisting Belt will be in action tomorrow. GT Sprint is incredibly close. Stefan, you'll be on the call for that one tomorrow. I'm very disappointed. I've been on each of the 5 previous rounds. Unfortunately, I've got a conflict tomorrow. I'm not going to get to see a 3-way fight for this GT3 championship.
Yeah, I mean, you're sad that you can't commentate. I'm sad that I can't race. Different reasons, but yeah, no, I'm really looking forward for that 3-way fight in that GT Sprint Series. I mean, I'm probably, if I would still be racing, I would probably also be in that fight. But it is just incredible that GT Sprint Series has been one of the most fun competitions that I have been in. Well, it took some adjusting to those rules because they are a little bit weird in the sense of normal racing, but they most definitely deliver quite some great racing. So if you like some great racing on a Sunday, tune into that broadcast.
Oh, we got 3 broadcasts at a time, so I mean, I got a plethora of options to pick from.
That too, yeah.
Someone who doesn't have any options to pick from is Jeff Tyler. Drive-through penalty has come down for contact with the Bombshell Racing team. It seems to have been some potential contact involving Pneumatic Motorsports in the GT4 class as well, trying to rejoin the track. But the end result, Jonathan, is a drive-through penalty then for Jeff Tyler here.
I think we saw that right before we came on, Arjuna. We saw the Pneumatic Motorsport car slow out of 4, the huge-ass car try and stuff it to the inside, and a Bombshell Racing car that had no idea what was going on because there's a slow car ahead and there's a fast car behind. And just, couldn't stuff up the inside. But this is now going to be a really hard thing for this 37 to come back from. You might actually have a replay. You do. Wow. Yeah, that little touch right there, and then another huge hit. That was a lot harder than I originally thought.
Ask and you shall receive. So Bombshell Racing team, they find themselves in the wall. We'll take a look at this replay as the 37... Ooh! And Pneumatic Motorsports, they're going slowly on the right-hand side. Not necessarily sure what Tyler was seeing. Let's see if we can spool this one back and jump on board with Tyler and get a better look at this one then, Stefan. So on board, doesn't really have view of that rejoining GT4 car, but still a bit too optimistic, I would think, on that entry into the corner.
Yeah, you're saying it. They were just way too optimistic going into that corner. I don't know, I've seen it also in official IMSA racing that people started to get a little bit too eager to pass through there, and it always caused issues through there, and you're able to see it once again, this time with a slow car added to the right as well. It's just something that you should go for, and quite honestly, I'm surprised that didn't bring out the caution right there, because that Bombshell car could have easily gotten stuck.
Well, fortunately it didn't. I remember the 5 hours of VIR where it seemed like basically every car that went off into on the outside of Oak Tree Corner ended up wedged until miraculously, magically, in the final hour of the race, we had a car able to stay out. So I don't know how exactly that worked out, but another replay to take a look at. It's not been a great day for the Porsche Owners Club, and is this going to be contact with Impulse Racing? It is, and nice little lazy spin there for the Porsche Owners Club. We'll grab one more look at this one and see if we can figure out exactly who that second car is then, Jonathan, because they had a bit of a close call here.
Just a gentle dumping, I guess. Just bring it down gently. And I think it's a World of Sim Racing car. It is the World of Sim Racing BMW that almost gets collected in that. And they're having a better day, thankfully not running into things so far with that spin. And hopefully they can continue having a good day. But here we go back to the Porsches, Arjuna. And it's, again, it's difficult when everyone's getting like these penalties and having a rough day, how strung out this field becomes.
There are still a couple of cars scrapping it out then. For the first time, 3 cars are separated by just under 2 seconds. Team Down Under right on the tail as they'll go 3 wide for just a moment's time. They're trying to get past Team Bergen, but Bergen all the way to the outside of the track. That's not going to put off Boudewijn Kuster, a car that's been very, very rapid this season, and a car that we've talked about potentially fighting for a championship if things had gone their way. Entered this season under a different organization name, SROC Racing. And Team Down Under have done very well. So, pit stop, or rather, drive-through penalty for Jeff Tyler. And it appears as though Graham Saunders might have had an issue as well. So, spooling up the replay machine one more time. Oh, the Porsche Owners Club. Don't tell me they get involved in more drama then. And it looks like Stefan might just be by themselves, actually.
Yeah, just by themselves. Thankfully, it didn't involve the Porsche Owners Club. And, I mean, just a harmless self-spin by Saunders. A nice correction as well, so he didn't lose too much time. But it always is a little bit embarrassing when you have those kind of spins, because you know that if you would have just waited that little bit longer, just like a fraction of a second on the throttle, you wouldn't have had that spin. And so more damage to the ego than to the time lost.
And we all know that racing driver egos can be quite fragile. Can also be quite big-headed as well. But nevertheless, Jeff Tyler, after coming down onto pit road to serve that drive-through penalty, now tucks himself back up behind Hell Racers and Stellan Lindenberg. Let's see if we can get the most recent points update, because Race Control giving those down to us every 15 minutes. Doesn't appear as though too much movement in this portion of the category just yet. 1 point separates Team 11 and the huge ass 37 car. Take a look at GT4 then. Oh, and there's contact in front! Right in front of one of your championship contenders. It's Mikel G. Garcia in the Full Send Racing car. A 287 that finds himself having to do a very awkward rejoin at this point in time. I'm not sure who that was, the other car that they made contact with, but...
Hell Racers, I think.
Wow. We'll take the aerial look at it then, Stefan, and that is, I don't know what to call that other than opportunistic and maybe optimistic.
I'd have a much different word for it, and that starts with an S, but I'm gonna keep that to myself. Stellan Lindenberg, yeah, that's a gap that's never gonna be there ever. Yeah, you called it. It's optimistic. It just shouldn't be a thing right there. Just wait those 2 seconds or go around the outside. But to be honest, it's not the first time we have seen Stellan being involved in an accident.
I will say, at the same time, Mikel might have seen that car coming and given him a wide berth potentially as well. Not saying, I want to be clear, Mikel is a very, very smart driver, and I have seen him in VLN races learn how to manage traffic. So I'm not saying this is his fault. I'm just saying I wonder if Mikel will beat himself up more than he will blame the other car. So, wow. While that's happening, Sven Demel into the car for Huge Ass. They go up on the jacks. Fresh set of rubber getting taken on there. And this championship picture will continue to develop. We'll try and get the update from Race Control when we can for this car. But in the meantime, we'll talk about some of the other cars that are having a great day in this class. Someone's going wide through that double left-hander as well. But for Team 11, Stefan, you had pointed it out just a few moments ago. It's been an incredible drive. Up 9 positions so far. And they've really been one of the strongest and most consistent teams throughout the day's action.
Team 11 started in 11th place. Yeah, just an incredible race. They have been extremely quiet throughout, just keeping to themselves, keeping to their pace and doing what they can do best. And it most definitely has thus far delivered. We still have under 1.5 hours to go, yes, but right now sitting in second place, being 20-ish seconds ahead of third place. It's quite honestly a great place to be for them, and it also would be right now rewarding themselves for this race, because as it stands, they would be finishing in second place in the championships.
And I know for PJ Clayson's Lewis Ward, that will be a very well-earned result. I think, Jonathan, the one incident that I remember from these guys, and it kind of sums up for me the up and down nature that they've had, just like a lot of these other teams, was Phillip Island, where coming down into that right-hand downhill braking zone, I think it was Lewis Ward, hardware failure, a snap to the left, and nothing they can do, day done. And it's kind of been that sort of a situation for them on a number of occasions.
Yeah, it's just been bad luck, I think, all throughout this season, because this 97 team has shown they have great pace and a great driving duo behind the wheel. It's just you need sometimes some luck to go your way. And right now they're showing that they do have the pace. They're second right now, still 40 seconds off the leader, but second place right now in this class. We get a replay of something going wrong.
It's Sven de Mel, who's out there on his brand new set of tires, makes a small mistake. Fortunate to
Finding
go...
alligators.
Yeah. Fortunate also not to go straight into the wall. I've done that on a number of occasions, practicing at this track before. A total of about 13 seconds lost, so day goes from bad to worse. And all of these small time penalties, Stefan, they add up. And in this championship fight, where they're 1 point separated from that Team 11 car, this is disastrous.
Yeah, most definitely. But that also was a weird incident, because that car came unstuck quite early in the braking zone, so I wonder if he maybe did hit the grass there a little bit to the left. But either way, as you said, that was a lot of time lost right there, and it just adds once again another issue for that 37 car, and it just continues to add up for them. They don't even have that much time remaining anymore to the guys behind them. Once everything cycles back out, actually, yeah, they have now also gone a lap down. Oh, that was because of the drive-through penalty. I forgot about that. So, yeah, just a really, really bad race thus far for that 37 machine.
I do wonder, for some of these teams, how much attention they focus in on some of these things. We're only a couple of weeks away from returning to this track, and not in these cars, but in the LMP2, the GT-LM, and the GTD machines for the iRacing 12 Hours of Sebring to kick off the VCO Grand Slam partnership in association with Radio Show Limited and RaceSpotTV. That will be a delight once again to have that going on. 4 different events this year: Sebring, the Nürburgring. Forget what the third one is. I believe it's the Spa 24 Hours, as well as the Suzuka 10 Hours. Potentially a endurance race that goes twice around the clock in the French countryside. That might happen as well. Yet to be determined what the name will be for that race, or the actual race distance, but we know that iRacing is working very hard on making that happen. And of course, we'll finish it off in, I think it's November, with the iRacing Petit Le Mans. So, lots of fun to come. Unfortunately, in some of these 12-hour races, because of the Radio Show Limited team, it means I'll have to compete instead of being on commentary, which is going to be a little bit weird. But it can't go worse than last year. 12 months ago, on about 12 hours notice, just as the world was going into lockdown. It was the same weekend as the season opening round of the NTT IndyCar Series, and of course that got cancelled very, very last minute. One of my teammates who was working in the paddock flew back home on I think it was a Friday night or Saturday morning. He got in, jumped on his simulator after the session had started, did about 30 minutes practice so he could get ready for that race. We ended up in top split, which...
Scary.
Not just scary. I was not prepared to be in top split. It was scary. You put it well, but somehow I qualified 1 second off of Josh Rogers. So I've got that ready to be printed out. I'm going to print it out as big as I can because, Stefan, you know just what an accomplishment that is.
I mean, what class was Josh Rogers, though? Was he in the same class?
He was the same class, don't worry.
Qualifying within a second of Josh Rogers as a non-pro guy is always quite an achievement. That says, obviously, Josh Rogers has to make a clean lap for that as well. We still have to prove that he had a clean lap for that. But no, in reality, we're also having a great battle here between the 62 and the 46 on screen.
Yeah, no, this is absolutely entertaining, and I'm just enjoying that for the next hour and 20 minutes. We'll be able to just talk about various things because there are some battles, but for the most part, they've extended themselves out. Oh, and Team Bergen, another mistake from Peter Leknes, and that's going to give Alpine Stars geodesing that 6th position without too much of difficulty. Spool up the replay machine, Jonathan. Very quick look then at Team Bergen trying to just be a little bit too defensive and carrying too much speed into the corner.
Yeah, I think something we haven't really pointed out is that this is the only race for Clubsport that's really been at night. So I'm not sure how much these teams have experienced racing each other in these cooler conditions and night conditions, and Team Bergen just going a little too deep into 2-3 here, and the back end just slow roll. We've seen that, I think, 3 or 4 times already in the past 30 minutes. It's just a slow roll of that back end.
And back to live pictures. Here comes NAB Racing right onto the back of this car. And Bergen makes another mistake, deep under braking. NAB will slide it down the inside, and they'll get up into 8th position. Sorry, 7th position with Team Bergen down into 8th. So a couple of moments there for a driver that's already been struggling throughout his run. Kind of reminiscent, I must say, to the season finale of the ClubSport Summer Series, where Team Bergen really did not enjoy the type of performances that they showed in those first 2 rounds of that series. There's still a long way to go, and I'm trying to be as cautious as I can, Jonathan, knocking on all the wood around me, because I want
putting you in a wood box.
I want to bring up the point that in every single one of our ClubSport races so far, we've had a safety car in the final hour of the race. However, with the gaps being what they are right now, and with only about 36 cars out there circulating at what is a very large race track, almost 6.5 kilometers in length, I really don't think that this late race safety car is something that these drivers are going to be thinking about and strategizing for.
I don't think so either, but I also don't think they're expecting it. Again, you mentioned it. It's 36, 37 cars. We've lost a lot of cars, actually, compared to other ClubSport races. But it's a 3.7-mile circuit. It's almost as long as Spa, not quite, but it's a long racetrack. You'll find a hard way to get another yellow flag out. And the other thing is, like, the gaps in terms of, like, the championship race and the main 2 competitors, at least in Club Cup, for the 9/11 group, like, QChats is already a lap down. It's not going to really change much of that. Same with the sport group. It's kind of it is what it is, and TCR has already decided. So even then, like, honestly, everyone's just kind of racing for a good finish here.
Hour and 20 minutes left to go. Looking at the pit stop schedule as well then here, Stefan, in the Cup class, it's pretty equal. Everyone owes us a pit stop. There's not going to be too much variation in the pit length times. In GT4, though, the likes of Team Hoisingveld have just come down onto pit road. Now, there is a fuel limit in effect for that class. I'm almost 100% sure Team Hoisingveld is going to have to do 1 extra stop as compared to the rest of the field in that class.
I mean, yeah, probably, but let's be honest, they have quite the gap though to 2nd place, if I remember correctly. So I don't think it's really gonna matter for them with how much that gap is, if I remember correctly, the size of the gap. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, at this point, Hoisingveld just racing for fun in both their cars, because the one has decided their championship battle and the other one just out of reach for that championship win. So hey, just have fun, go get them, and be the fastest you can be.
Well, I guess the question then becomes, Jonathan, does this count as 1 race victory or 2 race victories if they win both GT4 and TCR?
I'll count it as 2.
I think so as well, but we'll see.
So I think that they had a cute little moment at Spa, if you don't remember, where Hoisingveld, the sport car won, and the Cup car, and the TCR car won, and they were somehow next to each other on the track.
No, that's
to come
right.
across the line together.
We got that wonderful photo finish, you're right, so that will be interesting. So we saw the stint lengths, now you see the gaps on the left side of your screen. About 7 seconds between the 175 and the 148. I do think that if Jan Bol owes us 1 more pit stop, it will be the shorter stop, because of course the literal definition of a splash and dash And, yeah, that would be interesting. TCR, by the way, a couple of cars have come down over the last few laps, the likes of Spencer McCarthy in the Alpine Stars Geodesic number 200, as well as Leipert Esports Yellow and Sandro Petrozilio. Leipert Esports, by the way, let's talk about them for a moment or two here. Not been a great day, not been a great season, but for someone like Petrozilio, who we've seen on RaceSpotTV in other TCR competitions, a very, very rapid competitor. Maybe just building up for the next few competitions. 3 laps down is this car, just out there getting some more experience. But we'll focus on strategy, because guess who's down on pit lane? The number 222, involved in this fight for the championship. You can see there, right-hand side of your screen, the battle between the Full Send Racing car and the 222, Stefan, is really going to come down all the way to the wire.
Yeah, most definitely, and I mean, they still have kind of all the cards in their hands. They still can be out of their own hands. Be there, or actually... Yeah, so it's, what, 5 points between second and third. They can't reach first place, obviously, anymore. So, I mean, it's going to be extremely tight between those 3 for that second place. And if they all play their cards right, they might actually end up on track together at the same place, at the same time, fighting out for that second place in physical conditions.
Back out onto track they go. Reminder, we will follow along with these live point situations every quarter of an hour as race control gets us down the updates, but a couple of moments away from taking a RaceSpot fan immersion for the final time this season. It feels a little bit crazy to be saying that. We started months and months ago. And this road to the championship finale has really been a winding one. Lots and twists and turns. The penultimate round really did throw up a lot of championship questions, and this round has really thrown up some more. NAB Racing, unfortunately for them, seems to have had an issue at the hairpin. And as we spool up this RaceSpotTV replay, we'll grab an aerial look at it. More cones being murdered, Jonathan. All by themselves, though. Might just be a mistake under braking.
Oh, maybe go find some alligators or something in the swamp. A little bit. Yeah, the tail end comes out, and actually, oh, nice little stop right there. Impressive. And they go and play with the alligators in the grass and get back underway. But that loses them a ton of time, because they're in that fight, I think, in that top 5 group in the Cup class.
Here's a second replay, by the way. Mike Young, who was running in second, has looped it by himself and has dropped to 5th.
Same thing.
We'll stick on this one, though, because, yeah, he noses it into the wall. That's what I was expecting. How do you rejoin in a situation like this one? We'll take one more look at it as well, Stefan, because I do believe that you could see the huge-ass BMW coming through the picture as well. Slight contact there for Giovanni Romano.
Yeah, I think you're right with calling out that car. Let's have a look here. Giovanni, as he goes into the hairpin, through it, and...
It was the slightest of slight touches is what I saw.
Yeah, probably. Was a bit hard to tell from that angle.
Yeah, very much so. One more replay, by the way. It seems like when it rains, it pours. For poor Peter Lekness, it really is pouring. Oh, this is going to be a very... Ooh, no, not going to be the same thing that we saw about 30 minutes ago, Stefan. Slightly more different incident here, but the same result.
Same result, pretty much. It reminds a little bit of that spin Saunders had in Tower. Out of it, just a little bit too eager out of the turn late. Spin, a little bit lazy. Great recovery, though. Yeah, just typical Cup Porsche without the traction control. You can do that, just a little bit too eager on the throttle and loses it on a lazy spin.
And so while these gaps do extend, I tell you what, let's check out huge-ass TCR in the boosted motorsports car. Of course, it was heartbreaking, and I don't just say that as a fan of the boosted motorsport team, not just for their liveries, but because their drivers are very fun people to hang around with as well. But we saw that very interesting strategy call where they were the only TCR not to come down pit road in those flood of early yellows. And then just as we were about to go off air, that third caution flew. And 5 seconds is the difference. If that caution had flown 5 seconds later, Boosted Motorsports would have been on pit road. Fuel would have been put into that car, and instead they spluttered to a dead halt on the very next lap. and had to tow themselves back onto pit road. They are 2 laps behind the race leader, and in the true endurance racing spirit, they are out there pounding around on the track and trying to just work away at the lap count as well. You can see, it's not that they're not fighting for track position. They've got the huge-ass TCR machine in front of them, and when it comes to boosted motorsport, doesn't matter where they finish, they just want to have some fun fights as well. I will say, it's hard to tell in the dark, I promise you. It is a very nice looking livery that pays tribute to some of the historic RAF aircraft of over the years. They were honoring the Spitfire in another league that was on RaceSpotTV. I forget what this car that they're paying tribute is right now. It might be something like a Lancaster or something, but still looks spectacular. George Simmons, part-time member of this team as well. Shout out to him for all of his hard work on various projects that he does for the iRacing community. But pit lane is busy, by the way. TCR cars are down on the lane, and this is not then for the final time, Jonathan. These cars do need one more stop to go.
Yeah, that split strategy from that third caution we had almost 3 hours ago is starting to manifest itself in these weird ways. You have to come down pit road because Kinetic has to come down pit road, and now they're going to be, what is it, about, give or take, like 10 to 20 minutes short on fuel. They're going to need a splash and dash maybe to the end, and for their Kinetic Racing, they just need a good result. They've had some pace in some of their cars, but across all the IVRA competitions, they've really had a rough year.
I think the roughest for them as well was probably the Clubsport Race at the circuit Spa-Francorchamps, where of course their TCR car had a huge incident through Eau Rouge and Raidillon. It's been
They didn't get a lap done.
They didn't get a lap done. That's right. That's also what I was thinking about. It has been also a tough year for Kinetic Racing, and we'd just like to send our thoughts and prayers over to the entire team who are #RacingForJohn. Their team manager has been really going through some very tough health issues, and while it's unclear as to how this team is going to have to continue on, John has been such a integral part of building the Kinetic Racing team, building up that community, and the entire team is grateful not just to the IVRA sanctioning body, who have been very supportive, but also to several other series, including the Majors series, which did their entire Daytona 500 in support of John. So again, we'd just like to send out our best thoughts and wishes to John King and the entire Kinetic team. And all contact in front. Team 11. Team 11 might just have got some damage from that one as well. Very big drama then, as second place in the championship, second place on track as well, Jonathan, might just have a little bit of drama.
Yeah, they pull over to the right. Either it looks like to maybe clear that TCR, maybe try and get a feel for it. Get the replay right here. And it looks like we have a TCR and a GT4, and he's going to go on the inside of the SRN, and just trying to avoid him. Wow, actually, that's... This Team 11 car, I think, has been able to not hit everything all day. Remember, I think in that first hour, they avoided 2 cars spinning in Sunset Bend, and now barely doesn't touch SRN Black.
Wow, that is from PJ Clayson's absolutely incredible. Finds that opportunity to slot back into line as well, which sometimes can be the tougher thing to do. And so, back up to speed, but he's now 50 seconds behind the race leader, Quintin Violate. We really haven't talked about the Fiercely Forward car much, not just in that first hour of the race where they weren't necessarily at the front of the field, Stefan, but over the last hour as well, because it's been a very comfortable ride for the young Frenchman, and he's really showing why Romain Grosjean and his esports organization has snatched up this driver for the future.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, Fiercely Forward in the first part of this race, they were around the 5th place, but they really came up through the pack. I mean, we had Money T Racing leading quite comfortably at times in that first part of the race, until they had their unfortunate coming together with lap traffic that ended their race. That's also why we weren't really talking about Fiercely Forward, because they basically were nowhere near the front, but I mean, that's just how endurance racing goes sometimes. You're nowhere near the front, and all of a sudden everything clicks into place for you, and you're finding yourself with a 48-second lead over the rest of the field. And like I always like to say, you have to be there to be there.
I didn't know endurance racing works that way. Why doesn't it ever work like that for me?
Because you have to need skill.
I was also going to say, I don't compete in IVRA where we have safety cars and all of these type of strategy elements that really throw things in. And I think that's a good point as well. Let's heap some praise onto the sanctioning body. I'm sure they'll be very glad to have that being handed down. But of course, when Radio Show Unlimited jumps on to these iRacing special events, sometimes the one comment that they do make and they do like to highlight is the lack of in-race live race control in the race sessions. Got to get it the right way out there, because lots of different words that all meld together, and it really does mix up the strategy, because Jonathan, it was P&D Racing who in that second round at Phillip Island?
Yes, they were upside down.
Upside down after, what was it, 30 minutes? And they still won the race by almost a full lap.
Yeah, and it was a good comeback drive, and the fact that it didn't have much damage from that too was kind of funny. It was a slow roll, a slow, gentle roll, and the tow back to pit lane, but I think each race presents a different challenge, and this one being all green is almost something like that we didn't expect, that a lot of teams I don't think expected. It's going to be a little weird, I think, to go all the way green throughout the race, and it's really just showing how strong Fiercely Forward is, because look at that huge gap, almost 50 seconds now over Team 11, and Team 11 is, you know, PJ Claysons and Lewis Ward. They are not easy people to, you know, pass or get around, never mind put a 50-second gap on.
We're going to spool up the replay machine while we've been enjoying some very fun conversation of NAB Racing. Might be day done. They've been stationary in the pit lane for about 4 minutes getting some repairs, and through Sunset Bend, that car's already all out of sorts. And wow, that was inevitable. And what an impact that one was. Take one more look at this replay, Stefan. You noticed this was a huge crash. I don't think you really explained just how big it was.
Yeah, Jonathan noticed it, and so I went back in the replay machine and found that wreck, and just incredible, just an early lose off that 8 rear, and I mean, you have to give it to them. That's 10 out of 10 on the style points measure for that crash, because they managed to do a 360 in the air, landed perfectly, another 180 right there, and keep on going. So, like, I don't know, if style points would award clean cars, that's a total 10 right there.
And an unfortunate end then to the day for NAB Racing. We did see Nick Thyssen, who was once again up there in the mix of things. Not just a very competent software developer, he really does enjoy racing as well. I did see, by the way, Niels Hykins in that car as well. Really good to see. One of the series organizers for a very large series here that we cover on RaceSpotTV. Not just a series organizer, but a series competitor as well. A serious competitor, if you'll allow me the small play on words. But small battles then between between Full Send Racing and Spencer McCarthy in the number 200. I tell you what, Jonathan, it's time for a RaceSpotTV fan immersion. Which class should we go on board with? Because we really haven't had to do many fan immersions in the ClubSport Series so far, so I tell you what, it's a free choice, and it's all up to you.
You're giving me so much power. I want the AOD Racing GT4 in third, because I want to see how much this BMW gets around here at the night, how well it does.
So let's go on board for a couple of laps with Albert Jones in this BMW M4 GT4 car. Enjoy the sights and sounds around the virtual Sebring International Raceway, and we'll be right back with final hour coverage from the season finale of the IVRA ClubSport Series. 55 minutes left to go then in the 2020-2021 IVRA ClubSport Series. After 5 enthralling rounds, the 6 hours of Sebring has not disappointed either. And with 60 minutes to go, we are just a couple of minutes away then from finally crowning our first ever season of IVRA champions. My name is Arjuna Kenkipati. Welcome back to RaceSpotTV. Alongside me in the commentary booth, Jonathan Burke and Stefan Schlacker for the next 54 minutes of action. Pit stops underway for the final time this season then. And your championship leaders all already down onto the lane. In your 911 Cup class, let's take a look at this championship battle. It is Quintin Violate for the fiercely forward number 34 car. Has already come down onto pit road, getting his tires up to temperature and pressure. And as you can see on the right-hand side of the screen, the gap that this number 34 car now enjoys in excess of 60 points. Team 11 and Huge Ass, the number 37, they're scrapping it out for second in this championship. But for Violate, 54 minutes left to hold on. In the other categories then, champions have already been crowned in one of them in the TCR category. Team Hoisingveld have really run away with this championship. You can see there the advantage they enjoy in excess of 150 points, more than this entire race would have paid out for the race winner. The third and final class, it was the one with the most intrigue for me coming into this one. Unfortunately, My Day's Urban Works, the 124 car, retiring very early on. That has left the Huge Ass 137 car to build up an almost 50-point advantage over Team Hoisingveld in the 148 car. Hoisingveld will take victory to close out the season, but the crown will go to Huge Ass as things stand. So a lot of entertainment over the course of the prior 5 races, and we'll work you through some of the storylines that we've been joined over those past 5 races. Jonathan, for you, I kind of want to get your feeling about this 911 Cup class, because we came into this race really expecting, I think, a title showdown where 4, 5, 6 cars would really be scrapping it out. We come here into this final hour, there's only one car that stood out at the top, and it's a couple of other cars that we maybe didn't expect to be in second and third that are challenging much higher than we expected.
Yeah, this just shows how competitive I think this class is. Remember, we came in with guys having the potential to get that championship. You know, it just didn't work out for some of them. And the other thing is, it worked out well for the big contenders that already had the leads. So for Fiercely Forward and for Huge Ass, they already had the lead. Their halfway points gave them decent distance. But remember, they're still fighting third on down for places in the points. It ain't over until it's over. So there's still some teams trying to figure out where they stand. Huge Ass falling all the way down to third. Alpine Star Geodesic barely holding on to fourth in the points. So I think it's still all to play for a lot of these guys at the end. It's just that the main championship battle just kind of petered out in the way we didn't expect it to. And that's a close call for both those two right there.
For a second, you know, I thought that Sven Demel was about to get turned into the tire wall. And I don't think Impulse Racing really appreciated that there, Stefan. Very, very close. But for Huge Ass, which still does want to hold on to this third step in the championship, we talked about the intensity of the cup, this overall class battle. It's not taking place at the front, like Jonathan says. It's now for some of those third, fourth, and fifth positions and bragging rights.
Yeah, most definitely, but you have to also say, they have just continued to trip over themselves throughout this race. They could have had a much better race, and they might have even been able to fight for the championship lead if they wouldn't have had the misfortune that they had, not only with racing but also with themselves. So I think that they're most definitely going to be a little bit sour about their performance in this race, but overall I think they can be very happy with what they most definitely did achieve throughout the season.
And the 2021-2022 schedule already confirmed for this series, so these drivers already have one eye focused on the new season. But 50 minutes to go for the drivers still out on track. They can't afford for any lapse in concentration. As we saw just a few moments ago for NAB Racing, one mistake is all it takes to drop you out of the race, and I think Impulse Racing just went into the inside wall. Graham Saunders has made a mistake as well. Impulse Racing is around in Sunset Bend. Got a couple of RaceSpotTV replays to take a look at then. First up, we'll work with the Alpine Stars geodesic incident, Jonathan. Once again by himself. And let's see what type of an incident this is going to be. Getting onto the power. I don't think he's out onto the grass. And once again, loses it by himself.
And we've seen that time and time again, that you just get on the gas coming out of some of these longer corners. This is like I think the third or fourth time this has happened to a 911 in Le Mans. You can see it just already doing it. And it's almost like there's really nothing these guys can do. They just let it drift, just hope it doesn't hit a wall, and then get back underway.
And so you can see Saunders in the background. Here's that incident. Gets the turn-in point. All sorts of wrong. Nowhere near to making this corner. And wow, one more look at it from the onboard then, Stefan, because I made this mistake before in practice. I don't think I've made it in a race before.
Half done already in a race, sadly. Being in second place. I've done that myself in the Camel GT race. It's one of the easiest mistakes to do. You just lose concentration a little bit because you also don't see the turning point right there. And then all of a sudden you turn out of the draft of the car ahead and see just wall ahead of you. And it's one of the worst feelings you can have right here.
Yeah, and you could see from the onboard look that Unsighted on that entry was really trying to just judge the turning point from memory. And for Impulse Racing, 60 seconds already stationary on the lane. That's longer than a normal pit stop. Significant damage to that car then. GT4, well, looks like we might have a bit of a fight here, you know? Stephen McGarvey in the 174 car looks to make it 2 race wins to close out the season. In front of him, though, Team Huissinkveld. 13 laps into the stint, so they will owe us a pit stop as compared to McGarvey, who is only 3 laps into his stint. And this is what I was mentioning, Jonathan, those about 15 minutes before. I think Jan Bol, having come down very early on, is not going to win this race, despite the fact he's definitely been one of the fastest cars. Fastest lap, let's just put this into context. There's only 3 cars that have done 2.11s. There's only 2 cars that have done 2.10s, one of them being Team Huissinkveld, the second being the Electronic Sportsman, and they were almost 0.6 of a second slower than Jan Bol's fastest lap.
Yeah, it's just a matter of how this pit cycle, you know, peters out. And it's unfortunately the consequences for that split cycle that we had almost 4 hours ago after that third caution where half of GT4 came down and half didn't. But I'm not sure if SRN Motorsports can make it to the end after just coming out of the pit lane. I think it's going to be close. I'm trying to do math in my head. They might be a lap or 2 to the good, but if they have to make an extra lap due to where the checkered flag comes out, they might be in trouble.
Well, no, I'm doing the math now again. 90% is your typical GT4 stint, Stefan. The fuel limit in this class is about 56%, if I'm remembering correctly. It is marginal, but no matter what the situation here is then, the reality is this car that's second in line has a shorter pit stop than the car in front.
Yeah, I mean, you said it's marginal, and we're really only gonna know how marginal it really is once they come into pit lane or don't. So, I don't know. It's hard to really judge from this position, especially since I haven't really done any laps in this car for quite some time. But yeah, I mean, hey, if it creates some more excitement, I'm all for it.
Poof. Who needs in-car knowledge to actually figure this stuff out? I don't think I've actually done a race in a GT4 car before, let alone a full lap in practice. But I do think it's about
You haven't driven the BMW?
No. Why would I drive GT4? I'll drive GT3. They're faster and more fun.
I'm just curious, because like, I've driven the GT4 like all the time, but then again, I am much further down the licensing list than you are.
Yes, well, there was also, I am one of the weird people who have spent enough time trying to figure out the Mercedes, as we're going to call it now, in honor of Bino, but I've driven it enough that I don't hate it. It's like Stockholm Syndrome, you know? You spend so much time with a car that you don't like to drive that you end up liking that car to drive. So I'm a little bit weird. I'm willing to admit that. I know you like GT3 as well, Stefan, though.
Yeah, I'm most definitely a GT3 guy, GTE guy, especially on the endurance side. That's where you're gonna find me. But I also like my GT4s. They're great fun. It's a little bit hard to keep them under control, especially with the lacking downforce. But it's very much great fun. And in the GT3s, I have been myself a very long-term Mercedes driver. And I have to say, Haupt Racing Team, if you haven't seen that, go to the Mercedes GT3 forum, because they have actually posted a series of setups for the Mercedes GT3 to make it a competitive baseline again. And I've actually tested that out at Bathurst, and I was within just on the baseline within 1.5 seconds of the really fast guys. Those guys at Haupt Racing Team have done a very great job. And Danny Gieser, one of the guys over there who has posted that setup.
Yeah, I totally forgot. I meant to mention it today as well, because like you, I have done a little bit of testing around Bathurst with those setups. It's, I think, fair to say that when the GT3 cars got the brand new tire model, the Mercedes kind of went slightly backwards in terms of competitiveness. It always used to be one of the easier cars to derive pace from. More recently, it has become a little bit tougher. And yeah, Danny Gieser, Florian Denzler as well. That's the other driver whose name I was blanking on for just a few moments' time. Lots of hard work being put in there. Not the way that Gieser wanted his ClubSport season to come to an end with the My Days Urban Works team, but he'll focus in on a effectively factory operation in GT3 racing. Here comes the move then for the lead in GT4. Stephen McGarvey pokes his nose to the outside. I don't think he's going to make this too interesting, you know. He's going to do an over-under down in towards turn 1, carry that momentum around the outside, and really show that he's got a lot of pace in there. A little bit of fun banter happening as well in our virtual commentary booth. And reminder as well, we haven't had that much engagement on Twitter, but use the hashtag IVRA League to stay in touch. Down the inside for McGarvey. He backs out of that one and tucks in behind Jan Boll once again. I do wonder, Jonathan, if both of these cars are just conscious of the fact that both of them still need pit stops.
I think both of them are conscious of the fact, and I don't know, again, this race has been green. You may have forgotten about your competitors. You haven't seen a few of them in a while, because Team Hoistville car has been kind of all by itself. Now all of a sudden it's like, there's this SRN car here. What are they up to? So it's kind of this weird dynamic. They may both think they both hit the pit. They're on the same cycle. You have to pass them right now.
And McGarvey is getting more and more impatient. Boll will give him the inside. It doesn't cut him off like we've seen on occasion before. Side by side in a very tricky braking zone, they go. The 174 tries to slip it down the inside. He'll hold on to that line, though, for the next corner. I wonder if Boll can hold on to it and roll that momentum. No, he decides not to fight this one back. And with 40 minutes left, lead change in GT4. SRN Motorsports back to the front as they look to make it 2 victories in these final 2 race weekends. Left-hand side of the screen, let's show you the stint disparity between these cars as well, so you can just get an indication for what we expect to see here in the closing stages. 16 laps so far for Hoisingveld. Hella Media, who third place coming into this race in the championship, they've had a dreadful day after qualifying last in class. They've recovered up to 7th, but 19 laps into a stint as they come down onto pit road. Hoisingveld will come down then in maybe about 4 laps time, Stefan.
Yeah, now, I already forgot our numbers once again. Is Hoisingveld gonna be good till the end when they... Oh, look at that. Never mind.
Ooh, interesting. So this is the point of no return. Both of these cars know that fuel will get them to the end from here. Who will win this race off of pit road? McGarvey and Jan Boll. They both follow each other down as Hella Media rolls off of the pit road. They see 2 cars scrapping at the front of your field where they wanted to be. Very quick stop for Stephen McGarvey. How much longer is it going to be for Jan Boll? He's already been stationary for upwards of 14 seconds, and he finally gets going after spending 16 seconds stationary. That's going to give Stephen McGarvey an 8-second advantage as finally Bowl gets onto the button, releases the pit speed limiter, Jonathan, and rolls out onto track.
And now this car is going to have some work to do. You're about 8 seconds back. You've been the fastest one all day. You got 40 minutes. It's a doable distance, especially with the traffic and especially with how open things are, but it's going to still be a challenge for this 148. I like that call, actually, from SRN. As soon as I saw Horsonville going down, I was like, well, I might as well just use this advantage now.
And it gives you something to fight for, as, oh, Huge Ass is going to make life a little bit difficult. Some slight miscommunication there between Hoisingveld and the Huge Ass 237. The gap, 8.5 seconds between the race leader and Team Hoisingveld. 40 minutes to work, Stefan, sorry. I wonder if Stephen McGarvey has just played this one perfectly.
Yeah, I wonder right now how the tires look on that SRN car. I think they took tires on their driver switch on lap 111. So that's 28 laps ago, where Böhl, I think he took tires on lap 120, if I remember correctly. So, no, actually he didn't take tires, so Jan Böhl probably even has the worst tire of those two. So, quite honestly, Stephen McGarvey probably did the right choice coming into pit lane with the Team Hoisingveld and really put a damper on their ambitions to win this race, because now obviously he's also in the lead with fresher tires on his car.
Good spot there as well. So, Stephen McGarvey, we talked about the pace that car has shown late in the season. 9.4 seconds is now the advantage at the front of your field. So McGarvey, less fuel, potentially, at this point in time, getting into that car. I wonder how that's helped the balance of his car as compared to Jan Boll, which has obviously been out on track for much longer without having any kind of tires being changed. Looking at the race control sheet again, Jonathan, 40 minutes left to go in this race. It has been a fairly quiet day for the likes of Julian Bell, Richard Bell, Casper DeCourt, and etc., etc., etc. But there is still potentially some championship intrigue at this point in time.
Yeah, there's a report between the 200, the Alpine Stars Geodesic TCR machine, and the 4. I don't recall what incident that would be for. I don't know if we can use that replay machine and find it at all. But
I can. Here it comes up on your screen, Jonathan. I think this is exactly what Alpine Stars Geodesic is not happy about, and it's hard to tell from that angle. But one more look at the aerial look brought to us by ATVO. It's a late send down the inside by Violate. And you know what? That might be a penalty, a drive-through penalty for the number 34 car.
Drive-through isn't as bad as another like stop and go or something like that. I don't think it's going to put them in the clutches of Huge Ass. You can see there's a gap there. It's very small. You can fit about 80% of a Porsche in it, and I mean 80% of a Porsche, not the whole Porsche, and that's why the Alpine Star Geodesic car goes for a bit of rally crossing.
Slightly longer look at this one, Stefan. It is a late lunge down the inside. What are your thoughts on this one?
I think that, I mean, if race control is going to look at that, I think it's an easy penalty, because the 34 had no overlap whatsoever at the turn-in point, and I think by the regulations that is an immediately penalty for causing a collision, if I got that rule book in my head correctly. So should be interesting to watch out for that race control decision sheet.
Well, if it is a drive-through penalty, I think Quinton Violate has just responded by setting the fastest lap of the race so far, a 2:03.506 from the young Frenchman. I wonder if just that small mistake has really let him set the sails loose. You can see the gap to Team 11, 29 seconds. Now, pit lane delta is about 22.1, judging by the previous drive-through penalties that we've had. Based on the pace over the last few laps, Violate with that 7-second advantage isn't going to have too much pressure from behind. But now, I'm sure it's going to be a long wait for the fiercely forward team, Jonathan, as they wait to hear from race control.
Well, the good news is, at least for curiously forward, you can see the gap to their championship rival. It's an entire lap. As a huge ass car is right behind them. So that's good news for them, but again, a bit worrisome. You don't want to be under fire from Team 11 late in the game. And I'm sure Team 11 has obviously seen that report and said, hey, the 34 is under investigation. You need to go. Especially looking at the points, like another position for Team 11, they're second. Huge ass currently holding that second place by just 10.
Yeah, there are potential implications here from that incident. And Violate, I wonder what's going through his head right now. Might be a little...
Go fast, that's the first thing.
Go fast, don't hit anyone else as well. And I wonder what his engineer and team manager is telling him as well. While this is going to continue on then for the next 34 minutes, all of this intrigue, Full Send Racing, and it looks like for another race here in TCR competition, looks like both of their cars will miss out on podium finishes. Fraser Smith in 5th, Mikel Garcia in 6th. You can see bottom right portion of your screen separated out from many of the other runners. I wonder how this pit stop cycle is playing out then, Stefan, because still got a couple of cars that owe us pit stops, including the Impulse Racing 222 leading this race right now. But you can see there, it's a very interesting championship fight with both the 285 and the 287.
Yeah, and the 285 and 287 obviously are teammates here with the 222, just being the innocent bystander in that battle, but they're not really far from it to even get that second place. So just a little bit of misfortune in a pit stop or something, or just a traffic miscommunication, and they might be already past them for that second place. So really still everything to play here for the Impulse Racing. And I think they were like 10 or 15 points behind this battle for second place between the two Full Send Racing teams as well going into this race. So they have done a great job on jumping onto the occasion and trying to snap away that second place from the two Full Send Racing teams.
You know what? The gap was actually even bigger than that. The gap is almost about 50 points. So incredible job by Impulse Racing. I do wonder how it will all play out when, obviously, they come down on towards pit road. RaceSpotTV replay to turn our attention to for Matthew Short. Not sure what's happened for the Shibsky Racing driver. Lots of pogo through turn 1, and no! Disappointing end to the day for Shibsky Racing, as it appears as though lots of damage to the front end of that car. You can see just how unsettled the car was throughout the entirety of the corner. And unfortunately there, Jonathan, for a team that would have enjoyed the racing in the IVRA Club Cup races, not necessarily enjoying this Clubsport race as much.
I'm wondering if he hit something on the way into the corner, because it was bobbing up and down, like when he entered the corner, and that's a heavy, heavy impact. They would have to come down pit road and quickly fix that, I think, sooner rather than later, because you're going to lose too much time, especially like the toe or the camber or any steering is broken like that.
I tell you what, you've got my interest peaked here. Let's see if we can figure out exactly what happens. No, you know what? Car looks... This is an odd one. It's very hard to understand what's happening with the car's behavior from these onboard shots, Stefan. Let's see if we can get one more look from this angle. Maybe you'll get a better idea here.
It did seem like he lost a rear a tiny bit in the midsection of the turn, and that's why the car, I don't know, it most definitely looks weird, but it is also Sebring, so on the inside of the exit of turn 1 the bumps are a little bit worse than on the outside, and he had that weird halfway inside line, and I think that's what really caused that car to have that momentum build up on the bumps to finally spin out, because only his inside tires were on those really bad bumps while the outside was still on the smoother part of the track there. So I think that's really what caused that weird looking spin.
Well, also getting word from them in the in our YouTube chat, excuse me, that car has just been porpoising and pogoing around for the last few laps, so maybe a setup issue as the the temperatures continue to plummet here. Looks like as the electronic sportsmen down onto pit road for their final stop of today's race. Very impressive start, must be said, from Arne Stern. Struggled a little bit more in the mid portions of this race, but They will look to finish this race off on a high. Marco Pereira, highlighted on my timing screen in the World of Sim Racing car. And Jonathan, I think we know what this means.
It's already a heavily battered, bruised, and damaged car, and thankfully didn't hit that wall. Oh, please don't rejoin in front of someone. Okay, well, it's okay. I had my fears. Oh! Yep, I didn't see who that car was, but I don't blame you for flashing the lights.
I don't think I've ever been heard at a higher frequency than just then on RaceSpotTV. Heart in my mouth moment, Stefan, for a second. One more look here. Not sure if you know who that second car is.
Let's have a look. That might be eliminated. Here it is. I can't see, sadly.
I know who it is. A poor Shipsky Racing.
Oh! Yeah, the Shipsky, yeah, of course. I mean, yeah, I can see why they have been flashing right there. It's just... let's see, from shorts on board. Yeah, no, that's not really how you rejoin right there.
Hey, how's it going?
Somewhere Connery Maddock probably felt, as always, that little impulse as a very unsafe rejoin them from World of Sim Racing, and unfortunate there. Baslob for Virtual Motorsport from 4th place, big off in Sunset Bend, and wow, that is not where you expect cars to be facing the wrong direction. So I guess we've got another replay to take a look at here. Down the inside, they're trying to go on a BMW. It's deep under brakes, and there's contact from behind that sends them around. I don't know, it's the AOD Racing BMW, Jonathan, that gets involved.
And these are both teams that have been having good days. Like, Virtual Motorsport has been up in the top 5 all day, and they're on the edge of a podium. Meanwhile, this AOD Racing, they're in the podium positions, and that could really affect both of them severely. And just late on the brakes, too, was that BMW. I was really surprised about how late he was on the brakes.
Well, it also seems as though maybe Baslob just trying to, on that inside line, slow down a bit earlier than that M4 was expecting. And, well, a big contact there. And that's why, of course, that car's pointed in the wrong direction. It's starting to pick up now in the closing stages of this race. We're talking about how the gaps had extended on out. Well, you can see here, Hell Racers and Team Down Under, Stefan, they're not separated out at all anymore.
Nope, they're not separated whatsoever, and with that kind of crash there, that half Austrian crash, as you could technically call it, with the personnel that created those two brands in the very beginning of them. So, yeah, no, it shapes up to be a great last half an hour of racing.
And we're still waiting, by the way, for confirmation from Race Control on that penalty for Fiercely Forward, as they'll go side by side, Team Down Under, and get the move done very easily on Hampus Bars in the number 16. And Team Down Under, I've said it on a number of occasions, looking not to be down under for very long. And again, a team that I think might have been challenging for this championship if things had gone their way. Maybe starting off that first race of the season, slightly different mentality to what we're seeing in 2021. But a nice uptick in performance for this team, and excited to see how they'll continue to grow on RaceSpotTV. Has been an incident, we did see that incident rather with Virtual Motorsport, Jonathan, and Race Control are going to have to take a look at it now because, well, a couple of incidents have come down as a result of that.
Well, the more confusing one is that I don't know if Virtual Motorsport did this on accident, but there's a report against the Porsche Owners Club as well, and I don't know where that one happens.
Maybe just a slight typo there, because I'm noticing the protest came in on the 121 first, which is the Porsche Owners Club, and then they realized they're... Wait, no, these have two different timestamps as well. So, Jonathan, very good spot. Let me go looking on the replay machine, find the right button to hit.
Oh!
Oh, indeed.
Well, that's a bit interesting.
Okay.
Let's take a look at this from the aerial coverage. Wow. Stefan. Wow.
I think that's the first time, and maybe last time ever you're going to see a two-class slower car crash into the back of a faster car. But yeah, no, that's interesting. A clean 3-wide through a gurney bench, you're not going to see that very often. And then somehow the Porsche Owners Club just completely misses their braking point, and poor 70 car does everything right and still gets punted off the track.
I think the worst part is the AOD incident happens later on in that lap. It was all that. All right, virtual motorsport just needs to forget that lap. I mean, erase that from the data banks. When they watch the broadcast, they're just going to skip at least the last 5 minutes.
I think some of these teams as well will be hoping that for next season, Jonathan, you and I never get on an IVRA broadcast as well, because it doesn't matter. I don't know what it is about IVRA and us, but we seem to like causing the commentators curse on some of these drivers.
I mean, hey, the last 3 hours when we weren't here, they were green, and that was impressive. And
well, they were green.
Although there was some drama.
Yes.
There was some drama. But, I mean, there hasn't been actually a lot of, like, drama and big crashes. It's just been, like, those weird one-off incidents. Like, that was a weird one. Like, the Porsche Owners Club, it's not fighting for position in that instance. I think they were just late on the brakes. I don't know. We'll take a look at maybe more chaotic racing over here.
I tell you what we're going to do. You just had to say that. And I'm going to go back to one of the big incidents in the middle portion of the race when Dylan Cole, Lorenzo Bonder, and Ryan Walker were on the call. It was so long ago that I'm not even sure if it's going to work properly on the replay machine, to be honest. It's trying to poke its way around, and you see it slightly frozen itself here. I don't think it's actually managed to pick up the incident in question. Here we go, finally. We get to take a look at it with our own eyes. Danny Giese, championship leader coming into this one. And Jonathan, I don't know what you're talking about drama. That is legitimate drama.
Who is that coming in like no one's business?
Not exactly sure who that other car was, but the bigger story here, though, Jonathan, is the initial contact between those two cars. Because guess who the second car is? It's the car that's going to win the championship.
Yeah, there was the My Days getting loose, the BMW trying to be opportunistic, and I think he's going to get a really awkward view of this, because he's not even going to see the collision. You just see the lights flying in the background, and then a slow Porsche, and then I think there's another slow... Oh, it's Maniti. Oh, well, that explains a few things.
Yeah, that's what happens to Maniti Racing. So, wow, we are piecing things together for the first time here in the commentary box. If you're not already aware, we did take a nice little gap. Wow. For Maniti Racing, very similar views to what Simsa Esports had in 12 Hours of Sebring last year. We'll take a look at this. And on the onboard, Stefan, disaster for Maniti then. This explains why they're out of the race as well.
Yeah, I did mention that crash earlier of Maniti, that they had that unfortunately coming together with My Days. And yeah, it's just, you know, it's that awkward sunset bend. It's after a bridge. You also have the BMW standing there that you can't have to focus on, and all of a sudden that Porsche just spins across the racing line. You have nowhere of avoiding that if you're Maniti Racing there. Just really unfortunate. I mean, the guys weren't leading at that point anymore. They were back in 5th place at that point, but still very early on, quite a handsome or quite a nice lead there for those guys, and end the race like that, just not a good feel.
I don't think you mentioned that it was Maniti running into the My Days car. I don't recall you mentioning that. I remember you mentioning that the huge-ass car ran into the My Days car. We saw that. I didn't hear about the Maniti one.
Well, you know, that's the thing. We were getting piecemeal reports of various things were coming down. So I heard the Maniti were involved with a crash. I also heard that those two cars got together with one another. I didn't put 2 and 2 together, that they were the very same incident. So, wow. Jonathan, I'd just like to say you were wrong. Drama happens when we're not in the commentary box.
Oh, that just all happened in one go, though. That was just a heaping helping of one dose.
And that was just one incident. As far as I'm aware, there are other incidents as well.
I mean, not big championship implicating incidents, maybe. I don't know.
Well, you talk about big.
I'm being quiet because I'm sure I'm gonna rewatch this broadcast and go like, huh? Well, that's what happened.
That is what happened indeed. But for now, 20 minutes left to go, and 20 minutes to celebrate what an entertaining season this has been, because it's coming down to the wire as well for some of these cars. And Pride is on the line. Who's coming down on towards pit road? No, that's not Marcel Ty coming down onto pit road. That's just Marcel Ty going slowly through a corner. He's got, though, a 25-second advantage in the lead of TCR. He's not going to be too concerned at the likes of Impulse Racing in the 222 chasing him down. And in TCR, let's see if we can get the life point situation up on your screen as Down Under and Virtual Motorsport scrap it out for 4th place in the Cup class. Down the inside, the orange and black will hold on, but for the time being, the 222 is no longer in 3rd place in the championship as we're watching some incredible stuff. Vince Peters, slight contact between the two of them, and they're going to cause a big issue underneath the bridge. They'll hang on to that one, but we'll take a look at this replay then, Stefan, because that was a little bit clumsy there.
Clumsy to say the least, yeah, but great save from both of those cars. Have to give it to them. Let's have another look at that right here. Yeah, I don't know. It looked like the 70 tracked out a little bit too far to left again, and that's what caused that. Yeah, they did come over a little bit to the left, but no fault given to them. Yeah, just a little bit clumsy, but altogether a racing incident, I would say.
Yeah, definitely a racing incident. Rubbing is racing. Depends on which class of racing you're in, to be honest, because depends on which World Championship we're talking about as well. Certain updates have just been given to this Porsche 911 Cup car for this most recent build. That might actually help some of the, I don't know the way you would call it, but the rear side impacts that would come into that car. So we'll see how that affects the future racing in this car and the future contacts that we'll see as well. Meanwhile, Fiercely Forward have come down onto pit road. Very quick stop, just 8.4 seconds, Jonathan. They're back out onto track with a 12-second advantage.
Yeah, I think they were worried about not making it to the end, just a quick spin dash. They had the time to do it, and they had the gap to do it. So this is just the safety. We need to make sure we don't run out of fuel stop to prevent Team 11 from passing them, or even worse, having to go back to pit lane and causing a safety car.
I think we're going to try and avoid using that word for the next 18 minutes. Because if we can
Do you think it's that word that causes those? Because I feel like we haven't mentioned them a lot today.
Which one? Safety car?
Oh, come on!
Yes.
I mean, no, I don't think a safety car is going to come out anymore because let's be honest, the probability of a safety car has been quite low for the past 4 hours in this race. So, yeah, no. To not jinx it here anymore, I'm going to talk about something completely different, and that's going to be the penalty, the potential penalty that we could have had for the 34 with that incident with the 200. And there we have it. It's just a warning that they received. Race control decided that both cars could have facilitated that pass better without making contact.
Well, and there's a few more penalties as well. We mentioned the multiple incidents that Virtual Motorsports were reporting. And you can see here, the 121, they find themselves with a drive-through penalty. And then on the same lap, Jonathan, I'm trying not to laugh, but it was slightly funny while watching the misfortune of Baslov. 2 GT4 cars getting penalties for hitting the faster class car.
Again, I think Virtual Motorsports is going to take that lap and just throw it out of existence in the replay. Just chop it out, because that was just a no-good, very bad lap. And unfortunately for the 122, the AOD Racing, they've also been reported for an incident with the Hellraiser 16. Don't know what that's all about, but at least the 70 car is still in the top 5. Good run for Virtual Motorsport. They've had a really up-and-down season, I think, for this team. And I think to finish on a good high note here is really good. As I believe this is the incident I am looking for. Yes, it is. And
wow.
Oh, no.
Wow.
That is just a little bit careless there. That will be a second drive-through penalty for the 122. We'll take one more look at it from the aerial looks. Down into the hairpin, deep under braking for Hampus Bars. Actually, no, it's out of the hairpin. And down in towards, what's the next corner? Tower turn. Cunningham. Sorry, excuse me, Cunningham. It is the AOD BMW that will get it slightly wrong. Make that mistake, Stefan. And not for the first time today. Faster class cars getting punted around. A little bit of turn-in fortunes for them.
Ooh. Yeah, most definitely. Just completely unlucky there for the Hellraiser's car. And also, a few more crimes. 2 cones have been made with that incident as well. As always, say yes to crimes against cones.
Well, we're gonna have a talk after this one. You can't have crimes against the RaceSpot cone.
I'm already making the, very sad ad with like the sad music, like in the Arms of the Angel kind of thing about protecting cones.
Well, I cannot.
I'm already on it now. He's already encouraged me to do it.
I cannot confirm nor deny, but there is a possibility that for some of these upcoming iRacing special events, you will be able to follow along with a dedicated cone cam live on RaceSpotTV. Still TBD. We were trying to come up with some creative names for what we could call our what should we call it? The cone camera that's in the French countryside that certainly isn't a 24-hour race, but instead we're going twice around the clock around the Circuit de la Sarthe. That's what we'll call potentially one of our onboard cameras. And reminder as well, at RaceSpotTV, if you've got suggestions for what we can call that camera on our 12 hours of Sebring coverage in just a couple of weeks' time, let us know. We'd be delighted to use your suggestions and see what happens there. 15 minutes left to go in this season. 15 minutes to go before the championships get decided as well. Let's take one more look at that live point situation. Looks like we're waiting for the most recent updates to come on down, but 7 minutes ago, this was the situation. Fiercely Forward, still leading the points by 45. Team 11 find themselves trailing Huge Ass by just under 16 points at this point in time. Meanwhile, in the GT4 class, championship all but decided for the BMW. It's not been favored in this second half of the season, but the performances in that first half will drive Huge Ass to a comfortable 50-point advantage over Team Hoisingfeld. The 161 car that came into this race third place in the championship will finish in third. But once again, after a very, very poor qualifying performance, that car has not had pace for the entirety of today's action. That's a car that maybe should be standing on the second step of this championship. TCR to close things out then. Championship already decided. Team Hoisingfeld, they've been on a bit of a victory lap for the last 2 hours and 45 minutes. That battle for second and third continues to intensify. Full Send Racing are now both in front of Impulse Racing in the 222, but as we head into this closing stages, with Impulse in second position, Jonathan, there's not really much that Full Send has to do to hold on to second and third.
Nah, just hold it on and just, take what you can get. Again, it's been, to get second and third in the championship, I think, for Full Send, despite the rough season it's been for them, and even though we talked about them being the dominant ones coming in to this season, I think that's an accomplishment. Because remember, between these two cars and the 10 results they only have 3 podiums. And I think that's just a testament to the endurance spirit. We'll carry on, we'll continue on, we'll keep fighting for it, and, just try and make it to the end. And again, it may not be the championship they wanted, but a second and third in this competitive series, I think that's something to be at least happy about for them.
Try and talk to Steen Ledger after this as well, get his thoughts. You're always your own harshest critic, aren't you, Stefan? You always want and you always think that you should do better. And for a team like FSR, which is growing and growing, they love this TCR machine. I mean, it's hard to describe how dedicated and focused they are on this one car. It's unique in the iRacing community. There's a very niche fan base around this car, but there's no team that really has rallied around a single TCR machine like these guys have done. And they'll be kicking themselves because they started off the season much better, and they'll be using this summer. I know the Nürburgring 24-hour race is on their agenda as well. They'll be focused on maximizing the performance this summer so they can return into IVRA competitions in the winter with the best foot forward.
Yeah, you're saying it. Full Send Racing, they have went full send on the TCR, and for them to not be first and second in the championship is probably a little bit disappointing, but with the competition like Team Hoisingfeld, you're most definitely expecting to probably not finish in first place because of Hoisingfeld just has that extreme talent pool size that they have. So it's probably not 100% surprising that they are not first in that championship or be very close to them because of just how incredibly good the season has been, especially for Hoisingfeld as well. But they have lost some points because of their own faults or because they have been involved in some silly stuff that wasn't their making. So it's not 100% disappointing for them in terms of their own performance, but probably they are, as you said, most definitely kicking themselves for not taking opportunities and maybe sometimes even a little bit of a bad strategy. But also, as you said, they are most definitely going to work their butts off that car to make them even more competitive than they already are and bring the fight back to the Team Heusenfeld in next seasons.
I wonder if next season we'll have a FSR podium lockout on occasion. They were meant to be entering a development car in today's action, the T23 race coaching by FSR. Slight mix-up on registration for them. Car didn't take to the green flag. Team 11, by the way, down onto pit road the most recent time around. Top up of fuel there. Quintin Violate's lead now back at an incredible 50 seconds. 10 minutes are left in this season, and our championships do appear to be decided. So for Fiercely Forward, the Frenchman across the start-finish line once more. Should be about three or four laps to go for Quintin Violate. And Jonathan, I mean, I'm not trying to start wrapping up too early here, but we're at this point now where things are settled, and I'm just looking back on what an incredible first year of IVRA competition we've had, not just in Club Sport, not just in Club Cup, not just in GT Sprint, but in endurance as well. And I really am a little bit sad that this is the last race of the season. We'll come back for that Triple Crown in the month of May, and then, you know, in about September, October, we'll start looking forward to another full winter of action. But, you know, for the summer, no confirmed plans for a ClubSport Summer Series this time around. Instead, all eyes on the Triple Crown.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's also a little bit weird that there is no plans for any Summer Series. I think something as big as IVRA that has gotten so many teams in it, so many championship contending teams and big names driving these cars would have maybe a plan for the summer. And it's a little disappointing that it's going to have to come to an end, you know, at least for the Club Sport at this weekend. But it's been a good year. It's given us really good, exciting racing, all like green flag to the checkered flag, and it's been a pleasure doing this series. And the fact that we've come down to the last race for points and may have not gone the way we wanted it to, but it still came down to this race, down to the last race, down to the halfway points. And there is a high skill in this class. You can see with Violate currently out front with the championship car, that BMW, that 137. It's not the strongest car compared to the Porsche, but that 137 team's been able to do it. So it just really shows you that this is a good organization, a really great series to watch and cover.
Trying to do the math. Other than the opening round of the 12 hours of Spa, that IVRA Endurance season opener, I think I've been on 99% now of IVRA broadcast. This 3-hour block that I had to step aside for, just to rest my voice, let us rest as well. Missed some really intense stuff, and championships being decided in that block as well. And again, tomorrow, live on RaceSpotTV on a very busy Sunday. You can stay involved as the IVRA GT Sprint Series will come to a close as well from the Canadian Tire Motorsports Park. GT3 machines roaring around one of the most legendary racetracks in Canada. Sterling Moss himself had a little bit of input into the design. No room for mistakes there. No runoff. Any mistake puts you directly into the wall. And Stefan, you will enjoy that one because you're going to be filling in for me there.
Yeah, not only because of that, but also because it's still the pure version of CTMPS. We might have an overtake here. Never mind, just look like that from the onboard. But yeah, like you said, it's still the old version of the track without the kilometers of runoff that it now has. So really any mistake you make there can be the end to your race. And we know GT Sprint to be one of the most competitive series that IVRA has brought out over the years. So really looking forward to that season finale, because we still have 3 cars in contention for winning it all.
RSR Esport by G Performance, Mags Performance Sim Racing, and Team Hoistingfeld. Those 3 teams that you can watch tomorrow scrapping it out for a championship. The final 2 hours of action, and that really will be the ultimate sprint to the end. Working the last 5 minutes then here in the 6 hours of Sebring. Still a battle for the 3rd and final podium position in GT4 as SRN Motorsports 175 tries to get a move done on the champions-elect. And Jonathan, given what we saw in the Club Cup race where Dustin Hirota was basically saying, you can all get past me, I just want to finish this race. If you're a huge ass, why not do the same here? Yes, you won't get this podium to finish off the season, but the championship is yours come the end of this race.
I don't know, maybe it's a pride thing. Keep in mind, you know, we have to calculate the finishes they've had at some of these longer events. They got a podium at Coda, didn't get one at Spa, and SRN has that, at least that 175 has been very, very good on these long events. So maybe this is a kind of a pride thing. You know, they know they have the championship. They know they just need to finish. Maybe they want to finish with a podium. I don't know.
Well, and as mentioned, this BMW really did start the season off strongly at Road America. It was one of the strongest cars in the grid. Next time at the Circuit of the Americas, a 3rd place finish there. Still quick, but not necessarily as quick. By the time we got to the Barber Motorsports Park, though, it was clear that the car was not as dominant as Huge Ass was expecting. Spa was a disaster. And then Suzuka was a very healthy and happy surprise. A 2nd place finish that they did not get on pace. It was due to the misfortunes of others and some very, very prime positioning to make sure they were in the right place at the right time, which of course is a skill in and of itself. But it's been a second half of the season where I think for Giovanni Romano and his teammate Alex Albert for today's race, it came all the way down to this final one. And Stefan, even in qualifying, they were, I think it was 7th place out on track. So they really had to work hard in this race today, and a really well-deserved championship effort overall.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, they miscalculated a little bit over some races, but I mean, it is that kind of season. It was a little bit more tailored towards the Porsche than the BMW, but most definitely, Huge Ass, it was their chance to bounce back at Spa, and it just didn't go their way. It wasn't their race to be, and I think that's what set the tone for the rest of the season. They just were always on the back foot, like for example at Suzuka, where obviously the BMW is not the better car. The Porsche is much stronger there because of the capabilities it has through the turns that the BMW doesn't have. And so Huge Ass most definitely made the most of that race anyway, and then to come away with a lucky 2nd place, hey, who can blame them? And I mean, once again, Sebring, not the best track for the BMW. It favors the Porsche a little bit more because of the turns like Collier and stuff like that, Sunset Bend. And once again, they're making the most of it, and they're right in the mix for that 3rd place.
Seems like podium fights intensify with these final minutes remaining. TCR as well. Kinetic Racing and Alpine Stars Geodesic. Spencer McCarthy has put a protest. Ooh, wow. Okay. Big news. Looking at the race control sheet, Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing in the TCR class, Jonathan, filed a protest against your race leaders in your Cup class, Fiercely Forward in the 34. Counter-protest filed as well for what I think might be retaliation.
They got into each other 30 minutes ago. Why did you get into each other again? Was it just another, I think this was about 9 minutes ago. It might have been just a case that 34 going underneath and maybe the 200 not giving enough room. I don't know. I don't know if you have enough time to spool up the replay machine.
Well, I'm not seeing anything that would be immediately obvious as well in terms of a car going off track or anything like that. So we'll stick with live pictures. 1 minute still to work in this race. Where's the race leader, Quintin Violate? Drama then, as he's going to have a trip to the race steward's office at the conclusion of this race. He's coming in towards turn 2. White flag in the air. This will be the final lap in the 2020-21 IVRA Club Sport Series. One more lap then for some of these drivers to hold on for victory. And championships then lie in the balance. You can see on these live points, direct from race control, if there's no further action on that incident, Quintin Violate, fiercely forward, they will take this championship. But there are now lots of question marks that remain, Stefan. I'm not sure if you've been able to go back and see this incident at hand and can give us some more insight. But wow, this is going to be a very interesting decision that's going to come down post-race.
Yeah, I was able to catch that incident, and it was the 34 did, after the apex of turn 1, go to the inside of the 200 car, and they made contact with each other, or sorry, just before the apex, I have to say. So obviously the 200 was very dedicated to apex, and then the 34 all of a sudden stuck the nose in, made contact, and then a little bit naughty from the 200, they just completely blocked the hell out of the 34 down into turn 2. So I can see both protests being quite valid. So yeah, we'll have to see what comes from it.
Drama. And you know what? This is the most fitting way to end what has been an absolutely incredible 2020-2021 IVRA ClubSport Series. It will be the Frenchman Quintin Violate for fiercely forward across the line. A nice little team photo with the TCR machine as well. Question marks remain about the championship, but for now, provisionally, we award that to fiercely forward and Quintin Violate. What a drive and what a performance here in the final round of our season. But I'm sure some tense moments now. Celebrations begin. A trip to the steward's office still on the cards. For SRN Motorsports, race victory here today. 2 race wins to finish off this season. A season where they will be hoping to rebound the next time they return to IVRA competitions. We'll wait for the huge-ass 137 car to make its way down in towards the start-finish line to celebrate its own victory. But for now, let's take a look at TCR race winner and championship winner. Marcel Ty across the line for Team Hoisingveld in what has been a dominant season for the TCR crew. Victory secured before they even got to the final hours of this race. And they'll return tomorrow for IVRA action, trying to secure the IVRA GT Sprint Championship. The celebrations are ongoing for Quintin Violate. Lots and lots of celebrations there. You can see, still trying to come underneath the bridge. And in the meantime, we have waited for Giovanni Romano in towards the final corner. He comes, and the celebrations will begin. For the huge-ass team, a very difficult second half to the season, but they've kept themselves focused, they've kept themselves motivated. And a 2nd and 4th to finish off the season secures the championship for Huge Ass and the 137. Incredible. What a way to finish off an exceptional first season of IVRA action. And Jonathan, like I said, very disappointed that now for a couple of months, we're going to get to go off and just wait.
We still have 2 more races of IVRA Endurance to sit through. You guys still have GT Sprint to go through tomorrow. So we still have a little bit, but we do have to wait a little bit to get this Club Sport action back on it. And it has a fitting ending. I think the drivers who deserved to get the wins and the drivers got the results they wanted. And now we just wait to see the fate of the 34 car. Now, if it is a post-race like time penalty, it might not affect them that much. They had almost a minute's gap back to PJ Clayson's.
So look, that is a big, big question mark. But let's go ahead and take a look at the race results here from the season finale, the 6 hours of Sebring. After 164 laps, it is Quintin Violate for fiercely forward that takes a dominant victory by almost 1 entire minute. But he'll be very sheepishly making his way down to race control, hoping to avoid post-race action. PJ Clayson's rounds out a good season for Team 11 in 2nd, with Stellan Lindenberg for Hell Racers in 3rd. Vince Peters for Team Down Under, very impressive drive through the field to get up into 4th. Bas Lob able to hold on to 5th. Sven Demel came into this race as the championship leader, but he finishes in 6th place. Graham Saunders, Anders Myers, Hampus Bars all 1 lap down, along with Stefan Frister 2 laps down. And then we look at cars that did not make it to the end of this race. Marco Pereira Impulse in their number 15, NAB Racing in the number 8 after a very impressive early drive from Nick Thyssen. They end up in 13th. Mini T Racing, early race leaders, 14th for them. H2 Performance, the 86 in 15th, the number 22, disastrous for them in 16th. World of Sim Racing in the number 51, very early retirement from today's race. That is your Cup class up and down. Let's turn our attention quickly over to GT4, where Stephen McGarvey takes a second consecutive race win for SRN Motorsports Black. Jan Bol, 30 seconds back for Team Hoisingveld in the 148. Didn't really push too hard in that final stint. He'll grab second place with the number 175 completing out the podium. Giovanni Romano, he secures the championship with a 4th place finish. The question mark was, what happened to My Day's Orbing Works? That contact with Romano forced them out of the race. Electronic Sportsman, AOD Racing in their BMW, Team Helimedia, World of Sim Racing, and Pneumatic Motorsports finishing 1 lap down. Matthew Short for Shipsky Racing, 2 laps down on the edge of the top 10. And then here are your non-finishers. Michael Johnson, Danny Gisa, Christian Cecil, and Michael Roban completing this 14-car grid. Last but not least, it is TCR, and Team Hoisingveld, well, they finished the way they wanted to, with a race victory and the championship as well. 30 seconds back to Impulse Racing in the 222. Not enough for them to get into the top 3 in the championships. They'll secure 4th place and a very well-deserved finish as well. Spencer McCarthy across the line in 3rd, beating out Matthias Magnussen and Kinetic Racing Speed. Very exciting finish to the end there. Just 0.3 of a second between those drivers. Full Send Racing 5th and 6th respectively. 2nd and 3rd in the championship as well. We've got the VEC Sim Racing TCR, then the Pure Sims Esports TCR. Slightly more disappointing performance in the race compared to qualifying. And then cars 1 lap down. Damian Owen Harris, Kurt Crum, edge of the top 10. Alex Neller, Antonio Alvarez, the Leipert Esports driver in the 253. And then the one car that did not take to the green flag, it is T23 Race Coaching by FSR. So post-race coverage live from the virtual Sebring International Raceway. We'll wait for the various championship winners to make their way down into the booth. And I tell you what, I think we've already got one of these champions standing by. For the Team Hoisingveld 248 team, Marcel Tai is standing by with Jonathan Burke.
Hey Marcel, it's Jonathan. Do you have a copy?
Hi.
All right, well, that's a very dominant way to end the season. You didn't have to go out and get a full 150 points, but you did. That was a really impressive show by you guys in the 248.
Yeah, thanks guys. Again, a very good race for us. Strategy and pace-wise, everything went to plan. My teammates did a very good job in the early stages of the race. Towards my stints, I just needed to bring the car home. Yeah, so pretty happy with the result today, and obviously also with the whole season. I think it's 4 out of 6 races which we won, so fantastic season for us, and we are very happy with it.
So looking back on the season, like, what was the most difficult part for you guys, you know, just going on throughout the season and making sure you guys maintained your consistency, maintained that upfront presence? Because some teams, you know, struggled at the beginning, excel at the end, or excel at the beginning and struggle at the end.
Yeah, I think it's mostly the traffic and then strategy with the cautions coming into play. And there's just very much room for errors strategy-wise, and also on the track in the traffic you just need to be like finding a good mix of being aware and, you know, swallow some time loss at some point when the traffic is getting hectic, and just don't be too over aggressive or impatient, and then getting run off the track or things like that can happen. And I think that was kind of key for us, that this happens quite rarely. Yeah, so basically that was it.
Then looking forward to future IVRA competitions, obviously we have the Triple Crown. Clubsport will be back in the fall, as well as Endurance. Like, what is going to be the team mindset moving forward?
Well, we will definitely be part of future IVRA series again. we are very happy to race here, and also I would like to mention special thanks to the organizers because they provide such a fantastic series, not only here in the ClubSport Series but also the Endurance Triple Crown, which is coming up, and all the rest. So thanks to those guys for the organization, and we will definitely be part or stay part of it for the ClubSport Series, but also for the others.
And then any final thoughts, any final thank yous you guys want to give on your championship winning ride, at least here in TCR?
Yeah, sure. Again, for towards the organizers and also towards you guys for broadcasting the show. Amazing broadcast as usual. And then also, of course, to all my teammates, also to the sister car, the GT4, and to the whole team, and to the guys from Heusinkveld.
Well, congrats on the championship. We hope to see you again. Obviously, we'll see Heusinkveld out for GT Sprint tomorrow, but we hope to see you again for Club Sport in the fall.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
So Giovanni Romano is now standing by. That was Marcel Tai, your TCR champion. And Stefan Schlacker is getting ready to talk to your GT4 champion now. He's standing by in the 137.
Yeah, Giovanni, maybe not exactly the way you envisioned this race to go, but still a very great result, and in the end you have been crowned the champion of this season of Club Sport competition. How does that make you feel?
Thanks, guys. It feels great, and I'm so happy that we managed to pull it off. There's some up and downs this season, but we managed to keep it together and bring it home in the end.
Yeah, exactly. You're mentioning there has been quite up and down season, like looking at Spa, for example. What was the plan going into this race, especially knowing that you have the halfway points and it's the longest race of the season as well, with being a 6-hour race driving into the darkness?
Yeah, well, I'm kind of the strategist on the team, so I had all sorts of plans. I can't really describe all of them, but yeah, there was definitely some planning involved, figuring out how we were going to split up the stints between me and Alex, what we were going to do based on like caution strategy, tire strategy. There was a lot of thought involved and preparation.
Now, obviously, I don't know if you guys got surprised by that, but I mean, we had those 3 cautions in pretty much quick succession at the very start of this race, and afterwards there was nothing anymore. Did that kind of throw a little bit of a wrench into your strategies, or did you just have that fluid pattern going with, we're just going to take it the way it comes?
Well, it was definitely very interesting because, like you said, there was 3 cautions in the first hour, and then I think we went 5 hours with nothing. So it was like, yeah, almost like a tale of 2 races in a way, just completely different. The thing is, it worked out good for us because we pit on the second caution to put us within a fuel window for the halfway point, which consequently also put us in a fuel window for the end of the race. So we were doing about like 45-minute stints all the way to the end. It was actually quite convenient. It was broken up very evenly, so I think we lucked out a little bit on that.
Yeah, most definitely. Now, looking forward to what's coming up in IVRA competition. First of all, are you going to stay in the ClubSport Series, and what are your plans going forward?
Oh, well, I'd love to be back. Hopefully we can put together another team for next season. It's been a lot of fun. I love the live stewarding and the cautions, the actually having cautions. It brings so much strategy into these races. It makes it feel so much more like compared to real life, where you have to work around the cautions, and it changes up the strategy. And I honestly enjoy the strategy almost as much as the racing itself.
Yeah, most definitely one of the great aspects of this series. Now, before we let you go, the stage is all yours. Thank who you have to thank.
Well, of course, have to thank my team, Team Huge Ass. It's been a really fun season. Every race, we're all in the Discord together chatting, and it's always fun, almost regardless how the race goes. It's always fun just hanging out with a bunch of friends. Specific shout-outs to Alex Albert and Justin Hall, who were my teammates over the course of this season. They both did great jobs. Almost pretty much every time we put them in the car, they'd have good pace. They keep the car clean and bring it home to me and let me do my job.
Well, most definitely has been quite the team effort for that 137 machine. Giovanni, once again, congrats very much on winning this championship, and most definitely looking forward to seeing you guys out there on IVRA tracks again.
So that was Giovanni Romano, champion in your sport category, and we've got a trio of drivers and managers standing by now. It's not just the driver duo of Hugo Drouet and Quintin Violate standing by. Team manager Ollie Slade as well. First up, Quintin, let's start with you, because that seemed like a much more exciting end to the race than I thought it would be. Couple of incidents, and you might have a trip to the steward's office still on tonight's agenda.
Yeah, it was really hard tonight because I was very, very tired. I did my stint on a SEO championship before the IVRA. So yeah, it was very hard. 4 hours in one. I did 4 hours in one time, and it was very long. And some of TCR GT4 was not always really friendly with us, but it's still very enjoying. And the field was very, very funny and have a good pace.
Hugo, what was that like?
I think we did a good race with everyone, and Hugo did a very good job as well.
And Hugo, what was that like for you? Because of course, it wasn't just Quintin who had a monster stint. Only one driver changed. So what was it like for you just watching on as Quintin, one of the fastest cars out there on track, rockets its way to the front and then really builds up that advantage to the cars behind?
That was just crazy. I mean, his pace today was just insane. Like, just wow. It was like 1 second faster than other drivers. Wow. Yeah, just amazing.
And Ollie, quick question for you then. What does this mean for the team? It's the first championship that you've won over this winter, and I know it's been a busy season for you guys. Heading into the summer, kind of the off-season from these private competitions, what's the summer going to hold for you guys as you look forward to the next winter of endurance racing action?
Yeah, cheers, Arjuna. Yeah, it's this means a lot to the team, to be honest. Everyone, like, coming into this race, we knew it was going to be really close. Like, 3 points separating the top 3 is just not something you could write in a script really for a season. So, yeah, coming into this, I know Quintin was like, he was pretty hammered home and wanted to win. So, and I mean, his performance today was incredible. In terms of the summer, we've got a few changes in the team happening. So a couple of people are leaving, got a couple of new people joining. So we're fully focused on getting into the big endurance leagues for next year, basically, and that includes IVRA in that. So it's been an amazing season for us, and it's been great to be a part of these two guys and help them out.
Well, congratulations, guys. I'm sure the celebrations are in order. I'm sure as well you're not going to be celebrating too much. You've still got the IVRA Endurance Championship to focus in as well. But congratulations on this championship. You guys are still fighting in that IVRA Endurance for a couple of titles as well. Looking forward to see how that goes for you then.
Thanks very much, man.
So fiercely forward, your IVRA Club Sport Cup champions. Dominant drive from Violate in the closing stages of the race. Question marks still remain as to whether a potential post-race penalty will come down, but with a 60-second advantage over the car behind, most post-race penalties won't change the outcome of this championship. Quick final thoughts then before we wrap up, because it's been a long season and more IVRA action, not just in the ClubSport Series. We'll return in September or so. IVRA GT Sprint finale tomorrow. The IVRA Endurance, 2 more rounds over the next few weeks. All live on RaceSpotTV. Jonathan, quick thoughts from you then. This ClubSport Series, 3 classes of cars, TCR at the end of it, the 911 Cup car at the front, and GT4 in the middle. It's been spectacular. I can't wait to do it all over again.
And I can't wait to see the changes and the different drivers and maybe more teams coming over and doing this. Obviously, it's going to be a little bit of a break. It's only March. It's going to be 4 or 5 months until we get to talk about this again at Motegi in Mid-Ohio and VIR. But a really good and interesting schedule and really great racing, I think, all the way around. We had some bumps in the road. We had some issues. We had some off-track excursions that people took. But overall, I think the quality of the drivers is incredible, and even the teams. And we saw today, coming into this race, there was 8 people mathematically that could win the Cup Championship in the 911 class. So it was insane.
And Stefan, from you, you've been a competitor in some of these races, GT Sprint and the Club Cup. Really looking forward to this next season. You can see the schedule up on the screen right now. 2 seasons in both Endurance and GT, and lots of new tracks to look forward to as well.
Yeah, most definitely. And obviously, I'm most looking forward to seeing all of these cars drive on my home track, the Red Bull Ring. Obviously, very excited to especially seeing the Endurance Series race there in October. And right after, I mean, they're also the first 3 races are one of the most great tracks for endurance racing. So I think especially the Endurance Series is going to be off for a very great first part of the season.
Well, couple of races still to go in 2020-2021, but IVRA Club Sport champions have been crowned. In the Cup class, it's Fiercely Forward. In the GT4 class, it's Huge Ass. And in TCR, it's Team Hoistingveld. For the entire team at RaceSpotTV, thank you for tuning in to final round coverage of the IVRA Club Sport Series. We'll return in September, refreshed and recharged to go once again. Still plenty of IVRA action to come, and if you want to see more champions being crowned, join us tomorrow at 2:20 p.m. UTC for the IVRA GT Sprint finale live from the virtual Canadian Tire Motorsports Park. It's been an absolutely entertaining ride, and as I said, this has been one of the most fun series we've covered on RaceSpotTV. For now, thank you so much for tuning in. We'll see you next time for IVRA competitions, and congratulations to our first ever IVRA Club Sport champions.